The Iron Throne of Ice and Fire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Forced. The fourth day of the challenge. There are always some people who are particularly curious. Before dawn, a lot of people have already gathered around the arena. They are really curious about what slogans will be hung on the arena today. The challenge arena arranged by Green is becoming a hot spot on the river bay. The night gradually faded away, and the light red sky slowly rose. Green did not disappoint the crowd's weight, and a new title was hung in the crowd's comments. Next to the swordsman of the river bay is not a man, there is an additional the swordsman of the river bay has no man's heart. Buzz! The emotions of the crowd were immediately ignited. Too much? Is it so great to have strong sword skills? After these two slogans were connected, some people felt a certain insult. On the fifth day of the challenge, the additional slogan was the swordsman of the river bay is not a man. On the sixth day of the challenge, the additional slogan was the swordsman of the river bay needs a beautiful skirt. In the evening, Crab's tent. Green sat in the tent, thinking about the slogans to be used tomorrow. Behind the skirt, jewelry or cosmetics? Green shook his head secretly. The force was a bit weak. Green pinched his chin. Husband. A swordsman from the Reach wearing a skirt needs a husband? Would it be a bit too much? Would it be difficult to deal with later? Thinking of this, Green laughed softly. The noble Golden Rose family actually wanted to send Green away casually, so don't blame him for making a big deal. Let it be a big deal. Green, who was dedicated to maintaining the dignity of Queen Cersei, faced the contempt of the Golden Rose, and his heart was in no mood to sit down and talk except to step on them hard. Sitting down and talking under such circumstances was an insult to Queen Cersei. The arrogant Golden Rose family first failed the friendship of Queen Cersei. The loyal Baron Green, however, did not fail the trust of Queen Cersei. He pressed the face of the Reach to the ground and rubbed it, earning back the dignity of Queen Cersei. King Green decided to write a letter tonight to prepare for the worst-case scenario with Queen Cersei. At this time, Steward Roselle entered the tent. My master, Highgarden sent someone to invite you to dinner, Willis Tyrell? The guy who hides his arrogance with superficial kindness? Is the Tyrell family finally willing to move? Green, the time traveler, lacks the licking nature of the so-called noble family. Green's goal is very clear, and he has no time to argue with Willis Tyrell. What is being tested now is patience. Green raised his eyebrows and said, Roselle, please decline for me. You can be more polite in your words. Well, let's just say that I have been challenged for several days and have suffered a lot of hidden injuries. In order to live up to the love of the swordsman of the river bay and not delay the emotional exchange tomorrow, I need to rest for a night. Love? Feelings? Roselle was a professionally trained steward, and only the muscles on his cheek moved slightly. Steward Roselle received Green's order with a respectful look. Although there were some twists and turns, judging from today's situation, the rigid situation began to loosen. It seems that the day of meeting the Duke of Inflatable Fish is not far away. Green sat down at the table and picked up the quill. The letter still needs to be written. It can be used as a prelude and to take credit. At least let Boss Cersei understand Green's hard work. Green scanned the written content again and showed a trace of satisfaction. Maybe because things finally made progress, Green's literary thoughts were like a spring, and he wrote the letter in one breath without pausing. After Green sealed the envelope with mud and stamped it, his hand paused. Green thought of Duke John. Green did not forget Duke John's 1-month appointment. Although Duke John has been ill for a long time, he is not old and confused, and will not let Green go easily. I wonder how the effect of his plan with Pettier will be. Green put the envelope aside and leaned back in his chair. He couldn't leave Duke John alone. He had to find a way to deal with or get rid of him as soon as possible. In addition, the hatred between the Crab Claw Peninsula and the nobles of the Vale was the biggest hatred that had accumulated over the past decade. Ending the chaos on the Crab Claw Peninsula and taking control of the entire peninsula was only the first step. He also had to prepare a revenge war against the Vale, use the blood of the Vale to win back the hearts of the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula and establish Green's unparalleled prestige. After completing these, Green would be the true king of the Crab Claw Peninsula, recognized and supported by all the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula, and the Crab Claw family would become the default ruling family of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Green moved the thumb of his right hand against his index finger. The Vale needed chaos. Red Castle, Meagher's Tower. Lancel Lannister, who was originally high-spirited and handsome, seemed to have become another person. At this time, Lancel's eyes were dim, the corners of his mouth drooped slightly, his shoulders drooped, and he seemed to be suffocated by something. This is exactly the masterpiece of His Majesty Robert. In the room, there are only Queen Cersei and Lancel. Queen Cersei looked at the timid Lancel, and a trace of contempt flashed across her face. "Cousin Lancel, are you okay, cousin?" I'm fine." Queen Cersei, who was sitting on a chair, sighed lightly, waved to Lancel who was standing in front of her, and said, "Come here." Lancel looked at Queen Cersei in confusion, and walked obediently to Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei waved again gently. Lancel thought that Cousin Cersei had something important to tell him secretly, so he leaned down. For the first time, Lancel smelled the strong floral scent of Queen Cersei almost close to her body. Cersei's floral scent made him dizzy. Queen Cersei stretched out her hands and placed them on Lancel's cheeks. "Lancel, tell your cousin, do you hate Robert? Cousin Cersei is so beautiful." Lancel's face turned red, and he nodded unconsciously. Queen Cersei curled the corners of her lips, her beautiful eyes shining. "Lancel, we must make Robert, that damn bastard, realize what is the roar of a lion? A Lannister must pay his debts." Queen Cersei's voice was so cold that Lancel trembled and woke Lancel up from his confusion. Lancel couldn't help but take several steps back in fear, and his voice trembled. "Cousin Cersei, what do you want to do?" Queen Cersei stood up from the chair leisurely, raised her chin, and looked at Lancel coldly. "Lancel, you have heard it, and you still want to pretend that you don't know? Are you going to betray me?" Lancel wanted to cry. Why did my cousin let me hear such a terrible thing? He came to King's Landing to become the king's squire, to make his father proud of him, and for the glory of the Lannister family. King Robert scolds whenever he has time, and now Cousin Cersei, the king and the queen, are they going to join forces to force him to death? Please vote for the first update. The second update will be later. It will probably be after 12 o'clock. Please go to bed early after voting. Chapter 77 The Duke's Daughter. King Robert's hammer is indeed intimidating. Queen Cersei's solution is to make Robert Baratheon unable to stay awake. He can't even stand steadily, so how can he hold a hammer steadily? Jaime's repeated admonitions still work on Cersei. This time, Queen Cersei is willing to be more patient. This kind of waiting is like a gamble, which can also make her heart beat. Maybe one day it will suddenly bring her an unexpected surprise. Queen Cersei is very proud. In the Lannister family, except for Tywin Lannister, only she can think of such a brilliant plan without flaws. Queen Cersei walked towards Lancel, and Lancel couldn't help but face Cersei and kept backing away. Not long after, Lancel's back hit the wall, and he had nowhere to retreat. Queen Cersei and Lancel were only a fist away from each other, and Lancel wished he could melt his body into the wall. Queen Cersei first lowered her eyes, then raised them and looked directly at Lancel. "Lancel, what you have to do is very simple. Replace the drink I prepared with Robert's drink. That drunkard might even praise you." Lancel's pupils shrank and his teeth chattered. "Cersei, are you going to poison?" Queen Cersei frowned and raised her voice slightly. "Lancel, are you scared silly? Are you still worthy of being the Lion of Lannister?" Lancel paused, and the glory of his family seemed to bring him back to his senses. "Cousin Cersei, what do you want me to replace?" Queen Cersei nodded slightly with a little satisfaction, and the corners of her lips curled up. "I specially prepared a large amount of strong red wine. If you want him to like it, maybe you don't even need to do anything. He will get addicted, because he is originally a dirty drunkard. Is it just a matter of changing to strong wine?" Queen Cersei's words made Lancel breathe a sigh of relief. He was frightened by Cousin Cersei's joke before. Lancel was so scared that he was sweating all over his forehead. He ignored the sweat dripping down his face and smiled innocently. "Cousin Cersei, your joke almost scared me to death. Leave it to me to change the strong liquor. I think King Robert might like it very much. If he is happy, he will scold me less. Thank you for your trouble." "Why didn't I think of it?" Lancel couldn't say anything else. Queen Cersei was smiling, but this smile felt more and more strange in Lancel's eyes, making him feel like an idiot. Queen Cersei patted Lancel and whispered, "You are so stupid and cute." Lancel's body froze, and he felt that there was a pair of strange and soft hands moving under him. There are two kinds of wine, one is twice as much as usual, and the other is 3 times as much as usual. "Cousin, you're hand. Queen Cersei lowered her eyes and said in a cold voice, Lancel, don't move. Tell me how to arrange the wine. Lancel's breathing was heavy, but he remained a little sober. I think twice as much as what is usually given to His Majesty, and I can't think of 3 times as much. Robert, what do you like to do besides drinking? Find a female assistant. Lancel, with his brain active, held back the answer that came out of his mouth. Hunting. Queen Cersei raised her eyes, stared at Lancel, and said, do you know what to do? Lancel swallowed and nodded silently. So, my future hero Lancel, do you want to get the reward from the Queen now? Or wait until you succeed? I think you are too active, and your cousin can make an exception for you once. Lancel's Adam's apple rolled, and his eyes could not help but move down. After seeing clearly, he immediately looked away and whispered, Cersei, I am your cousin. Queen Cersei just curled the corners of her lips and looked at Lancel without replying. No, maybe cousin Cersei is drunk. I want to leave immediately. Everyone in the Red Castle knows that Queen Cersei never puts down her wineglass. Lancel took a deep breath, got rid of Cersei's clutches, and said while tidying up his clothes, Cousin Cersei, don't worry. After that, Lancel did not say goodbye to Queen Cersei, and fled from the room. After Lancel left, Queen Cersei hummed a little tune, picked up the wineglass, and took a sip of summer red. Queen Cersei used means to achieve her goal and was in a good mood. At night, Crab's tent. Good night, Miss Margaery. Good night, Baron Green. Green, who had just finished dinner, welcomed a direct visit from the little Rose of Highgarden. After Green asked Margaery Tyrell to take a seat, the generous Green also ordered the servants to light a few more candles in the tent. Green looked at Margaery with a smile on her face, and thought to himself that the little Rose was much more pleasing to the eye than the disguised Willis. Compared with the low-key luxury when she saw it last time, Margaery Tyrell's dress tonight was much more gorgeous. Margaery Tyrell's light brown hair was gathered to one side, lazily hanging on her beautiful collarbone. Margaery Tyrell stood up straight, with her hands folded, and her sitting posture was very graceful. After Margaery Tyrell entered the tent, Green saw her dress, sitting posture and expression. It was clear that the Margaery Tyrell who came tonight was the daughter of the Duke of Highgarden, not the aristocratic lady who was full of affinity when they first met. The daughter of the Duke. Thinking of this, Littlefinger Pettier suddenly popped up in Green's mind. It seems that Littlefinger Pettier will only fall in love with the daughter of the Duke. A smile flashed across Margaery Tyrell's eyes. I heard in Highgarden that Baron Green was injured. I was really worried, so I came to visit him overnight. If it were an ordinary person, it might be a bit embarrassing at this time, but Lord Green is not an ordinary person. Green frowned slightly, put one palm on his chest, and said in a weak voice, Thank you Miss Margaery for your concern. I'm fine. The air in the tent stagnated for a second. Margaery Tyrell smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes became crescents. Baron Green, I admire your swordsmanship a little bit. Green spread his hands and said, I still have to thank Miss Margaery for your thoughtfulness again. After a pause, Green said, Miss Margaery, I am a swordsman, and I am not good at being tactful. If there is anything I can help you with, please tell me directly. I am happy to serve you. Margaery Tyrell's beautiful hands were slightly bent, but then stretched out immediately. Baron Green, I was really worried when I heard that you were injured. After all, you are a guest. The Tyrell family must ensure your safety in the River Reach. This is related to the honor of the Tyrell family. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he touched his chest and nodded politely. Margaery Tyrell smiled, in order to thank Tyrell for his poor care and so that Baron Green can go back and recover from his injuries. My grandmother specially asked me to bring you some gold dragons. Little Rose's grandmother? Olenna Redwine, known as the Queen of Thorns? The mother of the Duke of Inflatable Fish. Green's expression was a little strange. Excuse me, Miss Margaery, may I ask how much your grandmother asked you to bring? Margaery Tyrell blinked, paused, and said softly, 3,000 gold dragons. Sure enough. Green raised his eyes and looked at the ceiling. In his mind, he thought, I'll give you 5 million, and leave my son. 2 more chapters are here, and I'll start recommending them today. Please vote for me. Chapter 78 The Duke's Daughter 2. Green just laughed because he thought of some deep memories, but the smile at this time could be easily misunderstood by others as having other meanings. Green controlled the muscles on his face. The servants in the account gently poured a glass of summer red for Green and Margaret. Margaret raised her glass and took a sip of summer red, and there seemed to be a hint of confidence in her eyes. Green remained calm and raised his glass, thinking in his mind if there was a way to keep this breakup few without delaying the original intention. Green put down the wine glass and said, "Miss Margaery, if I go back like this now, do you know what consequences I will face?" Without waiting for Margaery's reaction, Green chuckled and continued, "In the Red Castle of King's Landing, big people may make mistakes, but small people are never allowed to fail, even once. Big people can ignore the safety of small people, but small people must learn to care about themselves." Green, with a calm expression, picked up the wine glass again, paused, and placed it on the table again. One of Crab's ancestors was named Clarence Crab. Relying on the sword in his hand, he became a legendary hero of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Clermont Crab, Rupert Crab, and another with the same name as the legendary hero, known as Short Clarence. The three of them also became the Kingsguard, representing the strongest knights in Westeros with the swords in their hands. Hundreds of years, or 1,000 years, or maybe even longer. The surname Crab has been born with blood and swords until today. Green reached out his hand, picked up the wine glass, raised his head and drank the remaining half of the summer red in the glass. Green put down the wine glass, his eyes became sharp. Because of the war more than 10 years ago, the Crab family has been suppressed by the Red Castle for more than 10 years. It was not easy for Queen Cersei to retrust them according to the tradition of serving the Queen directly on the Crab Claw Peninsula. But now, I seem to have foreseen the bleak future of the family. As I just said, in King's Landing and the Red Castle, only big people can make mistakes, and small people are never allowed to fail, even once. Miss Margaery, because I just greeted the Duke of Highgarden on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, I thought this mission was very simple, so I recommended myself. Until just now, I still had a fluke, but now after talking with you, I have confirmed that I am destined to fail Her Majesty the Queen's trust." Green's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting again and again, making Margaery feel breathless. Green's performance at this time made Margaery instinctively feel uneasy. Why is this happening? Did I mess up my grandmother's arrangement? Did I make a mistake? Margaery Tyrell suppressed the panic in her heart. She believed in her own judgment. Lord Green was not a reckless man. Was he playing me? Although Margaery Tyrell did not show it on her face, her thoughts became chaotic for a while. Green retracted the sharpness in his eyes and his gaze became calm. "Tomorrow, the arena will be dyed red. I will make every challenger bleed openly until the terrified River Bay swordsmen rush forward and blood flows into a river." Green's back moved away from the back of the chair, and his body leaned forward slightly. His tone was soft but full of confidence. "Kingsguard Jaime Lannister told me that I am stronger than the Sword of the Dawn. Please believe me, Miss Margaery, I can definitely do it." Jaime did not say this. This is a white lie from Green. Green's tone was flat, but the content of his words was dripping with blood. Baron Green was waiting for her answer. His next step depended on her choice. He had made all preparations. There was silence in the tent. Green and Margaery stared at each other. "Little Rose, is she going to suppress my momentum with her big eyes?" Green opened his eyes naturally, and I continued to stare. "Does Baron Green think I am afraid of him? I may be afraid occasionally, but never terrified." I stared too. After a while, Green and Margaery looked away almost at the same time, their expressions very natural. After a pause, Margaery Tyrell's elk-like brown eyes looked at Green again, and the corners of her lips curved slightly. "It seems that Baron Green has a better idea, and I am willing to listen." Green raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, and sighed softly. "I think, Miss Margaery, you don't want to see bad things happen in the ring." Margaery nodded slightly. "But, Baron Green, the ring still needs to be cleaned up. Your ring has attracted the attention of the entire River Bay. Almost all the swordsmen in the River Bay are on their way, no matter how far or near." Green and Margaery have already switched to another kind of transaction. You can meet the Duke of Inflatable Fish, but Margaery Tyrell has a prerequisite, that is, the issue of the arena must be resolved perfectly. Green asked, "If I leave here with a golden dragon, can I ask how High Court originally planned to deal with the follow-up?" He is testing me again. Although the contact with Green tonight was brief, it made Margaery Tyrell grow. Perhaps it was the encouragement of facing high pressure suddenly in a smooth situation, or it may be the accumulation of strength, but it is a precious harvest tonight. Now Margaery is easier to read people's hearts. Green seems to be concerned about how they will deal with it later, but he actually wants to test Margaery's weight in High Court. More specifically, Green wants to know how much Margaery can decide. Margaery's eyebrows raised like Green, and said, I can be honest with you. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to hold a grand outdoor banquet. No matter who you are, anyone can attend the banquet I hold. After speaking, Margaery's elk-like brown eyes had a bright light. Hiss. She is indeed a rich woman. Green agreed. Indeed, your beauty plus good wine will unconsciously eliminate all resentment. Margaery Tyrell smiled. Baron Green, do you seem to have a better idea? Green, who is always calm, was slightly stunned, but soon returned to normal. The change on Green's face did not escape Margaery's eyes. Green's expression just now made Margaery very happy. Green, who has achieved a certain goal, is using his superb acting skills to secretly coax Little Rose. Green was a little tired in his heart, but when he thought of 3,000 gold dragons, all his tiredness was instantly swept away. He had already worked hard to move it here, how could he let Little Rose suffer and take it back again? Green was wondering if he spoke a little loudly before. In Green's previous words, there was a sentence that it was a tradition for Crab Claw Peninsula to have a loyal queen. On the other hand, Green was also hinting to Margaery Tyrell that only the queen who is loyal to Crab Claw Peninsula could be a complete queen. This is a tradition. Green is a man who pays attention to details. Green will use hidden details to make Margaery Tyrell happy. Of course, the premise is to reach their new deal first. Chapter 79 The Duke's Daughter, and Silent Night, Soft Candlelight. Exhibition match. Green nodded and said, Miss Margaery, it's like a true performance. Performance is not necessarily real. We can regard the challenge in the arena a few days ago as a sword show. Margaery's brown eyes moved, and she said, Baron Green, please continue. Opportunities come with difficulties. We just need to change the name for it. What happened before was for a reason. For example, this 6-day challenge arena is actually a grand tournament prepared by Miss Margaery in secret for the Swordsmen of the Reach. As the Light of Highgarden, Miss Margaery Tyrell, who was raised by the wisdom of Highgarden, used a harmless method to ignite the enthusiasm of all the swordsmen in the Reach, and gathered in Highgarden for the glory of the Reach. After a pause, Green continued, you have two ironclad evidences to prove this. First, swords have no eyes, but so many people were defeated before, but they were at most minor injuries. Second, I, Lord Green Crab, was hired directly by Lady Margaery Tyrell, because my identity is just right and it is easiest to resonate with the swordsmen of the Reach. So this will not be misunderstood as deception, and everyone will think that this is a rare and interesting event in the Reach. Green leaned forward, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and he lowered his voice and said, all the swordsmen I defeated in the arena, I promise they will be grateful to you. You have restored their honor. Green's method is better than she planned. If everything goes well, she, Margaery Tyrell, will be the biggest beneficiary. She will not only be the Light of Highgarden, but also the Light of the Reach. Lord Green's wisdom is not inferior to his swordsmanship. While feeling happy, Margaery Tyrell also remembered her grandmother's teachings. Although she did not show it on her face, she did not relax her vigilance against Green in her heart. Margaery Tyrell felt that Baron Green's words were too pleasant to the ear, and it was easy for people to get lost without realizing it. Green ignored Margaery's fleeting alertness and took the initiative to ask, Miss Margaery, is this your first time hosting a tournament? Margaery Tyrell nodded slightly. Strictly speaking, it is indeed the first time. Green spread his hands. In the past, there was only one champion in the tournament, and the closer it got to the end, the more cruel it became. This is not in line with the kindness of the Light of the River Bay. Margaery Tyrell's elk-like brown flashed a light and asked, Baron Green, do you have a proper solution? Green replied, this is an event you organize. Because of your kindness, it will naturally be different from the past. This tournament will also allow people to get to know you better. In the past, there was only one champion, so it was cruel. What if there are 10 champions this time? Margaery Tyrell couldn't help asking, 10 champions? Green nodded, 10 champions, the enthusiasm increases tenfold, and the cruelty decreases tenfold. Can it be calculated this way? Margaery Tyrell was even more confused. Green continued, of course, the name cannot be called champion, because as long as there is a champion, there will only be one, which will cause misunderstanding, which is not good for you. Yes, I do think so. Margaery Tyrell nodded secretly. Let's call it 10 blades. After thinking for a while, Margaery Tyrell asked. 10 blades, yes, Miss Margaery, In the tournament you personally held, 10 Blades of the Reach will be born, and in the future they will be the 10 blades that protect the Reach. Because of you, their names will be famous throughout Westeros." After Green's voice fell, Margaery Tyrell ignored her vigilance against Green, her chest rose and fell, and her breathing became heavy. Margaery Tyrell, who had calmed down, looked directly at Green, and Green noticed the undisguised admiration in Margaery Tyrell's eyes. Margaery Tyrell stood up from her chair, lifted her skirt slightly with both hands, and nodded to Green, saying, "Margaery Tyrell, I will never forget the help of Baron Green Crab." Green stood up and touched his chest in return. Green had to admire that Little Rose was a female power player who knew how to win people's hearts. Her behavior was pleasing to the eye, which was unique to women, but she had courage that was no less than that of men. Green actively made suggestions and finally got the return of Little Rose. The 3,000 gold dragons that Margaery Tyrell brought in the name of Highgarden were finally left to Green in the name of Little Rose. Progress of arming Crab Claw Peninsula +1. This was Little Rose's private thanks, and it needed to be kept secret. Green generously expressed his understanding, which was exactly what he wanted. This kind of thing would easily be misunderstood if it reached the ears of Boss Cersei. The Golden Rose family played a full set of tricks, and the Duke of Inflatable Fish was indeed arranged to patrol the territory outside Highgarden. Before leaving, Margaery Tyrell informed Green that the Duke of Mace was on his way back and could be received the day after tomorrow at the latest. After Little Rose left, Green immediately arranged for someone to take down the banner hanging on the ring. Green did not need to participate in the following matters, and the Rose team would arrange them on their own. Red Castle, late at night. Lancel tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep. Lancel suspected that he was poisoned. As long as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of Queen Cersei's figure. Lancel's emotions were very complicated. Was he too decisive in his refusal just now? The longer time went on, the more Lancel's emotions, and one emotion called regret, spread rapidly. Reward. Is it as long as I do things to her satisfaction? Lancel shook his head hurriedly dispelled further thoughts. Lancel didn't know when he fell asleep, and he had warm dreams all night. Jaime Lannister was in a hidden place in King's Landing. Jaime Lannister needs to conduct a secret investigation, but he is too conspicuous. It is difficult for him to hide his whereabouts during the day. Only the night can make it easier for him to avoid the eyes and ears of others. The bag full of coins was thrown out by Jaime. A dark shadow caught the bag, nodded, and left. It pointed to the Riverland again. He had to perform his duties during the day and gather intelligence at night, which made Jaime feel tired after running around for many days. Jaime scratched his hair. The more he inquired, the more confused he felt. Although Green advised Jaime not to rush about such things, he wanted to deal with the danger lurking around Cersei as soon as possible. He couldn't bear to let Cersei suffer any harm. Therefore, for Jaime, the sooner the solution is solved, the better. It would be good if the little Baron is here. Jaime believes that with the information he has collected now, Green can definitely guess something, and even directly lock the backstage. Perhaps because of the unusual fatigue tonight, Jaime missed Green in Highgarden. Please vote. Chapter 80 Frankness. The yellow sunset glowed, and the sea surface was shining with a confusing golden light. In the Free Trade City, Illyrio's governor's mansion. In the ivy garden of the mansion, Viserys Targaryen and Illyrio Mopedus, governor of Pentos, sat face to face. Viserys Targaryen was tall and thin, with long silver hair and purple eyes of the dragon family. Viserys Targaryen was handsome, but his thin face was haggard. Illyrio Mopedus, governor of Pentos, was fat, with a greasy yellow middle-parted beard and a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. Viserys Targaryen's eyes were dancing with the edge of rage. Governor Illyrio, my future Chancellor of Finance, I am King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, protector of the realm, Viserys Targaryen III, the only true king of the Iron Throne. Facing Viserys' almost roaring voice, Illyrio Mopedus simply replied in a calm tone, Your Majesty Viserys, no one doubts your legal right to the Iron Throne. Illyrio's words calmed Viserys Targaryen a lot. She is my choice for the future queen, so don't try to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, the choice of the queen. Illyrio Mopedus's eyes trembled slightly. She is too timid, but you need an army to take back the Iron Throne. At first, Illyrio Mopedus was shocked by the beauty of Daenerys Targaryen, and even thought of getting rid of Viserys Targaryen and marrying Daenerys Targaryen. However, in later contacts, Illyrio Mopetus felt that Daenerys Targaryen was too timid and shy, and was always worried and frightened. Illyrio Mopetus felt that marrying Daenerys Targaryen would be very boring and would not bring any fun to his life. Illyrio Mopetus gave up his secret intentions and thought of another value of Daenerys Targaryen. Viserys Targaryen's purple eyes flickered. "Are you sure? Can my sister bring me an army?" Illyrio Mopetus replied, "Yes, the value of Her Royal Highness the Princess is worth thousands of troops to take back the Iron Throne." Viserys Targaryen couldn't suppress the joyful smile on his face. "Governor Illyrio, my most reliable Illyrio, I'll leave this matter to you." After that, Viserys Targaryen couldn't help but add, "Under my rule, you will always be different." Illyrio Mopetus nodded in thanks and prepared to leave. At this time, Viserys Targaryen's voice was unwilling, and he suddenly said, "For the sake of the kingdom, I lost a candidate for the queen, but at least I can get her person, right?" Illyrio Mopetus opened his mouth and his lips trembled. Is he really the son of the Mad King? Viserys Targaryen was shallow and greedy. Illyrio Mopetus felt that he had to guard against the Mad King's son first, otherwise no matter how careful the plan was, it would be destroyed by his unexpected actions. In the Red Keep, dark clouds squeezed the sky. Varys threw the note into the brazier after reading it. Varys stared at the brazier expressionlessly, waiting for the note to burn completely into ashes, and then turned and left. Near noon, the servants reported to Varys that the Minister of Finance, Lord Petyr Baelish, was visiting. Varys paused and looked out the window. It had been raining heavily since the morning, and the weather outside was very unfriendly. The heavy rain could not hinder Petyr's elegance, and his dark grey robe was neatly dressed. Petyr curled the corners of his lips, his hoarse voice full of magnetism. "Good day, Lord Varys. I'm sorry to bother you." Varys clasped his hands together, nodded in greeting, and smiled. "Good day, Lord Petyr. It's a great honor to receive you as responsible for the important affairs of the kingdom." It can be said that Varys' words were very sweet, but Petyr felt uncomfortable listening to them, and instinctively aroused his guard. Petyr did not show it on his face, and his smile was reserved and elegant. "Lord Varys, it's not a big deal, but the Prime Minister is paying attention, so I had to come in the rain." Varys asked Petyr to sit down, and asked in a serious tone, "Lord Petyr, what does Lord Jon have to say?" Petyr leaned back in the chair with his legs folded, and his smile was a little helpless. "Lord Varys, it's not a big deal. You made me nervous." Varys nodded and apologized. "Lord Petyr, this is not my intention. I just think that the affairs of the Prime Minister are not big or small." Petyr, who maintained his smile, twitched slightly when he heard Varys' answer. Petyr shrugged and said, "It's about the Queen's Chief Affairs Officer. The Prime Minister has an appointment with him for a month, and there are only a few days left before the agreed time." Petyr spread his hands and continued, "Perhaps the incident in the mezzanine of the study left a deep impression on the Prime Minister, and he suddenly asked about my whereabouts just now. My information is limited, so I can only come to trouble the Chief of Intelligence." Varys nodded, paused for a moment, and said, "Baron Green should still be in Highgarden." Petyr's eyes moved, and said, "Is he here for the Queen's affairs? I wonder if he can get here on time." Varys maintained a faint smile on his face. "Baron Green, he is now deeply trusted by Her Majesty, and he went to the Riverlands to buy food. He is now a favorite of Queen Cersei. Baron Green is on a diplomatic mission to Highgarden in the name of Her Majesty. Everyone knows that the Golden Rose likes to please the royal family." Petyr couldn't help but smile and said, "Thank you Lord Varys for your honesty." Petyr restrained his smile and asked again, "Purchasing food is not a big deal. According to the itinerary, if everything goes well, he should be in the king's territory now." Varys nodded and said, "As wise as you are, it seems that you have guessed that Baron Green is not doing well." Petyr smiled reservedly. "After all, she is the noble Golden Rose. After all, Baron Green is not the queen herself. I think Baron Green is not easy to get rid of." Varys was stunned for a moment, smiled and shook his head. "Lord Petyr, you have a keen eye." Varys' tone was as if he was chatting with an old friend. "Baron Green has set up a sword-fighting arena near Highgarden Castle. According to the information I have recently obtained, he has defeated hundreds of outstanding swordsmen in the River Reach. Now the entire River Reach has been alarmed by him." Although Petyr's smile was reserved, he was gloating in his heart. "This is very green. One eyeball is infected, and I closed one eye to code this chapter. I need to rest early today. Don't wait, continue tomorrow." Chapter 81, It's a Pity We Met Too Late. Petyr spread his hands and said, It's a pity that the distance was too far and we missed a wonderful game of gambling. Varys smiled and said, I agree. The tournament lost a bit of excitement without the Chancellor's gambling. Petyr and Varys smiled at each other. After a pause, Varys restrained his smile and said, Lord Petyr, how is Lord Jon recovering? Petyr's eyes were deep and his shoulders shrugged slightly. Lord Varys, it's no secret. Lord Stannis came here and the meeting was not very pleasant. I can only say that he is getting better. Varys sighed lightly. I heard about it too. Although I know the details, Lord Stannis was met by many people when he left, and everyone had guesses in their hearts. Petyr shook his head, his tone revealing helplessness. There is no way. Lord Stannis has always been upright. Varys' tone was still unhurried. Are you trying to say that being upright makes people scary? Petyr's eyes twitched, and he curled the corners of his lips and said, in fact, everyone has admiration for Lord Stannis in their hearts. Varys nodded and said, this shows that there is still kindness in people's hearts. Petyr's smile froze for a moment, his eyes flashed, and he said, Lord Varys, it seems that you like Lord Stannis very much. Varys clasped his hands together. My thoughts are not important. I am just one of the insignificant ones. Petyr's smile did not diminish. Lord Stannis is always in a hurry. For the sake of everyone, it seems that we should try to keep him next time. Varys smiled and replied, this requires the help of your wisdom. Petyr leaned back in his chair and spread his hands. Perhaps, if we send away all the women of King's Landing, it will make Lord Stannis feel a little better. We all know that he doesn't like women of the branch. Varys smiled and shook his head. Then we will never see His Majesty Robert in King's Landing again. We need to make a choice after all. Petyr smiled and changed the subject. Lord Varys, it seems that we need your help this time. The Prime Minister is more concerned. Varys stood up from the chair and nodded. Glad to serve. My little bird will ensure that Baron Green receives the care of Lord Jon. Petyr smiled and thanked him, but his smile did not reach his eyes. Highgarden Castle. Green finally met the inflatable fish Duke he had been thinking about. Duke Mace Tyrell had curly brown hair and a sturdy figure. He was a little fat, but he still looked handsome. From the appearance, the Duke of Mace, with his extraordinary demeanor, was worthy of being the leader of the Golden Rose family. Green glanced at little Rose who was standing with the Duke of Mace, saluted the Duke of Mace, and said, Good day, Duke. I am the messenger of Her Majesty the Queen, the Queen's Chief Affairs Officer, the Baron of Whisper Castle, your admirer Green Crab, and it is a great honor to meet you, my admirer. The Duke of Mace had a good first impression of Green. Margaret's brown eyes moved slightly. She first glanced at Green, who seemed to be suppressing his excitement, and then looked at her father who was still calm. She maintained a decent smile and remained silent. The voice of the Duke of Mace was deep, rich and full of magnetism. Welcome, Baron Green Crab who has come from afar. Green stroked his chest and nodded. The Duke's reputation is resounding throughout King's Landing. I am ordered to express my sincere greetings to you on behalf of Queen Cersei. The Duke of Mace nodded and said, Please thank Her Majesty the Queen on my behalf. The Tyrell family thanks Her Majesty for her love. After the formal greetings, Green sat down at the invitation of the Duke of Mace. The Duke of Mace, who had seen many storms, was a little unaccustomed to Green's admiring eyes. The Duke of Mace thought to himself that he was a young man after all and didn't know how to restrain his emotions. Unconsciously, the Duke of Mace's favorability towards Green increased by 1. Baron Green seemed to really admire his father. Observer Little Rose felt that he had learned another lesson today. Green said respectfully, I grew up listening to your stories and have always been looking forward to meeting you. When I learned that Queen Cersei was going to send an envoy to Highgarden, I immediately recommended myself. Please forgive my presumption. The Duke of Mace had a calm face and just said in confusion, Oh, Green leaned forward slightly. That war that has been over for 15 years, because it has been a long time. Since I was sensible, I have heard about it countless times from my mother's mouth. The Duke of Mace seemed to be recalling, has it been 15 years? Time passes inadvertently. The Duke of Mace looked at Margaery who was sitting beside him and said, Margaery was not born at that time. The Duke of Mace sighed. Although there were many fortunes in that war, there were also too many misfortunes. Margaery looked at her father with concern and patted his big hand gently as if to comfort him. Green raised his eyebrows. Is the Duke of Mace aging prematurely? Green said at the right time, My Lord Duke, don't worry. You have tried your best, and your military exploits will not be buried forever. At least the people of Crab Claw Peninsula have always understood your difficult work. Hearing this, The Duke of Metz and Margaret looked at Green at the same time. Their eyes were somewhat complicated. Green's expression did not change. He sighed and said, "You may not understand how heavy the casualties of Crab Claw Peninsula were in that war. I can only say that they fought to the last moment for loyalty and honor. Because of that war, more than half of the nobles of Crab Claw Peninsula died, and many surnames even disappeared forever. Now I am the only male left in the Crab Claw family. Survivors." My mother also often said that if the Long family was willing to use the strategy of the Duke of Metz at that time, perhaps the Iron Throne of King's Landing would still exist. While narrating, Green shook his head slightly and continued, "I just regret that they are unwilling to listen to your command. It can be said that the Long family lost because of their stubbornness." The Duke of Metz seemed to be distracted by Green's words. Not long after, the Duke of Metz came back to his senses and coughed lightly, waving his hand to signal the servants around him to leave the hall. Margaery blinked and said, "Baron Green, your words are easily misunderstood. You are now a vassal of His Majesty Robert." Green stroked his chest and said, "Thank you, Miss Margaery, for your reminder. When I met the Duke today, my original intention was to ask the Duke of Metz for military advice. Talking about the old things, I couldn't help but sigh. Please forgive my rashness." The Duke of Metz smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. After all, it's in the past. It's just a discussion of military affairs. No one will really care." After a pause, he asked, "I know you a little bit. You are very good. At a young age, you can lead troops alone to defeat 20 times the coalition forces and recapture the clan land. Well, so you know a lot about that war." The Duke of Metz's eyes were encouraging, and he would say, "Just say more." Green nodded, "I understand. Here, I would like to thank you all for your concern. I need to rest for another day. It was very difficult for me to code this chapter with my SLR camera. I will only update once today, 5555. This book will be on the shelves this Friday. A lot of things have been delayed due to accidents. I will try my best to increase the quantity while ensuring the quality. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Military Strategist. Using slow to defeat fast, Green nodded and said, "Yes, my lord. What I am most unfair to you is that they do not consider the overall situation like you do, but only care about the short-term length of time." As the vanguard of Highgarden, Lord Rendell Tarly did defeat the Stormland Alliance and was also known as a famous general, but, looking back now, his victory actually helped the Stormland Alliance in disguise and laid the hidden danger for the failure of the Dragon Alliance. Lord Mace Tyrell said somewhat displeasedly, "Baron Green, Lord Rendell Tarly is my vassal." Green's expression did not change, as if he was unaware. "Excuse me, my lord. I respect Lord Rendell Tarly very much and have no ill intentions. I am just asking you for military advice." Lord Mace Tyrell nodded awkwardly at first, then said, "I believe you're honest. Well, according to you, why is Lord Rendell Tarly's victory detrimental to the overall situation of the war?" Green said respectfully, "Your Majesty, excuse me for repeating myself, I'm just analyzing the battle situation at that time." Green spread his hands and continued, "No matter what the reason was, the Stormland Coalition was a rebel army at that time. The rebels all have a weakness. Although their morale is high at the beginning, this cohesion will not last. The longer the war drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. So they need to speed up the pace of the war and fight a decisive battle with the Long family as soon as possible while their morale is high." Green paused and said, "I call this fighting fast with fast." Duke Mace Tyrell nodded slightly, touched his triangular beard, and said, "It's rare that you can look at the problem from a global perspective." "You continue." Green nodded in thanks. "This is just my speculation. I think there are many talented people in the Red Castle. At the beginning, the Dragon family also thought of adopting the Duke's tactic of slow beating fast. However, Lord Rendell Tarly's victory made people mistakenly believe that the Stormland Alliance could be easily defeated. The result was that no one could persuade them anymore, or no one continued to persuade them, so the Dragon family, who may have lost their patience, continued to use slow beating fast. From that time on, Prince Rhaegar led the Dragon family coalition to actively seek a decisive battle with the Stormland Alliance. The advantage of the battle began to lean towards the rebels. Perhaps from that time on, The failure of the dragon family was doomed. Green sighed. This is also a headache for all military strategists. Fighting a war depends on generals, but generals only know how to raise their swords and charge. They don't understand what strategy is. They only believe in the victory in front of them and take it as glory. At the same time, the world is short-sighted and prefers to focus on the passion of war. It is difficult for them to understand what is a real victory on the battlefield, let alone your art of war. Well said. Green's words soothed the pain that the Duke of Mace had always hidden in his heart. He has powerfully proved my military talent. Green has gained the recognition of the Duke of Mace. This young man who came from afar understands me. Duke Mace Tyrell's eyes were filled with relief, and his tone was kind. I remember that many people from the Crab family have joined the King's Guard. Now it seems that although you lost a lot in that war, you have gained something after all. Green nodded and said, yes, Lord Duke, you have a sharp vision. That painful experience made Crab finally understand that fighting a war cannot be done with courage and swords alone, but also requires strategic wisdom. Green shrugged and smiled. My mother only hoped to train me to be a person like the Duke of Mace. She was very strict, so my childhood was only about books and swords. Now when I think about it, I don't know how I survived. Green's words and body movements made the Duke of Mace laugh. Duke Mace Tyrell, who was in a good mood, patted Green affectionately and said, you are a guest from afar. Please stay tonight and have dinner together. Green stroked his chest and nodded. Thank you for your invitation. It's my honor. Margaery Tyrell, a listener and observer, witnessed the rapidly warming relationship between her father and Green. Is the father who was called demented by her grandmother such a powerful figure? Did her grandmother make a mistake? Margaery Tyrell shook her head secretly. She was personally trained by her grandmother since she was a child. No one knew her grandmother's extraordinary wisdom better than her. Margaery Tyrell knew very early that although her father, Duke Mace, was the leader of the Golden Rose family, he was actually a name only. Although her father, who was nicknamed Inflatable Fish Lord, wanted to use his performance in the War of the Usurper to prove his military talent, most people felt that her father did not make any contribution in this war. Father, Duke Mace, needs prestige. Green's narration, combined with what Margaery knew, was very convincing. Margaery Tyrell felt that Green was not just saying sweet words to gain her father's favor, he was clearing the name of her father, the Duke of Mace. The smart Margaery knew the Duke of Mace very well, and she knew that her father was now happier than he showed. Margaery felt that her father, who was in excitement, had not yet realized the value of Green's novel remarks. But how to play the value still requires Margaery to plan carefully. The Duke of Mace needs prestige, which is in the interests of the Golden Rose family. At this moment, Margaery was guessing what Baron Green's purpose would be. Green did not ignore Margaery's presence. Green's original plan was to increase the Duke of Mace's favorability and gain a certain degree of trust today, and then find an opportunity to reveal the purpose of this trip to the Duke of Mace tomorrow. Green was worried that after today, the Golden Rose family, which had a criminal record, would isolate the Duke of Mace for precaution. If it happened again, Green's reasons would not be enough. Green cheered up, maybe not perfect, but flexible. Green leaned his upper body slightly towards the Duke of Mace and whispered, Lord Mace, have you heard about the health of Prime Minister John? The Duke of Mace said in confusion. Well, I heard that the Duke of John has not been in good health in recent years. Green glanced at Margaery who had been staring at him, and it was self-evident. What did Baron Green mean? Margaery Tyrell maintained a faint smile, using the etiquette she had accumulated over the past decade to cover up her emotions well. The Duke of Mace smiled and said, Green, don't be so careful. Highgarden Castle is absolutely safe for you. Green. Is it too intimate for her father to call him? Margaery couldn't help but look at her father with a kind face. Duke Mace, have you considered the burden of the Hand of the King? Hand of the King? Yes, assist the king in handling the affairs of the kingdom, command the entire kingdom on behalf of the king, command the entire army, and preside over the judiciary. When the king is unable to come in person, sit on the Iron Throne and rule the entire kingdom. Chapter 83. A few words before the release. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, so let's talk briefly. The conservative plan after the release is 4,000-5,000 words day, the small goal is 6,000-8,000 words day, and the big goal is, I will notify you separately after I achieve the small goal. The update time is generally around 10 p.m. The length of this book will be at least 1 million words. The author must first ensure that the plot will not jump and will not lack a sense of excitement. Well, the above mainly depends on the subscription results. The author's bottom line is still relatively flexible. I feel that I really can't write fast. The power struggle type is indeed brain-consuming, and it is easy to be poisonous if it is not written well. Sometimes I get stuck for a long time for a sentence of a certain character. Or, I feel that it does not fit the characteristics of the original character, and I need to revise it repeatedly, but this situation is gradually decreasing because the author is more and more familiar with the characteristics of each character. In short, what I want to express is that I want to write as finely as possible within my limited ability. In addition, a friend gave me a tip that when I get stuck, I can choose to write more warm-colored plots, which will help to supplement inspiration. I think this idea is really good. The origin of the protagonist. Before the book was published, the author spent a lot of time thinking about the starting setting of the protagonist. Most of the characters that everyone knows or likes are in Westeros, and I gave up on the continent of Essos. After choosing in Westeros, I finally chose the Crab Claw Peninsula, which has a tradition of loyalty to the Queen. In this way, you can reasonably contact the well-known Queen Cersei at the beginning, which is convenient for the development of the protagonist's plot. The main surnames that appeared in the Crab Claw Peninsula in the original book are the Boggs family, the Brun family, the Kefir family, the Crab Claw family, the Hardy family, and the Payne family. After choosing, the author feels that the name Crab Claw sounds good and has more momentum. In addition, the other families in the Crab Claw Peninsula have produced at most one Kingsguard, while the Crab Claw family has produced 3 Kingsguards and a legendary hero, Crab Claw Peninsula, which is relatively prominent in the Crab Claw Peninsula. In addition, in order to ensure the pleasure of readers, in addition to the high intelligence of the protagonist, he was given 2 cheats with a weak sense of existence. One is the unparalleled, and the other is the racial aura of the Crab Claw Peninsula. There is always a process of political conspiracy. This is the author's way of not letting the readers feel frustrated. If you feel unhappy occasionally, just think that at most you can turn the table over, which will not affect your reading mood. Well, keep a good mood for reading. About the plot development, there are many political conspiracy players hidden among the readers of this book. There are always many unexpected accidents in Ice and Fire, which is also one of its attractive parts. Therefore, I also racked my brains to set the relevant plot, but there are always some readers who can interpret the follow-up in advance in the limited text. Sometimes the comments I saw can surprise me. And I even suspected that there was a traitor in my family and almost got beaten. At first, I was thinking about bypassing the interpreted part and resetting it. Later I chose to lie down. I was worried that the outline would be messed up and the plot would collapse, so I lay down and chose to admit. Author, embrace the world, embrace powerful people. Minor spoilers, in the outline setting, Green will go to the free trade city-state of Essos continent twice in total. The length is not long, and the main plot takes place in Westeros. In the outline setting, the protagonists of the Wolf family are Sansa and someone. The outline sets that Grim and Lord Tywin will have a lot of power struggles. The outline sets that Grim and Lord Stannis will. The outline sets that Grim and Littlefinger will have a love-hate relationship. The outline sets that Varys will be suppressed by Grim. The outline sets that the heroine will be formed in the middle period. Who will it be? Samwell Tarly will become Grim's Maester. This spoiler is quite nice. That's all for now. Question. If Grim meets 3 young dragons, based on Grim's personality, what do you think he will do? So far, see you tonight. Chapter 84 Concealment, 4100. Green's voice fell, and the hall suddenly fell silent. Duke Mace Tyrell, who was digesting Green's words, slowly puffed up his cheeks. Inflatable fish. Green sighed in his heart. It turned out that he was not wrong to call the nickname. Although Margaery Tyrell was also surprised by what he heard, she was still able to keep a slight smile on her face. As a daughter, Margaery knew her father very well, and knew that he would not be able to recover for a while, so she took the initiative to speak. Baron Green, this is not a small matter. On behalf of the Golden Rose family, I am very grateful for your honesty to us, but, Margaery looked directly at Green, and continued, I like to listen to your wise insights. Can you tell us the reason first? Green first touched his chest to express his gratitude, and then said, Miss Margaery, you are welcome. I am willing to be honest with you. Margaery smiled like a flower and lightly nodded her chin. Green opened his mouth, paused, and then lowered his voice and said, Prime Minister Jon's condition is quite serious. It has affected the kingdom's political affairs, which is more serious than everyone thought. Margaery covered her mouth with her white and tender hands, her eyes widened. Green had to praise in his heart, the performance was really good. Little Rose is an excellent supporting role. Duke Mace Tyrell murmured to himself, if I become the hand of the king, the position of the Tyrell family in the Seven Kingdoms is very tempting. Duke Mace Tyrell, who finally came back to his senses, coughed lightly. Green, tell me what you think. Green nodded and said, my lord, although Prime Minister Jon's health no longer allows him to work hard, he still worries about the kingdom. When it is serious, he even has to handle government affairs on the bed. Green painted a picture of a responsible prime minister who worked hard for the kingdom regardless of his physical condition. Duke Mace and Margaery looked at each other inconspicuously. Duke Mace felt that Duke Jon was not easy. Margaery sensed that Green's words were full of meaning. On the surface, it sounded like a compliment, but she realized another meaning in the words. Prime Minister Jon's condition has aroused the dissatisfaction and ambition of many people with ulterior motives. Green looked at the Duke of Mace and said respectfully, Duke Jon has been working hard for more than 10 years. For the sake of Duke Jon's health, the Red Castle has to consider a new candidate for Prime Minister. The Duke of Mace tried to suppress his smile and asked kindly, have you decided on who? Margaery sighed that her father was too anxious and added, Baron Green, is there any difficulty? Green's eyes moved, glanced at Margaery, nodded and said, after all, this is a major event in the kingdom. Everyone attaches great importance to this matter. They are all recommending others or recommending themselves for the next person who can assist His Majesty Robert in governing the kingdom. The Duke of Mace had a trace of nervousness on his face that he could not hide, and he could not help but say, who are they? Green hesitated and hesitated. Margaery's gaze stayed on her father for a moment, and she said to Green sincerely, Baron Green, I think father has roughly guessed your thoughts. What we need now is mutual trust and honesty. The Golden Rose family will not forget anyone's help. Green shook his head, and his tone was equally sincere. Duke Mace, Miss Margaery, of course I have to be honest. Because of a Queen Cersei's trust, as your chief affairs officer, Her Majesty did consult me about this matter, and it was me who boldly recommended Duke Mace to Queen Cersei. Duke Mace Tyrell stroked his beard, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Margaery's brown eyes trembled. Lord Green, have you convinced Queen Cersei? Or, can I ask how you convinced Queen Cersei? Of course, after a pause, Green said, as far as I know, the most popular candidates for the new Prime Minister are Lord Stannis Baratheon, Lord High Lord of the Admiralty, and Lord Renly Baratheon, Lord High Lord of Justice. Puzzlement flashed across Margaery's face. Duke Renly and Duke Stannis. Lord Mace Tyrell frowned. Green placed one of his palms on his chest and said respectfully, this is how I analyze it. Lord Renly has been the Minister of Justice, but he has not been seen in the Red Castle. He lacks the responsibility and ability to govern compared to Lord Mace. The upright Lord Stannis lacks flexibility and kindness compared to Lord Mace. The hand of the king needs to help His Majesty the King to rally the people. Now in the whole of Westeros, only you can fill the gap left by Lord Jon and quickly stabilize the situation in the kingdom. The analysis is so good. Lord Mace Tyrell smiled and touched his beard. Margaery's fingers flexed slightly. Margaery found that when she was in contact with Green, she would unconsciously relax her vigilance, but because of what he revealed, she would inevitably raise her vigilance again, and so on and so forth. Margaery always remembered her grandmother's teachings, and coupled with her father's actions, she never dared to relax her mind. She was always concentrating, which made Margaery feel a little tired. Life in Highgarden was too comfortable, so Margaery had not experienced mental fatigue for a long time, and she felt kind. Margaery's brown eyes met a bright light. This silent contest made Margaery feel indescribably excited. Green said, although Queen Cersei is not interested in the kingdom's political affairs, she needs to consider Prince Joffrey because Prince Joffrey needs more support. The Baratheon family has already occupied 2 important seats in the royal court meeting. Going further will be detrimental to the stability of the kingdom. At this moment, Duke Mace, your ability and strength are the natural allies of Queen Cersei. Because of you, I convinced Queen Cersei to support you to take over as the hand of the king. Green finally added, everything is for the kingdom. This is exactly my public interest. The Duke of Mace was already smiling. Green, you are rare. I will not forget your contribution. The Duke of Mace couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that the person who understood him best in the Seven Kingdoms was the young man in front of him who had always admired him. Margaret suddenly asked, "Baron Green, do you have a plan?" Green first glanced at the Duke of Metz with a kind look, and then replied, "I have an immature plan, but I need to get the Duke of Metz's consent first." King's Landing, silent Sister Street, the light blue sky was as clear as if it had been washed. Green's butler Leighton was standing in a dark corner of the street at this time, staring at the figures of several golden robes in the distance. Among the several golden robes, Leighton was paying attention to the leader. The man had a pointed face. Although he was wearing a golden robe uniform, he was too thin, and people were worried that a strong wind would blow him down. Butler Leighton frowned. This golden robe with the surname Kleber didn't look like a member of the Kleber family. The bloodline of Kleber that was lost outside? Since he used the surname Kleber, it also meant that he was a legitimate child. Leighton felt that this issue needed his attention. As one of the few clerks in the Whispering City, Leighton was not in a hurry to take action. After all, this man was a gold cloak, and if he didn't handle the matter well, it would easily make a big fuss, which would not be worth a loss. Moreover, the most important thing was that for such matters, he was not of a high enough status to make his own decisions without the order of the Lord. It happened that the Survey Corps was also in King's Landing, so Leighton decided to let the Survey Corps keep an eye on this man first and collect relevant information by the way. Red Keep, Meagher's Tower. Jaime Lannister's dark circles deepened due to lack of rest recently. Queen Cersei Lannister glanced at Jaime, who was yawning secretly, and said, "Jaime, have you been in a good mood recently?" Jaime looked at Cersei in confusion and asked, "What do you mean by good mood?" Jaime only heard Cersei's cold snort. Suddenly, Jaime's sleepiness was swept away. After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, "Are you talking about my going out tonight?" Cersei took a sip of summer red and said, "There are 100 women's houses in King's Landing, which are enough to satisfy your remaining time. I suggest you don't be so anxious." After saying that, she snorted again and said, "Don't learn from your dear dwarf brother and use that place as a bedroom." "You are a Lannister," Jaime smiled and said helplessly, "Cersei, it's not what you think. You should know that I don't like it there. I will always have only you." As Jaime spoke, he walked behind Cersei and put his hands on her shoulders. Cersei raised her chin slightly, curled the corners of her lips, and said, "I don't like you hiding things from me." Jaime's big hand on Cersei's shoulder froze for a moment. Cersei's green eyes moved and said, "It seems that you choose to continue to hide it." After that, Cersei shook her shoulders, left Jaime's hands, and turned to stare at Jaime. Jaime suddenly thought of Green. Jaime explained, "It's about Green." He speculated that there might be other culprits behind the incident in the Queen's quarter. "He and I have been investigating secretly." Knowing Cersei well, Jaime noticed that her anger was rising, and immediately added, "We didn't hide it from you on purpose. We were just speculating, so we didn't tell you just in case. You know me. I want to ensure your absolute safety and find out as soon as possible." "Jaime, I'm not that fragile." Cersei slowly approached Jaime. Cersei looked up at Jaime, her white hands on Jaime's chest, and curved her lips. "Jaime, when you entered my body, I felt complete. Since I asked you not to hide it from me, I won't hide it from you either." Jaime held Cersei's hand, looked into Cersei's eyes, and slowly curled his lips. "Cersei, me too." Jaime was addicted to Cersei's tenderness, but Cersei's next words scared Jaime into cold sweat. "Jaime, I've already started. I've had enough of Robert, that drunkard." "Jaime, it's already started. It's too late for you to stop it. You can only choose to help me." Dragonstone, Dark Clouds. Dragonstone is an island formed by the eruption of an active volcano, located at the exit of Blackwater Bay, and its castle is carved into the shape of a dragon. During the Targaryen dynasty, Dragonstone was traditionally granted to the king's heir. Therefore, the king's heir is also called the Prince of Dragonstone. After the War of the Usurper, King Robert Baratheon granted Dragonstone to Stannis Baratheon, but it no longer had the meaning of the king's heir. Inside Dragonstone Castle, Duke Stannis Baratheon, with a stern face, sat at the long table, handling government affairs meticulously. Knight Davos Seaworth stood quietly by the side waiting. Swish! Stannis waved his quill pen, signed the order, and stamped it with a thud. Stannis looked at Davos and said, "Davos, have you arranged it?" Davos nodded and said respectfully, "Duke Stannis, I have something else to report, about Baron Green Crab, Stannis put down the quill in his hand and said, "What happened? Our people have heard that Duke Jon wants to send Green to the other side of the strait to deal with the 2 young dragons of the dragon family." Stannis frowned and said, "Varys has never been in charge of this matter." Stannis suddenly said angrily, "It's like this again. They only know how to indulge in dark means. Jon, the position of the Hand of the King has completely made him lose his sense of honor." After speaking, Stannis closed his eyes. Davos raised his eyes and looked at Stannis with concern, but he did not comfort him. Stannis does not need comfort from others. Not long after, Stannis opened his eyes sharp. "Loyal Davos, do you think I should continue to support Prime Minister Jon?" Davos looked at Stannis with reverence. "Duke Stannis, excuse me, you need to change your strategy." Stannis nodded slightly, imperceptibly. "Well, I can't let him tarnish my honor." Stannis looked at Davos and asked, "Tell me your suggestions." Davos took a step forward, touched his chest and nodded, his voice respectful. "Duke Stannis, when our people were investigating Baron Green, they also inadvertently obtained information about Prime Minister Jon. I have to say that there are really no secrets in the Red Castle." Stannis snorted sarcastically. Davos continued, "Duke Stannis, according to our intelligence, Prime Minister Jon's health no longer allows him to perform his duties. The kingdom needs a new prime minister to restore the situation in the kingdom. I sincerely suggest that you compete for the new Hand of the King. Only someone as great as you can stabilize the kingdom under King Robert's rule." "Robert." Stannis shook his head slightly. "Davos, I can feel your loyalty to me, and I am willing to give everything for the kingdom. But Robert will never agree." Davos knelt on one knee towards Stannis. "Duke Stannis, I understand your concerns, but King Robert has been addicted to wine and beauties for many years. He is no longer heroic, and his authority in the Red Castle is no longer what it used to be." Stannis stared at Davos with sharp eyes for a while, and said, "What do you want to do?" Davos raised his face and said, "Please allow me to travel and find allies who support you. If you can become the Hand of the King, they will also be your helpers in the future." Chapter 85 Loyalty, 4700. After bidding farewell to Green, Samwell took his sister and brother and embarked on the return journey. The 3 siblings laughed all the way back. As soon as they returned to Horn Hill, Samwell and his friends had not had time to pack up, and they were called into the study by their father, Lord Randyll Tarly. This time, his father's scolding was more severe than any other time, and he even wanted to drive Samwell out of Horn Hill. Samwell trembled all over. The confidence he had just picked up was ruthlessly shattered. With a bang, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open. Samwell's mother, Melissa Florent, appeared at the door of the study with Tara Tarly and Dickon Tarly. "Enough, Randy. I arranged it. Dickon and the others want to watch the tournament. They are still young and need their brother's protection. My eldest son can't protect his family." Horn Hill. The clear sky was suddenly covered, the sun disappeared without a trace, and the clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower. Samwell Tarly looked at the suddenly changing weather, his eyes empty, and murmured, "It's going to rain." The communication between Samwell and Green was a very rare and pleasant time for Samwell. Samwell had never expected that Green, who had put down his sword, was actually very knowledgeable. They discussed various topics such as history, mythology, and legends together. Green also put forward a point of view that still makes him excited when he thinks about it now. He said that knowledge is the sharpest blade in the world. At that time, Samwell's cowardice disappeared. At that moment, Samwell's face was full of confidence. In the afternoon, while his father was away, Samwell went to see his mother. Melissa Florin looked at Samwell, who was lowering his head in evasive eyes, put down the embroidery in his hand, and comforted him. "Sam, it was my mistake that made you blamed by your father." "Mom is sorry." Melissa's gentle voice made Samwell's eyes red instantly. "Sam, believe in your mother. Although your father is strict, he loves you very much." Samwell looked up at his gentle mother, tears welled up in his eyes. "Mom, I have found the courage, I want to leave Horn Hill," Melissa exclaimed. "Sam, you?" Samwell's red eyes were filled with tears, and the crystal tears as big as beans rolled down his cheeks. "Mom, I am a coward. But I will make you proud of me. High garden, plant maize." Last night, a small-scale banquet, Green and the Duke of Mace chatted and drank all night. The dinner ended with the Duke of Mace unconscious. Green strolled in the garden. The rose fragrance was fragrant, but what he smelled was the smell of the golden dragon. Green found a cool wooden bench and sat down. Green stretched and leaned his back against the back of the chair. Although the scale of yesterday's banquet was small, the specifications were very high. After finishing the discussion, it was late, and the Duke of Metz could only call the vassal in the castle. Under the eager eyes of the Duke of Metz, Green talked about the unknown art of war of the Duke of Metz. The serious Green was very scary, and with his self-consistent logic, many nobles at the banquet believed Green's words. The cheerful Duke of Metz kept stroking his beard, and the originally trimmed and exquisite triangular beard had changed shape. There is another big banquet tonight. Green looked up at the white clouds in the sky, and rubbed his swollen head with his slender fingers. Although it was a bit hard, Green gained a lot. 6 days of arena competitions earned more than 1,000 gold dragons. Green earned 3,000 gold dragons from Little Rose's consulting fee. In the morning, Steward Rosal reported to Green that the deal to buy grain from the High Court had been negotiated, and the price was half sale and half giveaway, and the High Court would also be responsible for door-to-door delivery. Thinking of this, King Green's blood was full again in an instant. Because of Prime Minister John's 1-month appointment, Green must set off tomorrow. Tonight he will continue to defend his beloved Duke of Mace. That summer, Green put his hands in his pockets and looked around, but found that there was no opponent. Thinking of Duke John, Green's heart was sharpened again. The title of the Guardian of Crab Claw Peninsula can be put on the agenda. Green knew very well that compared with Joffrey the Great, the title of King Robert during his reign was more valuable and more recognized by others. I don't know how long it took. Green, who emptied his mind and closed his eyes to rest, moved his ears. The voice came from not far behind Green. Through the sound of speaking, Green has guessed the identities of several people. They are the maids of Little Rose. Meager Tyrell, who is a little fat, said loudly, "Are you still going to play games?" Meager Tyrell is a member of the branch of the Golden Rose family. She likes to play kissing games with her cousins. The slender and lively-eyed Elo Tyrell said, "Meg, I'm so tired today." Elo Tyrell is also a member of the Golden Rose family branch. "Well, I had too much fun last night, and now I just want to sit and do nothing." The speaker is Menedus Klein from the Klein family. Arlan Tyrell, who is also a member of the Golden Rose family's branch, said timidly, "Since you are tired, take a rest. Miss Margaery will be busy for a while. Do you want me to play the wooden harp for you?" Meager Tyrell waved his hand and said, "Okay, Arlan, aren't you tired? Let's sit down and rest for a while." "Thank you, Meager. Hey, at the banquet last night, did you pay attention to the Duke of Mace? I have never seen him so happy." "Of course I saw it. Anyone with eyes can see it." "Meager, why do you talk like that? Don't be angry anymore. We will definitely play games with you in the afternoon." "Hey, I think it's because of that foreign guest." "Are you talking about the bard?" "Bard? Ha ha ha." The sisters laughed together. "Everyone is attracted to him, and he stole the limelight. As the Queen's messenger, his tongue has been dancing all night. I don't think it's easy for him." "Arrow, I know you. You are only tolerant of knights you like." Baron Green is from Crab Claw Peninsula. Some people at the banquet yesterday privately said that all the nobles in Crab Claw Peninsula are half wild. Wild? He doesn't look like one at all. Could his powerful sword skills come from the mysterious power of wild people? I heard an amazing secret. I will only tell you. Remember to keep it secret. Don't worry, sisters, don't pretend. Tell me, the Duke of Mace may go to King's Landing. What about Duke Renly? Duke Renly? Why did you mention him suddenly? Are you hiding something? Okay, I'll only give you one chance. Share what you know with the sisters. It turns out that there are no secrets in Highgarden. The corners of Green's lips curled up slightly, and he lay down on the bench silently, folded his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and continued to eavesdrop passively. Red Keep, Prime Minister's Tower. Prime Minister John's health was getting worse and worse, and finally alarmed King Robert Baratheon, who was addicted to hunting, and forced him to return to King's Landing. Robert stared at the old Lord John Arryn leaning against the bed for a while, and laughed rough. "John, you are better than I thought. You look lively. We can go to the women's branch together tonight." When he was young, Robert had a clean face, tall stature and a generous personality. His eyes were clear and charming, like the dream lover of girls. After wearing the crown, Robert indulged in food, wine and women too much, which made his weight increase hopelessly. His waistline became as amazing as his height. He was panting and sweating when he walked a little. Although the thick black beard covered Robert's double chin, there was nothing to cover his round belly and thick dark circles under his eyes. How, cough cough, John couldn't help laughing. but his throat felt itchy and he coughed. Robert laughed and sat down on the bed. Jon stopped coughing and said, "You fat man who only knows how to sweat, fatty? Are you talking about me, right? Jon, how dare you talk to the king like that?" As he said that, Robert, with an angry look on his face, couldn't help laughing again and continued, "Go to hell, you are always right." Robert restrained the smile on his face and said seriously, "Jon, you have to get better soon. I know very well what kind of a tyrant I am, the same tyrant as the Mad King. If you don't assist me, the gods will not forgive me." Jon shook his head weakly. "You are different from the Mad King. You are much better than him." Robert didn't know why he suddenly mentioned the Mad King. Thinking of the Mad King, Robert couldn't help but get angry. "Damn all the gods. I only asked for Lyanna, but you forced a shit crown on me. I just want her to return to my arms, and everything will be the same as before." Jon listened quietly to Robert's complaints, although he didn't know how many times he had heard it. Robert, who seemed to have vented his anger, asked with a chuckle, "Jon, do you know the proverb that describes the king and the prime minister?" Jon nodded slightly and replied, "The king dreams, the prime minister builds dreams. A girl who slept with me told me that the common people have a better metaphor: the king eats the feast, the prime minister shits." After saying that, Robert patted his belly and laughed. Jon covered his mouth and coughed a few times, saying, "The people understand life better than us. What they mean is that the king is responsible for enjoying the food, and the prime minister is responsible for serving the king's shit after the meal, and also helping the king wipe his ass." Robert laughed again. "Jon, you're so boring, always so serious, but you made me laugh this time." After a pause, Jon said, "Robert, you should plan ahead and choose a new king's hand who can assist you. My body won't last long, and I can't give you too much time. I can't let you govern the country yourself just because I'm not prepared, right?" Robert stared at Jon for a while, and said helplessly, "You know, I've tried it. Sitting on the Iron Throne and managing state affairs is 1,000 times more difficult than seizing the throne. Legal arbitration is a tiring job, and clearing the treasury is even more troublesome, and there are those endless petitions. I sit on that damn iron chair all day listening to them complaining about this and that, which makes my brain numb and my butt sore. Everyone asks for money, or land or legal arbitration. They are all guys who talk nonsense, and my ministers are not much better. They are either confused or deliberately lying. I am surrounded by idiots and flatterers, which can really drive people crazy. Jon, I have met the cunning Mr. Picel before you came here. I told him that if he couldn't cure my prime minister, I would smash his head. He has promised me that he would make you healthy again. You see, Jon, I am still more suitable to rule the country with a warhammer. So, you should rest assured to recuperate and leave the trivial matters to others in advance. Although they are idiots, they can still help you run errands." Jon shook his head slightly and said, "Eddard Stark." Robert stood up. "You are so stubborn, Robert." Cough cough. "Enough, I will consider it. I have a headache now and don't want to hear your nagging anymore." Crab Claw Peninsula, Crab's old land. With a problem of food pressure, with Green's reply, the people in Crab's territory quickly stabilized. At the new crab farm, the retainer knight Mason Baker welcomed Perpili, who was also a retainer knight, and the leader of the Thorn Corps, Emperor. The sturdy Mason opened his arms and said, "Old friend, long time no see." With a new scour on his face, Emperor hugged Mason. The result was a collision and knocking sound of plate armor, a warm greeting from the Crab Claw Peninsula. Mason and Emperor separated their bodies, and smiled at Emperor and said, "Welcome, Emperor." Although Emperor is now the leader of the Thorn Corps, he is not a knight. Facing Mason and Emperor, his status is a step lower. Emperor touched his chest and saluted. "Good day, Sir Mason." Emperor led her Thorn Corps and had proved her strength with her military exploits. Mason knew in his heart that with the Lord's trust in Emperor, when the time was right, Green would be canonized as a knight. The fighting power of the Kleber Spearwives was not weaker than that of men. With the establishment of the Thorn Corps, which was mainly composed of spearwives, the reputation of the Kleber Spearwives became famous. In addition, there were more women than men in the territory of Kleber, which was different from most places in Westeros. To some extent, gender equality was naturally formed. "We are all brothers who fight together." Mason smiled and nodded. "Good day, let's go in together. I think you must miss Marigold Ale. I have prepared it a long time ago." The three of them started. The three walked side by side, from left to right. They were Impero, who is 175 centimeters, Mason, who is 185 centimeters, and Per, who is 195 centimeters. The three formed a diagonal line. While walking, Mason turned his head to look at Per, and suddenly said, "Per, the new decoration on your face looks good. Isn't it difficult to deal with the counterattack of the mountain wild men?" Mason's words and tone revealed his deep concern for his old friend. Per, who knew Mason, heard the strong sarcasm in Mason's words. Per snorted, turned his head and looked back at Mason, and said coldly, "I heard that you have an adopted son named Darius." Mason snorted, "Old man, don't be jealous, that is Lord Green's trust in our family." Per, who is always serious, forced a strange smile to mock his old friend. "Old man, my information is not blocked. I know this is all the credit brought by your eldest son, Martyr." Mason and Per glared at each other. They are so childish. Impero quietly slowed down his pace and distanced himself. Inside the house, Per drank a full glass of marigold malt in one breath, and put down the glass with a thud. "Mason, Impero, I think we can enter the second stage of the eastward plan." Kleber's eastward plan is divided into two stages. The first stage is mainly to conquer by force, supplemented by surrender. The information transmission between the mountain savage tribes is backward, and they do not have the opportunity to contact and unite. Take advantage of the recovery of the old land to quickly defeat the larger savage tribes. The second stage is mainly about surrender, supplemented by military conquest. After conquering the large-scale barbarian tribes, the remaining ones are small and medium-sized barbarian tribes. The spoils obtained from them may not even be enough to cover the cost of sending troops. In fact, according to the customs of Crab Claw Peninsula, no one will calculate these. No matter what kind of war it is, as long as there is a war to fight, it is enough, and it is perfect if it can be won. Sometimes Mason and Pearl don't understand many things about Green's arrangements, but their identities are retainer knights. They will not question and will only execute. For retainer knights who have been loyal to the Kleber family for generations, loyalty is honor. Mason shrugged, "I have no objection. I am now responsible for the placement of prisoners. For me, the more prisoners, the greater my credit. Entering the second stage, the number of prisoners will definitely increase. As long as the timing is right, I am happy to support it." Pearl's eyes moved to Impero. "Sir Pearl, I have no objection. This time, the Thorn Legion will cooperate with the Survey Corps actions." Pearl nodded calmly, thanking Impero for his support, and the meeting was adjourned. Recently, it was the highest-level military meeting in the Kleber territory. Per, Mason, and Impero each said a sentence and it ended. "Wait for me to speed up, please vote for me." Chapter 86, Deep Planning, 5100. Baron Green, Margaery Tyrell, who came to the garden to look for the maids, first found Green lying on the bench. Margaery did not approach, but called softly. "Ah!" After Margaery's maid screamed, they lifted their skirts and trotted towards Margaery. Green, who was passively eavesdropping on the intelligence, had to wake up. Green stood up and yawned, raised his right hand and waved it left and right. "Good day, ladies." Green's friendly behavior did not reduce the suspicion in the hearts of Margaery's maids. They all looked at Green with inquiring eyes. The strangeness of the maids did not escape Margaery's eyes. She sighed softly and said, "You go down first." The maids, who felt uneasy, looked at each other secretly and bowed to Margaery to leave. Only Green and Margaery were left in the garden. Green took the initiative to speak. "Miss Margaret, your maids are pretty and lively." Margaret smiled and said, "I saw their guilty conscience and annoyance." "Baron Green, can you tell me what happened to you?" Green looked puzzled, thought for a while, and replied, "I seemed to hear their conversation." "Maybe they thought I heard it." Margaret blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "What did you hear?" Green shrugged and said, "I fell asleep and didn't hear it clearly. It seemed to be the name of the Minister of Justice." Hearing Minister of Justice, Margaret smiled and flexed her fingers slightly. Margaret's footsteps were light and she approached Green. Margaery raised her little face, her elk-like brown eyes were clear and gentle. "Baron Green, you seem to have heard some great news by accident." Green took a half-step back, his tone helpless. "Miss Margaery, your beauty forces me to be honest. In fact, I don't take it to heart, because this is not a secret to me. For example, I am the Queen's Chief Affairs Officer, and I have long been aware of some of Duke Renly's actions." Margaery's brown eyes trembled slightly. "Queen Cersei, is she investigating Duke Renly?" Green shook his head decisively to deny. Our queen never cares about these things. This is the duty of our affairs officers, especially me. Green looked at Margaery and continued, as a certain giant of Lannister said, loyalty to the queen is the traditional craft of Crab Claw Peninsula. I am just taking normal precautions and investigating any abnormal events around the queen. Margaery reminded Green in a cold tone, Baron Green, Duke Renly is of noble status and cannot be offended. Green spread his hands, although we have been silent for more than 10 years, but, Miss Margaery, you who are familiar with history should know that there are only two people in the eyes of Crab Claw Peninsula. One is the queen, and the other is someone other than the queen. Margaery raised her eyebrows and stared at Green. Want to scare me with your big eyes again? Green looked back at Margaery. Not long after, Green sighed lightly and avoided Margaery's gaze. Margaery's smooth chin was slightly raised. Green took the initiative to speak, his tone sincere. Miss Margaery, these are actually trivial matters, not worth your trouble. Green paused, and then said, I have no intention of guessing what Duke Renly Baratheon thinks, nor am I interested. I only value the safety of Queen Cersei. I have done preliminary investigations and know that Duke Renly and the Knight of Flowers have a deep friendship, but friendship should not be higher than the interests of the family. Please believe our sincerity. I sincerely want to see my most respected Duke Mace sitting in the position of Prime Minister and governing this kingdom. Margaery's rose-like red lips moved slightly. Margaery wanted to ask, if the most respected Duke Mace and Green's mouth had a conflict with Queen Cersei, what would he choose? Margaery knew that she would appear very naive if she asked such a question. At this time, Green's answer, no matter what it was, would not be true or false. This kind of question will only be clear when it happens. Green's purpose at this time is not complicated. He knows that the great nobles like to bet on both sides, but just use the excuse to hint Margaery. Green didn't want to make the schemes clear and complicated. The more complicated the schemes, the more likely they were to cause accidents. Green couldn't change the characteristics of the nobles, so he just tried his best and changed the subject. Margaery glanced at Green, and her tone seemed to be a little sour. You are very loyal to Queen Cersei. Green stroked his chest and nodded. Miss Margaery, this is my duty. I have no choice but to do it. After being humble, Green suddenly said, Miss Margaery, I have a suggestion. Margaery's eyes moved, and she smiled like a flower. Baron Green, I like your suggestions, and I am willing to listen. Green hesitated for a moment and said, the time has not come yet. I am not influential now. I will give you advice next time we meet. After saying that, Green had a regretful expression on his face. Margaery's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but glare at Green. Randyll Tarly left Hornhill Keep again. While his father was away, Samwell Tarly put the letter of giving up his inheritance on Randyll's desk. When leaving Hornhill, Samwell led an old horse and only took a book that he had not finished reading. For Samwell, leaving quietly was his last dignity. Samwell arrived at the gate of Crab Camp and showed his first smile since leaving home. Samwell, leading the old horse, walked to Crab's blue robe guard in the camp gate and said, Good day, my name is Samwell Tarly. I come to see Baron Green. Samwell's body shape is easy to impress people, and the guard still has an impression of him. Good day, Sir Samwell. Lord Green is not on the camp now. Samwell opened his mouth. He really wanted to ask where Green went and when he could come back. But he didn't like to embarrass others. Samwell nodded and said, Then I'll wait. After that, Samwell walked to the other side, sat on the ground, and wiped the sweat on his face. The guard saw that Samwell's old horse was trembling when he walked, and said, Sir Samwell, your horse is very tired. I can help take care of it. Samwell noticed his horse, and thought about his weight, and felt pity. Samwell scratched his head embarrassedly. Then, trouble you, I will prepare the reward. Samwell looked at his only book reluctantly. I want to finish it as soon as possible. Eastern Crab Claw Peninsula. The eastward advance of the Crab Legion has officially entered the second stage. Cliff Valley Tribe, open the door. We are here to invite you to join the Crab Claw territory. We are all Crab Claw Peninsula people. Crab Claw Peninsula people don't fight Crab Claw Peninsula people. Our lord is a descendant of the legendary hero Clarence Crab. We used to be a group of people. We are all descendants of our ancestors. We should not let our own people continue to bleed. Join us. The Lord will give you your own hunting area. No need to worry about being invaded. Lena, with her pigtails, walked up to Emperor, tugged at her collar and said, Emperor, are you going to keep shouting? I feel like this tribe is very stubborn. Emperor frowned and said, Keep shouting. If they don't surrender before noon, you arrange for the sisters to shoot 5 arrows at the same time. Lena received the order excitedly. I don't know whether I should praise this tribe of only 100 people for being tough. I'm almost hoarse from shouting. We have several times more soldiers than them, yet they still dare not open the door and surrender. They're courting death. Emperor Pero added, you must not disobey my orders and start a war without permission. Retreat after the volley is finished. Also, when you cook the meat at noon, pay attention to the wind direction and find a good place. Okay, Captain, they are so greedy. Impero looked at the jumping Rena and said, we still have time. After shooting arrows, continue to persuade them to surrender. The entrance to the Cliff Valley tribe is narrow and it is a bit difficult to maneuver. If we attack by force, the casualties will be large. Try to reduce casualties, Rena. This is the order of the Lord. Okay, Impero and Rena have been friends for many years, and she knows Rena very well. Rena is not tall and thin, but she is very warlike. This character has become even more serious since she joined the Thorn Legion. Emperor curled his lips slightly, and reached out to touch Rena's head. Just take a break, we can't fight every day. Sir Mason resumed farming in the new farm, and he needs more labor. Rena snorted, Emperor, I don't need comfort, just like you said, just take a break. Emperor patted Rena again, and then retracted his hand. Emperor has recently liked to touch Rena's head, and feels addicted. Rena's eyes turned and said, Emperor, what's the point of farming? We have more and more soldiers, and our strength is getting stronger and stronger. Just continue to conquer. Rena is not the only one who thinks so. In fact, what Rena expressed represents the thoughts of most of the soldiers in Kleber. There are battles almost every day, because in wartime, the standard of food will naturally increase. Moreover, in most cases, they are bullied by the few, and the spoils are constantly in their pockets. The soldiers have never lived so comfortably. The soldiers' emotions were naturally discovered by the Legion leaders, and the experienced Knight Perpili could naturally handle this situation. Emperor was also constantly growing and learning. Emperor looked at Rena and said in a serious tone, Rena, didn't you notice that the sisters suffered a lot of unnecessary casualties some time ago? Fighting is like drawing a bow. The bowstring cannot be kept tight all the time. Rena looked at Emperor with bright eyes and said in a surprised tone, Mother Leopard, how can you understand such a profound truth? You convinced me all at once. Emperor's cheeks flushed. The last time Emperor saw her, she found an opportunity to consult him and secretly wrote down some sentences that she thought were suitable for comforting the soldiers. Although Per is serious, he is honest, or for him, as long as he thinks it is beneficial to the Kleber family, he will do his best. Per told Emperor that the soldiers could only be appeased temporarily by words, and the Legion law alone could not improve morale. The Legion commander had to master some means to improve and maintain morale. Finally, Per cited some examples from his own experience and taught some skills he had mastered. Emperor coughed and said, Tell the sisters that the Thorn Legion should continue to expand its manpower by taking this opportunity. Remember not to miss the right one. We don't have much time, and Lord Green will make a big move later. The content revealed in Emperor's words made Rena's eyes light up, and she nodded heavily. Don't worry, Captain Emperor. Emperor waved his hand, as if he was herding sheep, and said, Go and arrange it. Emperor's disdain made Rena feel closer and happier, and she felt that the relationship between the sisters suddenly warmed up. Rena solemnly saluted and left, and threw herself into military affairs with excitement. Emperor looked at Rena's back as she left and pinched her chin. Emperor nodded secretly. It really worked. It was late at night at the crab camp. When Samuel Tarly came out of Horn Hill, he didn't even take a brown star. Samuel felt that he had chosen to leave Horn Hill, and everything here no longer belonged to him. The old horse that Samuel used to travel and the books that he had not finished reading were only borrowed temporarily, and he would arrange for someone to return them. Samuel might have rebelled against his father who frightened him so much before leaving home. Samuel, who had been waiting for Green at the gate of the camp, was already a little hungry. Samuel refused the dinner brought by the guard. Samuel, who was simple-minded, thought that this was a military camp and he had not officially joined yet, so he should not enjoy Crab's food in advance. Westeros-style literati. Samuel moved his fat body and continued to read the book in his hand by the firelight at the camp gate. Books can make Samuel forget his inner anxiety and physical hunger. Tomorrow is the departure day. After the banquet, Green left Highgarden Castle with his guards. In addition to tonight, Green has helped Duke Mace to almost perfect the war theory with not fighting for the sake of fighting as the core. Green believes that Duke Mace will not need his help in the future. With a new theory, he can deal with most situations and continue to establish his reputation. This is exactly what Green hopes to see. No matter how nominal Duke Mace is, he is still the leader of the Reach, and his influence in the Reach cannot be ignored. Because he can establish his reputation and increase his prestige at the same time, Duke Mace will spare no effort to promote his unique art of war on every occasion. The everlasting Golden Rose family will also exert its strength in secret. Because the improvement of the prestige of the head of the family is conducive to the Golden Rose family's rule over the Reach. What is Green's purpose? As mentioned before, after entering the Reach, the prosperity of the Reach made Green, who has always been far-sighted, feel worried. Green's deepest hope is this set of not fighting for the sake of fighting strategy tailored for the Duke of Mace, which is the core, and it will penetrate into the hearts of the people of the Reach. In the future, as long as the fire has not burned them, the Reach should not move easily. The more he understands, the more he feels that the Reach is too strong under the governance of the everlasting Golden Rose family. If he were the leader of the Reach, Green might use the Reach to unify Westeros, and then use the people of the Reach to govern the kingdom. The scale of the Reach is enough to digest Westeros after the war. Among the 7 kingdoms, only they have the strength to do this. The inherited traditions and comfortable life have bound the scale of the ambitions of the Reach. The far-sighted Green just built on this basis, used a set of easily accepted new theories, and went with the flow, adding an invisible rope to the stability of the Reach. Flexible Green is thinking, before I grow up, the Golden Rose must maintain the proper demeanor. We must abide by the rules of the game of the power table, and we cannot overturn the table and break the rules. Oath at the camp gate. Approaching the camp, Green spotted the large figure next to the camp gate brazier first. Samuel. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he quickened the pace of his horse. Samuel, it's nice to see you again. Green got off the horse and walked towards Samuel, spreading his hands. When he heard the sound of horse hooves, Samuel put away the book in his hand and stood up with a shake. Samuel was relieved to see Green with a smile on his face. According to normal etiquette, Samuel should have written a letter in advance and obtained Green's consent before visiting. Seeing that Green did not mind these, Samuel felt that he had not made a mistake. Lord Green was a broad-minded person. He valued knowledge and would surely achieve extraordinary success in the future. One fat and one thin, 2 opposite figures hugged each other. Green smiled and glanced at the book in Samuel's hand, and said, Samuel, I'm late. Let's go in with me. Samuel shook his head shyly. Seeing that Samuel was hesitant to speak, Green looked at him with a gentle smile and did not move. Green's behavior seemed to silently encourage the nervous Samuel. After a pause, Samuel finally mustered up the courage in his heart. He remembered many beautiful words he had read before. Although the idea was beautiful, when Samuel opened his mouth, it went against his wishes and turned into pale and direct words. I want to serve Lord Green. Green raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes smiled, and he unconsciously curved the corners of his lips. Green felt that at this time, what Samuel needed was not polite words, but to calm his uneasy heart. Green untied the long sword at his waist, held it upright in front of him, and held it with both hands. Samuel, I believe you have noticed that I have always been longing for your outstanding wisdom. Swear allegiance. Samuel's eyes turned red, his body swayed, and he knelt awkwardly on one knee in the direction of Green. I, Samuel Tarly, swear allegiance to you and offer you advice and suggestions. In times of crisis, I am willing to give my life for you. From now on, I will never stop until I die. I swear in the name of the new and old gods. Green nodded his chin slightly, his steady voice with a hint of solemnity. I, Green Cleaver, swear, there will always be a place for you by my fireplace, and there will always be your meat and wine on my table. I swear never to let you do anything unjust. I swear in the name of the new and old gods. Cleaver territory intelligence +1, my lords, I have been silently working hard to increase the bet. Chapter 87 Choice, 5100. The sky was dark due to the dark clouds. Horn Hill, Lord Study. At this moment, Lord Rendell Tarly stared expressionlessly at the letter written by his eldest son Samuel Tarly to give up the inheritance of Horn Hill and the title of the Tarly family. Melissa Florence stared at her husband sitting at the table and said, Randall, he made a brave choice. I am proud of Sam. Randall snorted coldly and said, coward, he bravely chose to run away. Randall's answer finally made Melissa, who had been suppressing her emotions, burst out. "Randall. I knew you would still look down on Sam, so I shouldn't have come to you. Randall, you should never forget that it was you who forced my eldest son away with your own hands." In his impression, Randall's wife, the kind-hearted Melissa, has always been gentle. Although Randall didn't show it on his face, Melissa today made this famous general on the battlefield stunned. Randall placed the letter on the table and said coldly, if he still has his family in his heart, he should go to the wall, put on black clothes and join the Honorable Night's Watch. Randolph stood up from his chair and continued, he chose Baron Crab who fought with his tongue at the Highgarden banquet. Baron Crab is a guy who can only use his tongue to spread rumors. He deceived the shallow world and denied my military exploits. Many people believe his lies that could only deceive the White Walkers. More than a decade ago, I fought bloody battles, and now I have become a sinner of the Targaryen family. Melissa might also be angry. In the past, when she heard these things, Melissa would definitely comfort her husband first. But today, Melissa didn't want to do this. Her eldest son left her, and she was the one who needed comfort the most. Melissa sneered, I support Sam's choice this time. I am really proud of him. You made me lose my eldest son, so, let your ridiculous military exploits go to see the White Walkers, Randolph said angrily. You, Lady Melissa, who had released her dissatisfaction, felt that she had gone a little too far at this time. However, it was impossible to apologize. Melissa thought that she would never forget the scene when Samuel came to see her alone. Melissa evacuated a lot of accumulated resentment, and she gradually calmed down. Lord Randolph, you only have one son left now. I warn you, don't force Dickon away. If anything happens to Dickon, I will never forgive you. Lady Tully, who has always been gentle, couldn't help but fire at full force again. In Melissa's impression, Samuel has always been a smart and kind child. It was Randolph's improper teaching that made Samuel become more and more timid. In the eyes of the mother, her own children are of course the best. It's just that Randall, as a father, didn't know how to educate him, and forced a good child to be afraid to come out and see people. Facing Melissa's venting, Randall took a deep breath and didn't speak again. Mrs. Tully didn't want to continue quarreling with her husband. She was worried that the children would find out after a long time. She didn't want the children to see their parents embarrassed. Randall, I don't want to see you recently. Mrs. Tully left the last sentence, and left Randall's study angrily, and by the way, slammed the door. Randall walked to the window and looked up at the sky. The dark sky covered by dark clouds, as the wind blew away the clouds, revealing the sky. And the sun poured out, illuminating the world again. The shining sun made Randall's eyes close slightly. Deserter, you have the guts to embarrass me. Randall's lips, as hard as steel, curled up slightly. Red Castle, King's Hall. Lancel Lannister has been in distress recently. Once again, Lancel couldn't help but find an excuse to meet Queen Cersei. After the meeting, he boldly approached Cersei, but found that the cousin who was unusually gentle that night had disappeared. Cersei's cousin returned to her usual familiar arrogance. Cersei was not only indifferent to his approach, but even ignored him coldly. This was Lancel's impression of Cersei's normal appearance, but he was very uncomfortable with it, which made him worry about gains and losses and feel abandoned. Therefore, Lancel often suffered from insomnia. He wondered if Cersei's attitude change was not satisfied with his progress. Without waiting for Cersei's reminder, Lancel had taken the initiative to change the wine that Cersei gave him. After Robert tasted it, he just paused for a moment. Lancel was rarely praised by King Robert. Now Lancel is very confused. What else should he do to make Cersei look at him differently again? Fool! Didn't you see the wine glass is empty? King Robert Baratheon's deafening voice startled Lancel, who was distracted, and his heart was pounding. Lancel, trembling all over, hurriedly picked up the wine pot and poured wine. When the wine was full, Robert, with a ruddy face, raised the cup and drank it all, saying, You Lannister fool, what are you doing? Didn't you see the wine glass is empty again? Facing Robert, who was as majestic as a black bear, Lancel was left with only fear. Go away, stand aside, don't get in my way. If you dare to be dazed again, I will smash your head. Lancel, holding the wine pot, moved away immediately like a frightened rabbit. Lancel lowered his head, his heart was in his throat, and he felt difficult to breathe. Lancel wanted to cry. This was not what he imagined a king's attendant should be like. Why did King Robert's attendant pour wine every day? What will others call him in the future? Wine waiter? Lancel thought of his father who was far away in the west. Would his father be ashamed because of him? Did he bring shame to the Lannister family? Lancel suddenly thought, was this why Cersei was so rude to him? Asshole. Idiot. 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 Robert's thunderous scolding made Lancel tremble, and he almost threw the wine jug out. At the critical moment, Lancel hugged the wine jug tightly. Are you in a daze again? You Lannister idiot. What are you still standing there for, waiting for me to break your neck? Come over and pour the wine. Robert's training was very successful, and Lancel dared not be distracted again. King's Landing, the private residence of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The afternoon sun gradually climbed up the window lattice. The mottled projection warmed every corner and every grain of dust in the house. After listening to the news reported by the servant, Lord Petyr Baelish raised the corners of his lips. Intelligence is wealth. I like this kind of little surprise, the servant said. My lord, please give your orders. Petyr's green eyes moved slightly, and his smile was always elegant. Although it is not expensive, it is enough as a gift after not seeing each other for a long time. He will feel my sincerity. After a pause, Petyr said again. Arrange it immediately and keep it for me. Don't let any accidents that will disappoint me happen. The servant's body couldn't help but tremble, and said, yes, my lord. After the servant left, Petyr leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. Lord Jon's condition was very serious some time ago, so Petyr once thought that Lord Jon might die at any time. Petyr's chained stairs have not been fully laid out, which is not conducive to Petyr's interests. However, King Robert's arrival brought him an unexpected surprise. After Lord Jon met King Robert, his physical condition improved visibly. Was it Robert's stimulation or Mr. Pycelle's problem? Before he could think about it, Petyr fell into a contradiction again. Petyr would be troubled if Lord Jon got better too quickly. He didn't want Lord Jon to die now, but he didn't want to see the King's Hand again. A healthy King's Hand would weaken the power Petyr had already obtained. Half a year at most. A cold light flashed in Petyr's eyes. Generally speaking, everything has been going well recently, and everything has developed as he expected, which makes Petyr feel very good. Petyr's eyes suddenly trembled slightly. Petyr, who was thinking, suddenly had an idea that made him feel strange. It seemed that Baron Green's things became smooth during the time he was away from King's Landing. Petyr shook his head and shook off the absurd idea that suddenly came up. The wise Petyr would not be superstitious. He only believed in reliable intelligence, which has always been his most reliable force for victory. Petyr now doubted the most about Mr. Pycelle, who was responsible for treating Lord Jon. King Robert was not a good doctor. When he encountered a problem, he only knew how to swing a hammer. Others thought that King Robert's timely return was the key to Lord Jon's recovery. However, Petyr didn't think so. His intuition told him that the seemingly indifferent Mr. Pycelle was problematic. Petyr would not arbitrarily believe in his intuition. He had already begun to investigate Mr. Pycelle to verify whether his intuition was right or wrong. Meager Tower, the Queen's bedroom. On the bed, Cersei Lannister, who had just finished making love, pressed Jaime Lannister under her. Her slender hands were still trembling slightly. Cersei stroked Jaime's handsome face and asked, Jaime, have you figured it out now? Jaime closed his eyes, indulging in savoring Cersei's tenderness, and did not answer Cersei's question. Seeing that Jaime had not spoken, Cersei, who had lost her patience, left Jaime's body, grabbed a white robe beside her, and put it on. Jaime sighed, opened his eyes, leaned sideways and supported his cheek with one hand, and said with a smile, Cersei, what else do you think I can say? Cersei glanced at Jaime, but did not stop the action of her hands. Jaime saw Cersei, who was wearing a nightgown, getting up and leaving the bed, and smiled dotingly. Jaime reached out and grabbed Cersei's wrist. I know, at any time, in the end, what else can I do except support you? Hearing this, Cersei's mouth finally curved. Cersei leaned over to Jaime, gently patted Jaime's face, and said softly, Jaime, you have become cunning, and you have to toss me first. Although the process is also pleasant, it makes me unhappy to think about it. Jaime smiled and put his hands behind his head, looking at Cersei and said, Cersei, this makes me intoxicated. Cersei glanced at Jaime, and couldn't help but lean down and leave a warm touch on Jaime's forehead. Jaime's handsomeness also made Cersei unconsciously lost. Cersei turned her face sideways and lay on Jaime's broad chest. Jaime, you have changed recently. I don't know where exactly, but I can feel it. Jaime curled his lips, rubbed Cersei's hair, and said, Cersei, you always understand me best. Jaime sighed slightly and continued, I was confident in investigating the things behind the scenes, but the more information I collected, the more confused I became. Later I didn't even dare to judge the truth. The change you noticed is actually my recognition of myself. Maybe this is a good thing. Cersei narrowed her eyes and asked, what good thing? Jaime's tone was helpless. I think I may not be suitable for dealing with complex situations. I think I am more suitable to be a good sword, a sword that belongs only to you. Hearing Jaime's sincere words, Cersei opened her eyes immediately, her eyes shining. From a perspective that Jaime couldn't see, Cersei couldn't help but reveal a proud look. Cersei lowered her voice, her tone still calm. Jaime, I support your determination. With your sword and my wisdom, no one can be our opponent. In the future, you will have less troubles and more happiness. More happiness. Cersei, who buried her head in Jaime's chest, nodded. The sword throws away the thought, it only has sharpness. For your sword that has finally regained its sharpness. To celebrate, as a reward, I will reward you once in the future. Cersei's white fingers drew circles, and then said, in order to avoid you to get the opportunity to torment me, you have to spend your energy. In order not to affect the sharpness of my hand sword, for you, I can only sell a little effort and choose to make you happy in advance, my Jaime, my hand sword. The red sunlight shines on the blue sea. The sea is shining with golden light, shining like brocade, colorful. Free Trade City, Governor's Mansion. Daenerys Targaryen brother, you can't do this, I'm not a trade item, bang. Daenerys was slapped to the ground by Viserys Targaryen. Viserys straightened his clothes and said with suppressed madness, my sister, don't try to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Daenerys supported her upper body with one hand and covered her numb cheek with the other hand, unable to help sobbing. Although Daenerys' maid was also trembling because of fear of Viserys, she still mustered up the courage to trot over, squatted down and hugged the trembling Daenerys tightly. Viserys raised his sharp chin and said, I said last time was the last time. The coldness in Viserys' words made the maid shudder. No. Don't, brother. Daenerys spread her arms in front of the maid. Daenerys' actions completely angered Viserys. I am the Andal, the Rhoynar, the king of the first men, the ruler of the seven kingdoms, the protector of the realm, Viserys Targaryen I, the only true king of the Iron Throne. How dare you resist me? Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the wrath of the dragon. After saying that, Viserys strode forward and pushed Daenerys away. Viserys reached out and grabbed the maid's long hair, and then punched and kicked her. Daenerys ignored the pain in her body and wanted to stop her brother's violence. With a bang, she was kicked to the ground by Viserys. Please, please, let her go, let her go. Helpless Daenerys pleaded with Viserys weakly. The maid was still making a sound because of the pain at first, but now she was lying on the ground like mud, without any sound. After venting the wrath of the dragon, Viserys stood quietly for a while, exhaled a long breath, and reached out to touch the silver hair. Viserys reached out and grabbed Daenerys' chin. Viserys pulled the petite Daenerys in front of him. Daenerys' face was swollen from the slap, and she had to face the thin face of Viserys, who frightened her deeply. Viserys frowned and wiped the tears on Daenerys' face with his other hand. My will cannot be disobeyed. Do you understand now? A smile appeared on Viserys' pale face. Viserys' smile made Daenerys even more panicked. Seeing that he could not hear Daenerys' answer, Viserys' hand holding Daenerys' face increased its strength. Are you resisting me with silence? Viserys' big hand made Daenerys' face deformed. Frightened Daenerys said with difficulty, no. After that, Daenerys' tears fell silently again. Viserys then showed a satisfied smile and let go of Daenerys. Seeing Daenerys' petite body shaking, Viserys immediately reached out to support her, his movements very gentle. At that moment, Daenerys, who was in despair, was in a trance for a moment, wondering if her brother had returned. Viserys immediately broke Daenerys' humble fantasy. My sister, I need an army. With an army, I can bring an army home. I will bring home a force that is enough to take back the Iron Throne. If you must be married off to get me these, you must do it obediently. As long as I can have an army, I will agree even if I have to make every soldier rank you. If necessary, I can also give the soldiers horses. Now I am just giving you to one person, and you should be laughing. Hurry up and dry your tears, Illyrio will bring him here, and I don't want him to see you crying. If you messed things up because of you, I will not forgive you. Don't try to wake up the dragon again. After speaking, Viserys helped Daenerys comb her messy silver hair, and very gently left a hot and warm kiss on Daenerys' forehead. Daenerys obediently listened to Viserys' noble etiquette teachings, but her empty eyes seemed to have lost all vitality. In the early morning, the sky was slightly rosy, with warm rays of sunshine and floating red and purple clouds. Suburbs of King's Landing. Ding 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 ding. Green looked at the majestic outline of King's Landing, and the tune of his previous life reappeared in his mind. Green pulled the reins. Green sighed. 2 months ago, when he first came to King's Landing, he was just a baron of Whispering Castle in Crab Claw Peninsula. Now, 2 months later, I entered King's Landing for the second time, and I am still the Baron of Whispering Castle. Chapter 88 Secret, 5100. Crab Manor. Green, who had just packed up, was looking at a letter from Thorncore Captain Emperor. Is this Westeros hieroglyphics? Green combined Emperor's personality and the current situation of the Thorncore, frowned and analyzed for a long time before roughly guessing what Emperor wanted to express. Has Emperor also learned to compete with other corps for equipment? Green laughed. Emperor, who was set up by Green as a role model for crab spearwives, has always performed well, but her personality is too straightforward. There is no absolute good or bad in personality attributes, but Emperor, as a corps captain, still needs to be more flexible. Therefore, Green is happy to see this change in Emperor and even encourages her a little. Green folded the letter and put it back into the envelope to seal it. People like Emperor are born with few black spots. This letter with pictures and texts may be one of the few black spots in her life, so Green plans to keep it. Green was very curious about what kind of expression Emperor would show when he saw the letter again in the future, maybe a few years or decades later. Green coughed dryly, handed the sealed envelope to Cyrana, and said, "Cyrana, keep it for me." Cyrana's eyes moved slightly, and he took the envelope calmly and said respectfully, "Yes, my master." Green said again, "Cyrana, write a letter to Herschel for me, 2 things in total. The first thing is to help the Thorncore find a clerk, and the second thing is to increase the number of new daggers allocated to the Thorncore. As for the number, let him adjust the specific amount." Cyrana was able to face the sudden increase in responsibilities very calmly. Although Cyrana was just a butler, he had always been in contact with the core of the territory. In the past, they had more than enough manpower before retaking the old land. Now, the scale of the Kleber territory has increased several times, but it relies on the manpower of the past to operate. For a period of time, these reliable people can only take on multiple duties to help the Lord control the Crab territory. Boss Cersei lacks patience, and Green will have to leave Crab Manor and go to King's Landing soon. After dealing with a backlog of letters during this period, Green frowned. By the way, remember to prepare a few clothes for Samwell as soon as possible. Montan's clothes are still a bit big for Samwell Tarly, who left Hornhill and joined the Green camp, only had one piece of clothing on his body. His fat body destined it to be difficult to find a finished product, so he could only find a place to order it. Because of Prime Minister John's 1-month appointment, Green's time was tight and he couldn't delay, so he had to travel all the way. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the honest Mountain Water contributed one of his robes, so that Samwell would not be left without clothes to change. Although this was a small matter, it made Green's dissatisfaction with Lord John increased by 1 point. Green ran around for Queen Cersei, and Lord John, who was far away in the Red Castle, could use his authority to tie his hands and feet. This feeling was very frustrating. Green didn't show it on his face, but he was a little angry in his heart. Green secretly announced, "The valley is an inseparable part of Crab Claw Peninsula." Green was very welcome to Samwell's joining. Not only because of Samwell's outstanding wisdom, but also because Samwell's joining can improve the reputation of the Crab family. Not everyone knows the inside story of the Tully family. Most people only know that the eldest son of the famous General Lord Randall became Baron Crab's attendant. Samwell's joining invisibly elevated what Green lacked the most now. Cyrana nodded and said, "Mont needs cloth for 3 people. Now there is another Samwell. Should I prepare some special-sized clothes in advance?" Green smiled and said, "Ms. Cyrana, it's rare for you to joke with me." Cyrana said seriously, "My master, it is an offense to joke with a lord casually." "I do have such an intention." Green shook his head with a smile in his eyes. "Go ahead, what do you want to say to me?" Cyrana nodded, took a step forward, approached Green, and lowered his voice. "You have been gone for so long, Why didn't I find a girl from the River Bay in the team? Green raised his eyebrows, paused, and leaned towards Sulanna. The sharp Green noticed that Sulanna's eyes lit up. Did the always serious housekeeper Sulanna also have a gossipy heart? Green lowered his voice and said, I met an interesting girl. Sulanna blinked. What's next? Her status is too high. She doesn't look down on your lord? Sulanna was slightly stunned, and said, have you expressed your love? Green shook his head. If you want to hold the rose, you must bear the pain. I won't do useless work. Sulanna breathed a sigh of relief and said, my lord, I am sure that this is not the situation I am most worried about. Green, when I greeted you just now, although you looked more majestic to the team, I noticed that there was no woman. I have always had unspeakable worries in my heart. Green stroked his forehead and said in a tone he said helplessly, Ms. Sulanna, you were my mother's most trusted maid. In my heart, you are like a family member. You can always speak to me with confidence. Sulanna shrugged slightly. I have confirmed that everything is fine. I observed your reaction when I was serving you a bath just now. It was normal. In addition, your passion ended before it even began. I was worrying too much? Green smiled and raised his face. Anyway, thank you for your concern, my master. I have heard of many outstanding young people who have fallen into difficult love, seeking but not getting, and falling for love. Discomfort. Calendula will wither, and the best face of a woman is actually very short-lived, and most men's love begins with intoxicating beauty. The future Mrs. Claber should not be too noble. A noble lady who is a little weaker than Claber is ideal. She gives you children and you provide her with the status and blessings you deserve. This is a balance that can make the family peaceful. The beauty of your heart. You can look for it from your lover. You have a lot of golden dragons to squander now. Green listened quietly, paused and said, Ms. Sulanna, thank you for your heartfelt words. But I want to ask, is this my mother's message? Sulanna nodded. I know I can't hide it from you. I don't have the wisdom that shines like a wife. Madam is always worried about you. She left some words in the last period of time. Madam told me that I could advise you at the necessary moment. The room was silent for a while, and Green suddenly said, Sulanna, can you be honest with me now? Sulanna paused for a moment and said respectfully, my master, your wisdom is no less than that of a lady. I think you should have some guesses. It all began in the war more than 10 years ago. Towards dusk, Green, surrounded by his clan soldiers, passed through the Lion Gate and entered King's Landing. As soon as he entered the Hook Harbor, Green spotted Jaime Lannister riding a white horse. Although Jaime, with his blonde hair, still looked high-spirited, the perceptive Green noticed some changes in Jaime. Compared with the past, Jaime seemed to have become sharper. Green got off the horse and handed the reins to his squire Martyr. Green led Samwell, who had changed his hairstyle to slicked back hair, towards Jaime. Jaime curled his lips, got off the horse, raised his hand, and threw something to Green. Green reached out to catch it, looked at the thing in his hand, and asked in confusion, Key, maybe it's because of distance that beauty comes. After not seeing each other for a while, Green felt a lot closer to Jaime. Jaime spread his hands and said, Queen Cersei thinks you've been running around a lot this time, so she prepared a small house for you to make you live more comfortably, the small house that Jaime mentioned. How? Lannister is still Lannister. Green handed the key to Samwell, raised his eyebrows, and said, Sir Jaime, this key must be your idea. Jaime couldn't help but smile. Little Baron, you guess it right. I am not good at expressing myself in words. I picked up a key on the road. With this thing, it is convenient for me to express Queen Cersei's reward to you. Samwell scratched his head, looking at the key in his hand, and couldn't make up his mind. Green noticed Samwell's embarrassment, smiled and shook his head, and said, Sam, just keep it. Although Samwell didn't speak, his fat body made his presence very strong. Jaime glanced at Monton, then at Samwell, and raised the corners of his lips. He said to Green, Are they two brothers? Hearing this, Monton and Samwell looked at each other unconsciously. Monton smiled foolishly, and Samwell smiled shyly and looked away. Green smiled and gestured with his hand, saying, Come here, Sam, this is Jaime Lannister of the King's Guard. Samwell saluted Jaime awkwardly, touching his chest and saying, Good day, Sir Jaime, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Samwell Tarly, from the Reach, and I'm Baron Green's squire. Jaime raised his eyebrows and said, The Tarly of Hornhill Keep. Samwell moved his lips, not knowing how to start, and looked at Green for help. Green nodded slightly and said, Sir Jaime, Sam is the Tarly of Crab Claw Peninsula, Jaime just asked casually, nodded slightly, and said, let's go, I'll take you there. This is the mission Queen Cersei gave me. Green nodded, and he and Jaime set off towards the new house given by Queen Cersei. On the way, James suddenly said, Baron Green, I have been investigating for some time and have collected a lot of information. Green's heart moved, looked at James, and said, did you gain anything? James shrugged and said, a lot, maybe too much. Green raised his eyebrows. Sir James, it seems that you have thrown out a lot of gold dragons. This is the most familiar method for me. Green thought for a while and said, I guess most of the information you have collected is used to mislead. James pulled the reins, adjusted the direction of the horse, and said, Baron Green, you are really good at these. I also feel something is wrong, but I can't tell where it is. Is this a compliment to me? Because of the experience of Green and James in the Queen's district, the broad-minded Green was slightly sensitive to some of the words in James' mouth. Green nodded, this is a very normal operation. The conspirators will naturally try their best to hide themselves, and at the same time, they will try to deliberately mislead us. James's green eyes flashed a cold light. He disliked this kind of dark guy the most. Green raised his lips and said, Sir Jaime, I remember you told me that as long as it is not in the interests of Queen Cersei, you are not afraid of anyone behind the scenes, right? Jaime stared at Green. Baron Green, do you already know who is behind the scenes? Green said in a deep voice, well, I accidentally gained something during this outing. I'm afraid we need to join forces this time. Of course, this is under your willingness. Highgarden Castle, Terrace. The sky is like blue paper, with a few thin white clouds floating slowly in the wind. Margaery, let me listen. The person who spoke was Margaery Tyrell's grandmother, Olenna Redwyne, known as the Queen of Thorns. Born in the Redwyne family on the Arbor, the 69-year-old Olenna Redwyne has long lost her teeth, is short, and her silver hair is wrapped in a dark green headscarf. Rumor has it that Olenna walks with a cane and claims to be nearly deaf, but many suspect this is a false front of Olenna Redwyne to confuse outsiders. Olenna rarely avoids an opportunity to express her opinions, and her language is witty, intelligent, and sarcastic, earning her the title of Queen of Thorns. Although her grandmother often makes fun of the members of the Golden Rose family, Margaery knows in her heart that her grandmother is a staunch supporter of the Golden Rose's interests. Margaery understands her grandmother's lack of patience, and with her excellent memory, she immediately tells her grandmother everything that happened. After listening to Margaery's story, Olenna gripped the armrest of the chair and said, I don't like this young man's tricks, but I have to admit that he has some means. Into the gorgeous rose bushes, broke into an insect that is not afraid of rose thorns. How to deal with it is up to you and your group. Margaery nodded obediently and said, Grandma, I know. No, you don't know, my granddaughter. Olenna interrupted Margaery's words first, paused, and said, I am a mean old lady, and I always speak sharply. No matter how it starts, whether you like it or not, you must let the little insect learn to pick pollen for the roses. This is the endless golden rose. Margaery's brown eyes trembled slightly. Grandma, I never thought you were mean. I can feel that you love me and you love your family. The old Olenna could no longer straighten her waist. Looking at the young and beautiful Margaery, it was as if she was looking at her own youth. Olenna showed a kind look. Old Lady Olenna, thank you for the praise of the light of Highgarden. Come, sit next to me and let me bask in the sunshine of the Reach. Margaery's cheeks were slightly red. She stood up and sat next to Olenna. Her white and tender hands gently held Olenna's wrinkled hand. Olenna's fingers were thin, but Margaery felt at ease every time she held them. My granddaughter, I can feel that you are uneasy. Why? Are you worried about my son, the Duke, who is as stupid as a pig? Grandmother always spared no effort when mocking her father. Over time, grandmother's mockery has become a part of the Tyrell family. Even my father once said with a smile that if he didn't hear grandmother mocking him for a period of time, he would start to feel uncomfortable and always felt that something was missing in his life. Margaery couldn't help but laugh. Margaery realized that her behavior was a bit rude, but she couldn't stop laughing for a moment. She hurriedly covered her mouth and shook her head to deny it. Olenna smiled with Margaery for a while, patted her granddaughter's hand, and said, My Margaery, don't be so hard on yourself. You are not a statue in the garden. Margaery looked at her grandmother with her beautiful eyes and nodded with a red face. Olenna smiled and patted Margaery again. She actually liked to see Margaery's various unusual little expressions, but she never showed it. Tell Grandma, Why are you uneasy? I am a little hesitant. After recently contacting the Queen's Affairs officer from the Royal Territory, I felt pressure for the first time. I found it difficult to deal with him. Father needs my help, and I am worried that I can't control him, Olenna answered decisively. If you can't control him, get rid of him. Margaery's pupils contracted. Look, the choice has always been in your hands, right? Baron Kleber is just one person, and you have the Golden Rose family behind you. Look at your father. A wild boar could do better in his place. At the beginning, I was lost in the pleasure my husband brought me in bed. I didn't think straight and didn't discover my son's stupidity in advance. Otherwise, while he was still young, I might have been able to hit the fathead with a wooden spoon. What was I talking about? Well, personal power is insignificant in front of a strong family, and can even be ignored. Margaery, you are very talented, and you are still growing. Don't rush to compare your shortcomings with others' strengths. This is unwise. Olenna's advice completely dissipated the haze in Margaery's heart. Grandma, thank you for your good advice. I understand. Olenna stared at her. After a while, Margaery nodded slightly and said, well, I really understand it now. Olenna continued, I am an old woman who can't stay idle. I also know that young man. He reminds me of Tywin, who is also a young man who shouldered the family at a young age. When the family was passed on to them, they were all equally bleak. If they can't do something, the family is destined to decline forever. Margaery's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Lannister, well, it's that cunning lion family that swallows gold but shouts every day that debts must be paid. Now there is a Lannister queen, and the heir to the Iron Throne has Lannister blood. But everyone seems to have forgotten that during Tywin's father's time, the roar of the Lannister lion was a joke. Olenna raised her hand and knocked on the armrest of the chair at the end. It's rare that Baron Crab can make the Duke of Mace so happy, so let him sit in the position of Prime Minister and be stupid forever. This is also the opportunity for the Golden Rose. Margaery closed her lips and looked at her grandmother and nodded solemnly. Please vote for it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Beauty, 4700. The evening in King's Landing was not dark. Under the setting sun, it was stained with a thin layer of red. King's Landing, Hook Alley. At Green's signal, Samwell took out a key and opened the lock on the gate with a click. Did he say that he just picked up the key casually? Samwell was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and looked at Green. Green shrugged. This is Lannister's cold humor. After Green came to King's Landing, he had been in contact with Lannister for the longest time, and had long been familiar with it. As long as something is linked to the Golden Dragon, the more valuable the thing is, the more insignificant the Lannisters will describe it. Entering the courtyard, Green raised his eyes to look at the three-story white building, and said to Jaime on the side, Sir Jaime, it is indeed a small house. Jaime Lannister smiled and patted Green on the arm. Aha, isn't this our Baron Green? Long time no see. Didn't the gentleness of the Riverlands make you fall there? Ahem. Welcome to the new crab house, Tyrion Lannister said as he walked over slowly. If it weren't for the influence of his appearance, Green thought Tyrion's way of appearance was still very stylish. Jaime asked in confusion, Tyrion, how did you get in? After saying that, Jaime also looked around the high walls of the house. Tyrion's eyes also moved with Jaime's line of sight, and suddenly said, Jaime, my brother, thank you for looking at me. That is my dream. Jaime spread his hands and asked, did I leave you here? Tyrion glanced at the unfamiliar Samwell, nodded slightly, walked in front of Green and patted Green's thigh. Respected Sir Jaime, thank you for using euphemisms to describe my sudden appearance here. In fact, I want to tell you that I saw a lot of books in the study of this house, and I was fascinated by them. When I came to my senses and went to find you, I found that the door could not be opened. So, to be precise, I am a poor person left here by the Lannisters. Jaime smiled helplessly. Sorry, I thought you had something to do and left first. Tyrion grinned. My height is easy to be ignored. I may be suitable to be an assassin. Be careful, King scooped Jaime. Tyrion assassins are everywhere. Jaime pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't intend to answer. Green had long noticed that Samwell couldn't bear it after hearing about the study. Green smiled and said, Sam, go and see where the study is. It will be your territory in the future. Samuel, with an excited face, nodded and immediately took a step. After walking a few steps, Samuel suddenly stopped, scratched his head as if he remembered something, and walked back again. Samuel may be nervous, so he saluted to Jaime and Tyrion awkwardly, and then he left again. Tyrion looked at Green, his tone full of doubt. Green, your eyes tell me that you like him very much? Is he the lover you brought to the Riverland? Congratulations, and I will never drink unconscious in front of you again. Green couldn't help laughing and said, Sir Tyrion, don't worry, he is my future advisor. He likes books like you, and has a lot of knowledge in his mind. Aha, hearing you say that, I suddenly like him too. It seems that you have gained a lot this time, and you have an extra brain by your side. Green spread his hands. Well, he will tell me that before drawing the sword, I can say hello politely, and maybe it can achieve the same effect. Tyrion grinned and laughed for a while. Suddenly lowered his voice, and asked in a serious tone, how is the Riverland? Do you know what I am asking? Tyrion is a man who can't be serious for more than 3 seconds, but his enthusiasm also infected Green. Green cooperated with Tyrion, paused for a moment, and said, the fields of Highgarden are full of golden roses. The fruits are so sweet and ripe that they will burst in your mouth. Tyrion's face was full of impatience. Green smiled with his face up, and continued, the weather in the Reach is very hot, so hot that the girls in the Reach can't wear long clothes, and can only wear sleeveless shorts. When it's hot, the riverside is a white scene. Tyrion nodded with satisfaction and said, this is the beautiful scenery of the Reach in my impression. Green extended his hand to signal Jaime and Tyrion to enter the house. Green and Jaime slowed down their pace tacitly, letting Tyrion walk alone in front. Green looked at Jaime. There is no chance to talk today. Jaime looked back. It doesn't matter, there is no rush. Behind Tyrion, Green and Jaime quietly communicated with their eyes. The waves of Shipbreaker Bay kept coming up, crashing on the rocks, leaving circles of white foam. Stormlands, outside Storm's End. Brienne is the only surviving child of Selwyn Tarth, Lord Duskfall Hall, and lives on the island of Tarth, close to the Narrow Sea and Stormlands. Brienne's father, Selwyn Tarth, has always wanted to find a suitable marriage partner for Brienne. Although it was not an easy task, Selwyn found 3 men for his daughter, 3 men who were interested in Brienne's inheritance rights. Brienne has been unusually tall since she was a child, and her figure is as strong as men. Brienne loves to wield swords, and her dream when she grows up is to become a knight. Brienne is innocent and straightforward, but a little willful and stubborn. When the 3rd fiancé broke 3 bones of Brienne, Selwyn stopped looking for a marriage partner for Brienne and sent his daughter to Storm's End to be taught combat skills by Sir Goodwin. Brienne and Sir Goodwin learned how to fight with a longsword more skillfully, and also learned how to fight in plate armor. The period of time she spent studying with Sir Goodwin was a rare happy time for Brienne. However, Sir Goodwin died of illness. You have the strength of a man, but you still have a woman's heart. It's one thing to train with a blunt sword in the yard, but it's another thing to stab a foot-long sword into someone's abdomen and watch the light in his eyes gradually disappear. On the battlefield, a moment is equal to a lifetime. I saw that man pull out a dagger and insert it into the gap between my friend's armor. His strength, his speed, his bravery, all the skills gained from hard training, are not as good as the fart of an actor. Everything, all because he flinched when he should have killed someone. Brienne recalled Sir Goodwin's teachings to her. When Green was in the King's Forest, he also thought about the beautiful Brienne of Tarth. Most men in Westeros, even women, have a biased attitude towards women holding swords. Brienne's situation is definitely worse than what Green knows. This is also the reason why Green did not bring a female warrior from the Crab Claw Peninsula when he came to King's Landing, because when the strength is weak, there is no need to stand out and add unnecessary trouble. Unless Green's ambition is limited to the Crab Claw Peninsula, the Crab Claw family must go out of the Crab Claw Peninsula and improve the inherent impression of the Crab Claw Peninsula. It is also an important task that cannot be ignored. The special environment of the Crab Claw Peninsula has created the Thorn Core, which is mainly composed of spearwomen. Green thinks that this stage will have a great attraction to Brienne. Green hopes that Brienne, who is powerful in combat skills, straightforward and loyal, can join the Thorn Core and go out of the Crab Claw Peninsula with the Thorn Core at the right time to win her reputation. But he knows that Brienne is now a young girl in love with her feudal lord, Renly Baratheon, Duke of Storm's End. Brienne will not leave the Stormlands until the time is right. Samwell's sudden joining made Green change some of his ideas. It was later learned that Samuel was dragged by Tara and Dickon to accompany them to watch the ring challenge held by Green. It was this coincidence that Green and Samuel met. It was also because of their acquaintance that Samuel was not forced by his father to wear black clothes and join the Night's Watch as in the original plot, but took the initiative to leave Hornhill and join the Green camp. Therefore, on the way back to King's Landing, Green arranged some things in advance, such as sending Angway, who is relatively eloquent among the guards, to contact Brienne in advance. Angway was very excited to be entrusted with an important task by Green. Angway felt that he was one step closer to the day when he was canonized as a knight by the Lord. Angway had some information provided by Green, plus his experience as a mercenary. After arriving at Storm's End, he easily found out where Brienne was, Green's source of information, using the excuse that he overheard it while hunting in the royal forest. Brienne was extremely tall, her face was round and rough, covered with freckles, her teeth were protruding and uneven, her mouth was terribly wide, and her lips were very thick. Her hair was golden, but it was like dirty straw, fragile and dry. This was exactly Angway's first impression of Brienne. Brienne lived in the ridicule of others most of the time, and in the best case, she was just a little pitied by others. Because of her Lee, Brienne, who is in love with a young girl, once tried to dress herself up according to the standards of a noble lady, but because of her appearance without any feminine charm and the lack of coordination in her outfit, she was ridiculed by everyone even more. Brienne gave up her woman's dress in frustration and returned to her familiar male warrior outfit, continuing to suffer from the contempt and discrimination based on her gender. Due to these factors, Brienne not only looked clumsy in appearance, but also had a dull personality. Angway did not rush to contact Brienne, but secretly observed her while looking for a suitable occasion to meet. Angway, who was observing secretly, witnessed that the big and strong Brienne challenged a swordsman who had spoken ill of the late Sir Goodwin in private, amid the laughter of the crowd. Brienne's sword skills were open and close, and although they lacked a bit of skill, they seemed to be full of explosive power. Angway felt that Brienne's sword skills were very similar to Crab's fighting style, who pursued a one-shot kill. The dull Brienne seemed to have completely changed into a different person after entering the battle. In the battle, she shone with the most confident light. Angway could not help but think of Montan Wesley, who was usually honest but became like a beast in the battle. Brienne, she was a natural warrior. The battle was quickly ended by Brienne. The crowd booed and dispersed, leaving only the swordsman who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, but was still cursing. Angway found the right time, kicked the man unconscious, and said to Brienne in a friendly way, "Good day, Lady Brienne." Angway's words made Brienne pause slightly. Brienne ignored Angway, who took the initiative to greet her, but put away her sword and walked away. Brienne's reaction stumped Angway. Angway thought about his task and followed Brienne. Angway, a natural archer, was not impatient and followed silently all the way. Finally, Brienne stopped and looked at Angway. "What's your name?" Brienne's voice was low and hoarse like a man. Angway touched his chest and saluted. "My name is Angway, and I am the close guard of Baron Crab." Brienne's hand holding the hilt moved slightly, and said, "I feel you should be very powerful." Angway thought, "Are you going to fight with me?" "But I don't want to get married." Brienne's next sentence made Angway freeze there. A gust of wind blew, and Brienne's hair became more messy. Angway, who had a strong psychological quality, covered his mouth and coughed dryly, and said, "Madam, please don't misunderstand, I came to see you on the orders of the Lord." Brienne changed her stance and said, "Baron Crab." Angway nodded and said, "Yes, Mom. Our territory has an all-female legion called the Thorn Legion. Our lord is in the royal forest and heard about you by chance." Brienne's expression was stiff, and Angway couldn't guess what she was thinking, so he had to continue. "If one day, Mom has the idea of going out to see the world, Baron Green Crab sincerely invites you to join Crab's Thorn Legion." Brienne was silent for a while, nodded, and said, "I know, I will remember it. Please thank Baron Green Crab for me." After that, Brienne turned around and walked away. Seeing Brienne leave so easily, Angway raised his voice worriedly. "Lady Brienne, the captain of the Thorn Corps is named Impero. She will be knighted soon. You will be invited to watch the ceremony." Brienne stopped and glanced at Angway. Although there was a distance, Angway with his excellent eyesight could still see Brienne's expression clearly. The corners of his lips moved and his jaw nodded. Angway finally breathed a sigh of relief. At night, the Crab Mansion in Hook Lane. Dong dong dong. After receiving the response, Montan Wishu entered the study with a pot of meat. Good night, Sir Samwell. Samwell Tarly raised his head from the book, looked at the honest Monton, and said with a smile, "Good night, Monton. You can just call me Sam." Monton smiled innocently, gently placed the basin full of barbecue next to Samwell, and said, "Sam, I'll treat you to meat." Samwell smiled shyly, expressed his gratitude, grabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to chew. Monton looked at Samwell with an innocent face. Samwell swallowed the meat in his mouth, wiped his hands, and said, "Monton, what do you want to talk to me about?" Monton nodded his big head, laughed again, and then said, "Sam, I want to ask you, how can I be a good Legion commander?" Monton has a very outstanding intuition, and his intuition tells him that Samwell knows a lot of things that ordinary people don't know. Before, Monton was always on the road, and he couldn't find a chance to ask Sam for advice. Tonight, Monton found an opportunity, and in order to show his sincerity, he took out the most high-quality thing for him, a pot of roasted lamb. Although Samwell did not dare to swing the sword, he studied all the military books in Hornhill in order to get his father's approval. Samwell thought seriously for a while and said, "Monton, the first task of the Legion commander is to lead the Legion to defeat the enemy. I think you can learn from His Majesty Robert. His Majesty Robert's invincible hammer is the guarantee of victory for the army." Samwell lowered his voice and said, "In the Battle of the Trident, King Robert killed Prince Rhaegar with his hammer, bringing a decisive victory." Battle of the Trident? What is that? Who is Rhaegar? Monton scratched his head and said, "Sam, do you mean to find an opportunity to kill the enemy leader, so that you can win?" "Yes, this is the method I think is more suitable for you," Monton said naively. "Sam, this seems to be similar to my previous fighting style. When I fight, I like to target the enemy leader the most. As long as he can't run away, they can't stop me." Samwell was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you so powerful?" Samwell hurriedly explained, "I don't doubt your strength. I found out on the way that you are very strong." Monton shook his head and said, "I didn't misunderstand you. Should I find an opportunity to let you see how I fight first?" Samwell agreed, "This is the best. I will study it carefully and tell you then." "Sam, you eat meat. Tell me what else the commander should be able to do besides fighting." Chapter 90 Abnormalities in the Prime Minister's Tower. The morning sun burst out and passed through the clouds. King's Landing, the front yard of the Crab Mansion. With a bang, a teeth-grinding collision sound came from the front yard. Samwell Tarly, with a horrified face, took a deep breath of the cool morning air. "Damn it, someone help me, damn it, Sorrel seems to be unconscious, Doctor." "Doctor?" The fully armed Monton Wishu pulled up his visor and said naively, "Don't worry, I will hold my strength. Sorrel's body is very strong and he will wake up in a while." The air seemed to freeze for a second. "Monton, you?" the crab soldiers present suddenly cursed. Monton chuckled, ignored the angry people, and walked towards Samwell on the other side. Samwell glanced at Monton, who was also broad and fat, blinked, and said, "Monton, I intuitively felt your strength this time." "It is indeed accurate beyond words." Monton glanced at the noisy soldiers with dazed eyes, approached Samwell, and whispered, "I am telling the truth, I did hold back my strength." Samwell couldn't help but ask, "How much?" Monton took off his bucket helmet and said, "Exactly, about half. Lord Green, the Chancellor of the Exchequer invites you." In the restaurant of the mansion, Green was having a meal when he saw Samwell walking over breathlessly. Samwell wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and nodded, "Baron Green, I have something to report." Green smiled and nodded, motioned Samwell to sit down, and said with a smile, "Sam, sit down first and have a glass of water." After that, Green asked the servant, "Where did Earl Petyr arrange to meet?" "The women's branch of Château." Green raised his eyebrows, paused, and said, "Reply to Earl Petyr for me. I will visit after sunset." "Sam, what's the matter, Baron Green?" "It's about Monton Wishu." Samwell's face showed excitement, and he continued, "Monton is very strong. His current plate armor is almost the same as us wearing cloth. I think we can make a pair of thickened plate armor for Monton. I have communicated with him, and it can be at least half as thick as the current one. If this is achieved, Monton will become everyone's nightmare." Green nodded slightly and said, "Sam, do you know a lot about armor?" Samwell smiled shyly. "I can't go to the battlefield, so I studied more about this." After saying that, Samwell lowered his head. Green reached out and patted Samwell's arm, saying, "Sam, don't fall into bad memories. Your life has just begun, and war is not only decided on the battlefield. Your current idea is very good. If these are realized, Montan may become an unmatched existence on the battlefield, and you will also have the credit here. I like Mon very much, and I also support your idea. I will be responsible for taking the gold dragon, and you will be responsible for taking Montan to get things done. How about it? The once poor Baron of Crab Claw Peninsula finally spoke with a bit of the flavor of a gold dragon. Samuel nodded heavily and said, I will do my best. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said, I heard that the blacksmith named Tom Homod is very famous. You can go find him. His blacksmith shop is built on the top of Steel Street on the Visania Hill. His blacksmith shop is larger than other shops on Steel Street. There is a stone knight on each side of the shop's door. It is very recognizable. Samuel, who couldn't hold back, immediately stood up and said goodbye. Baron Green, I remember, I will go to find Montan now. Green's eyes were smiling. Sam, congratulations on finding a new beginning. Red Castle, Meagher's Tower. At this time, Green was under a lot of pressure. After breakfast, Green took his guards directly into the Red Castle and came to Meagher's Tower to meet Queen Cersei Lannister. Green was enjoying Queen Cersei's reward, standing with Jaime Lannister to watch Queen Cersei take a bath. Green glanced at Jaime, but did not get a response from Jaime. Well, I am the outlier. Retracting his thoughts, Green lowered his eyes and began to report his progress in Highgarden to Queen Cersei. Cersei, who had closed her eyes, opened her beautiful eyes, looked at Green, and raised the corners of her lips. Baron Green, you are full of the courage I love. You did a good job. Green stroked his chest and said, Your Majesty, my courage comes from you. Cersei showed a trace of satisfaction and said, Baron Green, you can leave first. Hearing this, Green silently pointed to the direction of the garden to Jaime, and left the room very straightforwardly. After Green left, Jaime walked around, looked down at the beautiful scenery in the bathtub, his Adam's apple rolled, and said, Cersei, you seem to be in a good mood. Cersei glanced at Jaime, sneered, and said, Jaime, he is very cute, isn't he? Jaime said helplessly, I'm not jealous. Green is a rare and upright knight, and he doesn't understand the joy of love. I'm worried that you will scare him. At the end, Jaime couldn't help but pull up the corners of his mouth. Cersei fiddled with the ends of her hair, lowered her eyes slightly, and her trembling eyelashes concealed a light underneath. If he can't even withstand this, how can I use him with confidence in the future? Jaime spread his hands and said, So, I choose to be your sword and don't want to bother with these complicated things. Cersei looked at Jaime and hooked his finger at him. Jaime smiled and shook his head, lowering his body. Cersei hooked Jaime's chin with her index finger and said, Sir Jaime, I feel like you are asking for credit. Are you asking for a reward? Cersei, I can't refuse you, but I have to tell you that I'm wearing armor now. Red Keep, Meagher Tower Gardens. Green had just sent away the steward from the Tower of the Prime Minister. Green frowned slightly, and the steward from the Tower of the Prime Minister informed Green of the specific time to meet Lord Jon this afternoon. Green thought that the earliest would be tomorrow. Why was Prime Minister Jon so anxious to arrange a meeting with him? It seemed that he was in a hurry. Something was wrong. Green smelled an unusual smell in it. Green stared at a sea of flowers and moved the thumb of his right hand against his index finger. Ta-ta-ta. Jaime walked towards Green, holding the sword on his waist in one hand. Green turned his eyes to Jaime in silver armor and white robe and nodded in greeting, but his heart was moved. Yes, armor. The perceptive Green has already sensed the dangerous changes of Queen Cersei. In addition to Jaime, who is not very reassuring as a shield, he needs the close protection of plate armor. Plate armor is troublesome to put on and even more troublesome to take off. Men need the protection of plate armor when they are in danger. From now on, Jaime is Green's role model. From now on, as long as he is in the Red Castle, he will never take off his armor. If he gets on Cersei's bed and wants to get off Cersei's ship again, with Green's current strength, he will have to pay a heavy price. For Green, in order to avoid being eaten by Cersei, the best option is to delay the fight. Green must strike a balance, satisfying Cersei while maintaining a safe distance to leave room for himself. Green decided that in order to deal with Cersei's aggressiveness, he would add a sultry attribute to his character. However, Green was worried. He was a sunny person, and he was afraid that he would not be able to play the role of a sultry man obsessed with Cersei's beauty. Jaime didn't say anything extra and said bluntly, Baron Green, most of the intelligence I collected points to the Riverlands behind the scenes. Green nodded and said, Sir Jaime, a conspiracy of this level is a mist in itself. After a pause, Green said, Duke Hoster Tully is terminally ill. The Riverlands now have no energy to participate in the power game of the Red Castle. The Tully family can be ruled out. Jaime's tone was faintly angry. The affairs of the Duke of Riverine are no secret, so that's why I almost traveled all over King's Landing. Green smiled and said, Sir Jaime, I can understand your feelings. I think your sword has been thirsty for a long time. Green's words made Jaime feel a lot better, so I have given up the investigation for the time being. I have been waiting for you to come back. Thank you very much for your trust. I can sense that you are almost losing your patience now. I am glad that I came back in time, otherwise Queen Cersei might order me to lead troops to attack Riverine. Jaime smiled and said, You and Tyrion have both mastered the magic of language, and can soothe people unconsciously. As he spoke, Jaime patted Green and said, Little Baron, don't underestimate me. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this? Green stared at Jaime and said, Renly Baratheon. Renly Baratheon, the third son of the late Stephen Baratheon and Cassandra Esmond, is the younger brother of Robert Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon. Hearing this, Jaime frowned. Green added, He is King Robert's younger brother, the Lord Chancellor of the court, and the Duke of Storm's End. Renly was recruited to the Red Castle by Prime Minister Jon shortly after he came of age and served as King Robert's Lord Chancellor of the court. While Renly was in the Red Castle, Sir Courtenay Penrose of the Penrose family acted as the Lord of Storm's End and was responsible for helping Renly manage the castle affairs. Jaime's green eyes trembled slightly, and he suppressed his anger and said, Lord Green, is the information reliable? Green spread his hands and said, Highgarden Castle is the same as the Red Castle. There are no secrets there. This is not a secret there. Jaime smiled with his white teeth, and his neat white teeth seemed to want to eat people. Renly is just a duke who knows how to dress up. Green raised his eyebrows, and Jaime became sharper. Jaime said in a deep voice, Lord Green, tell me why Renly wants to deal with Cersei. What is his plan? Like Green, Jaime knew that the Baratheons were very powerful now. Jaime now needs a step. After Robert won the Iron Throne, he gave the Storm's End of the Baratheon family to his youngest brother Renly, while Stannis, who made great contributions during the War of the Usurper, got the remote and barren Dragonstone Island. Stannis has always been dissatisfied with the distribution after Robert sat on the Iron Throne. Over the years, the relationship between the three Baratheon brothers has become more like that of enemies. The far-sighted Green also does not want Jaime to become an opportunity to ease the relationship between the three Baratheon brothers. Renly is so scary that he can't be touched. It's just for the time being. The players of political schemes never lack patience. Green reached out and patted Jaime's arm. Sir Jaime, what do you want to do? No matter what your final decision is, I will stand by you. This is also for Queen Cersei. You can trust me. Green looked serious on the surface, but he said in his heart, Knight Jaime, when you really let go of Cersei in your heart, it is time for the two of us to join hands. Green's words brought a smile to Jaime's face. Little Baron, don't you have fear in your heart? Green shrugged and said, I have a way out. The Crab Claw Peninsula is never afraid of any invading enemy. Green gripped the hilt of the sword and continued, when foreign enemies appear on the Crab Claw Peninsula, no matter what kind of blood feud they have, we can put it aside and unite closely until all invaders are eliminated. This is our 1,000-year tradition. Sir Jaime, if they join forces to attack the Crab Claw Peninsula, remember to command the army in the west and kick their asses hard from behind. Green looked like he was ready to fight to the death, which made Jaime regain his composure. Jaime sighed deeply. It's refreshing to think about it, but Cersei, the queen will be in danger. I can't let her be in danger. Hearing this, the murderous aura on Green's body instantly dissipated, and his face was gentle. For Her Majesty the Queen, we can also plan slowly, if you have patience. Jaime's eyes moved, and he said, Baron Green, do you have a plan? Green nodded, stared at Jaime, raised his right hand, and stretched out 5 fingers. Jaime smiled casually, but froze when his hand touched his waist. Before, in Meagher's tower, Jaime came out in a hurry to get rid of Cersei's temptation, and Lannister forgot his purse. Jaime's expression was slightly embarrassed. Well, you know, Lannister, debts must be paid. Afternoon, the Prime Minister's tower. Green, who was about to enter the Prime Minister's tower, suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the throne room. Green saw Lancel hiding his body behind the tree, staring at him motionlessly. The sun was dazzling, and Green squinted slightly. The sun was scorching, and there was not a cloud in the sky, nor a breeze, as if the air was stagnant. Green calmly withdrew his gaze, took another step, and entered the Prime Minister's tower. When Green walked through the hall, he found Varys, the Chief of Royal Intelligence, who was walking towards him. Green nodded in greeting, but did not stop. Varys, who was holding hands, just nodded slightly in return, and also did not stop. When the two people passed by, Varys' lips closed slightly several times. Green's ears moved, and although Varys' voice was very low, he still heard the content clearly. Be careful of the shadow, will he die if he says a few more words? Green hates the Riddler, unless their identities are swapped. Green's heart moved, combined with Lancel's abnormal behavior, his thoughts turned. Green raised his foot and stepped onto the stairs. Sorry, something suddenly happened today, which delayed my typing. I'll make up for it later. Chapter 91 Dragon Elimination Plan. Prime Minister's Tower. Green had just walked out of the stairs, but before he could reach the Prime Minister's study, he was stopped by the Prime Minister's clerk who had met him in the morning. Baron Green, I'm sorry, the Prime Minister wants you to go to the Prime Minister's bedroom. Green didn't ask any more questions, just nodded slightly and said, Sir, please lead the way. Hearing this, the Prime Minister's clerk looked up at Green, then stretched out a hand and said, Sir, please follow me. There was only the sound of two people's footsteps in the quiet Prime Minister's tower. After going up another floor, Green found two golden robes standing on the left and right, guarding the door of a room. The Prime Minister's clerk stood still, bowed slightly, and stretched out a hand in the direction of the golden robes. Petter, please be loyal. When Green walked past the Prime Minister's clerk, he heard a whisper that only the two of them could hear. Green nodded his chin lightly, walked to the door alone, and calmly adjusted his armor. Lancel, shadow, loyalty. Green lowered his head slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up imperceptibly. Not long after, Green, who had finished dressing, straightened his waist again, and glanced at the golden robe with his brown eyes. The golden robe opened the door for Green without looking away, and Green stepped in. Entering the Prime Minister's bedroom, Green first smelled the smell of medicine. The strong smell of medicine almost filled the entire room. Compared with the last time they met, there were several servants in the room who were silently busy in another place. Green's face did not show a trace of strange color at the pungent smell of medicine, and he nodded to the Duke John Arryn who was leaning against the bedside and saluted. Good day, Prime Minister. Duke John's tone was very kind, and he said, Come, child, I'm glad to see you. Sit down and talk. As soon as the voice fell, a servant in the room brought a chair and gently placed it next to the bed. It was the same routine again. Facing the kind words of Duke John, Green was alert and rolled his eyes. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he only sat on 1/3 of the seat, leaning slightly towards John, with his hands on his knees. Green was speaking to take care of the weak and feeble Duke John, not for. Green just wanted to make the two of them look close. Duke John showed no surprise at Green's little move. He stared at Green with his cloudy eyes and said, I heard that you made a lot of noise in Highgarden this time. Green smiled embarrassedly and replied, There's a shortage of food in the Crab Claw Peninsula. My steward told me that the price of food in the river reaches fair, so I took advantage of the royal hunting to go to Highgarden. After a pause, Green continued, but things didn't go smoothly. I didn't have many gold dragons in my pocket. Those merchants didn't even want to pay attention to me, a poor lord who came all the way from the royal territory. So, Green stared at Duke John with his bright eyes and didn't say anything, which finally made Duke John's face show some strange colors. Well, then what? There was a hint of excitement in Green's tone. Since my etiquette couldn't get the proper courtesy, I set up a ring on the outskirts of Highgarden and talked to them with a sword in my hand. For several consecutive days, I defeated more than 100 challengers from the river reach. Well, it's very interesting, thank you for your compliment. The progress was smooth afterwards. We agreed to trade the leather of the Crab Claw Peninsula for the grain of the river bay. This temporarily relieved me. The root cause of the daily wars in the Crab Claw Peninsula is actually mostly for food to survive. Without a stable environment in the territory, the situation will only get worse and worse. Green's words made Duke John inadvertently think of the issue of heirs. For a great noble, heirs are too important. John Arryn had 3 marriages. The first wife was Jenny Royce, but Jenny died in childbirth, and the baby girl she gave birth to was also stillborn. The second wife was his cousin, Lyanna Arryn, who died of cold and had no children. Duke John designated many heirs, but they died one by one before Duke John. The first heir was Targaryen, the youngest son of his younger brother Rona, but he was executed by the Mad King before the War of the Usurper. The second heir was Dennis from a branch of the Arryn family, but he was killed in the War of the Usurper. During the War of the Usurper, Lord John married Lysa Tully, the daughter of Lord Hoster Tully. After several miscarriages, Lysa Tully finally gave John a sickly legitimate heir, Robert Arryn. Lord John, Green's voice awakened Lord John, who was lost in his memories. Green looked worried, but his heart was moved. Although Lord John looked similar to the last time they met, Green could feel that Lord John had no chance of recovery. If the doctor could maintain Lord John's current condition, for 1 or 2 years? Lord John, who had come back to his senses, stared at Green with complicated eyes for a while. The future of the kingdom ultimately belongs to the young. The old Lord John sighed in his heart and suddenly felt that time was the cruelest. Lord John's sigh was only temporary, and he would not forget the purpose of meeting Green in person. Duke John praised, "I was right about you, Baron Green. Although you are young, you are very capable." Duke John's praise sounded harsh to Green. Green shook his head slightly and took the initiative to say, "Duke John, I have also learned some information through various channels during this period, for more than 10 years. In order to hunt down the Targaryen dragons that fled to the other side of the continent, we have spent more than 100,000 to 200,000 gold rolls every year on purchasing information and hiring assassins, but we still have no results." At this point, Green stopped talking and looked at Duke John with a puzzled look. The muscles on Duke John's cheek twitched slightly. "Lord Green, you have exaggerated the difficulties. We used to sit in the Red Keep. If someone could sit in Essos, it would be a different situation." Taking advantage of Duke John's pause, Green nodded happily and said, "Duke John, then I am relieved. I am just worried that I won't get the support of the Red Keep. I have people in my hands. I have more than 2,000 clan soldiers." Green deliberately exaggerated the data. "They have fought for the Crab House for generations. Everyone is an excellent soldier, very reliable, and worthy of the trust of the Red Keep. I will take my clan soldiers across the ocean. We will search every corner of the Essos continent. As long as there is enough time, I will definitely be able to dig out the hidden Targaryen dragon. Of course, back to the beginning, what I need is the support of the Red Keep." Duke John's lips moved slightly, and after a long pause, he said, "I will keep my promise. When you return safely, you will be the guardian of the Crab Claw Peninsula." Green couldn't help but be surprised. He opened his mouth and said, "Duke John, excuse me, where's the support of the Red Keep?" A sharp light flashed across Duke John's cloudy eyes. "The Crab Claw Peninsula has never had a guardian. This is the support of the Red Castle." Green's tone was unwilling. "Prime Minister, I don't even have a ship to cross the sea." Duke John stared at Green for a while, and said, 3 years, you don't have to bring so many men. As long as you do your best in 3 years, no matter what the result, you will be the guardian of the Crab Claw Peninsula." Green held his forehead and smiled, suppressing anger in his eyes. "My dear Prime Minister, I'm just a swordsman. I don't understand what you mean." In the room, Green, who was suppressing his anger, and the calm Duke John formed 2 completely different scenes. "Lord Green, I know you are very smart. You have understood what I mean." Lord John stared at Green and said, "Or, you deliberately found an excuse that sounds acceptable. Do you have pity for the old Targaryen master, loyalty?" Green stood up suddenly and said loudly, "Lord John, you are insulting my honor with groundless speculation. I will never accept it. I want to duel with the swordsman who can represent you. I want to prove my loyalty to the kingdom with victory." Now, the air in the Prime Minister's bedroom seemed to solidify, and everyone present was stunned. Except for Green and John. Green looked murderous. Green's actions did not change the calm face of Lord John. A trace of melancholy flashed across the bottom of Lord John's eyes, and he secretly regretted the rare opportunity. John Arryn, I'm really not suitable for this kind of conspiracy." Lord John thought that this might be the mercy and blessing of the gods, so that he would not lose the glory he had guarded for his whole life in the last stage of his life. Lord John sighed secretly. It's been more than 10 years. A poor Crab Claw Peninsula can't make big waves. My successor will do better than me. Enough, damn it, I can't listen to it anymore. A rough voice sounded from behind the bed. The majestic King Robert Baratheon strode out from behind. Green glanced at Lord John on the bed, and nodded to King Robert. "Good day, Your Majesty." The Whispering Castle is at your service." King Robert stood in front of Green. "Damn it, how did I fall asleep, Baron Whispering Castle? You disturbed my sweet dream. However, your attitude still makes me happy. The remnants of the Targaryen are damned. I just hate that they can only be killed once. Damn it, who'll get me a glass of wine? Where is my Lannister's stupid squire? Who can tell me where he's hiding again?" With a bang, Lancel Lannister pushed the door in a panic with a wine glass and a wine pot. As a king's squire, Lancel took a great risk and hid near the Prime Minister's tower to hint Green. Green remembered the evening before the hunting in King's Landing. Lannister really must pay his debts. Green looked at Lancel's little face and was moved. "Lancel, for the time being, I can only sympathize with your experience in my heart." While Lancel was pouring wine for King Robert, Green quietly moved aside and stood silently with his eyes downcast. Robert raised his cup and drank it all, saying, "Be smart, Lannister. If you dare to delay my wine again, I will hang you on the city gate." King Robert said to Lord John, "John, you should take good care of your health. Leave these trivial matters to the stewards. As long as my warhammer is still there, nothing serious will happen to the kingdom." John smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I disturbed your sweet dream. I'm just not used to it for a while. I have handed many things over to Petyr to handle. He has always done a good job and I can rest assured." Robert laughed. "This is good news. If you can rest assured, let him run more errands. Although I don't like his hypocrisy, he is indeed good at getting rid of trouble." After that, King Robert's eyes moved to Green, and his big eyes stared at Green motionlessly. Facing Robert's fierce momentum, Green was naturally calm and composed. Not long after, Robert laughed. "Green Crab, you are a good young man, a good warrior. I heard about your dragon-killing plan. You are much more reliable than my ministers who talk nonsense all day long. You spent so many gold dragons, but I haven't even seen a finger. Tell me, how do you want the Red Castle to support your plan?" Green looked at Robert, his tone full of confidence. "Your Majesty, I have enough manpower. I only need the Red Castle to provide 150,000 gold dragons every year." The smile on Robert's face froze for a moment, and he cursed. "Damn it, you damn vassals of the royal domain, you only know to ask for money when you see me, and you only need 150,000, and every year? Do you think that when no one is there at night, that iron chair will pull out gold bars for me?" Green faced Robert's power and said bluntly, "Your Majesty, the continent of Essos is much larger than Westeros. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. You can't let my people search for targets there and beg at the same time." King Robert laughed. "Young warrior, you made me laugh. Well, if you let the soldiers fight on an empty stomach, they will not only curse you, but also burn your tents." King Robert looked at the door. "Go, someone, call my finance minister." John said at this time, "Petyr is in the Prime Minister's study. Go downstairs and ask him to come up." Dong dong dong. Petyr, who was dressed neatly, entered the house and saluted King Robert. "Good day, your honorable king." Robert nodded and said, "Petyr, are there any gold dragons in the kingdom's treasury?" Petyr curled the corners of his lips, stroked his chest and said, "Your Majesty, as long as you need it, Petyr will always have the right amount of coins in the kingdom's treasury." King Robert nodded with satisfaction, and said to Green in a deep voice, "Baron Whispering Castle, I don't like waiting without results." With a bang, Green slapped his chest with his right hand. Green was wearing armor, as if he was a warrior about to go to war. "Your Majesty, you only need to support me for 3 years." "I only need 3 years." King Robert's fat face showed a hint of satisfaction, nodded, and said to Petyr on the side, "Petyr, prepare 150,000 gold dragons for him." Petyr touched his chest and nodded, "Yes, my Majesty." King Robert's sight moved to Green again. "Green Crab, this is for 3 years. I will give it to you in one go. Damn it, I won't let the soldiers fight on an empty stomach, but I won't be so extravagant as to let you fight on gold dragons. Do you know what the most expensive thing is? It's those useless intelligence. I will let Varys help you. Remember, I will not tolerate your failure, and there will be no extra rewards. Remember, the sooner the better. As long as you succeed, I will allow you to put the remaining gold dragons in your pocket. Your Majesty Robert, I am willing to go through fire and water for you." Green looked at King Robert with a firmer look. Chapter 92, Fair Rewards and Punishments. The coast of Duskfall Hall. Duskfall Hall is located on the west coast of Tarth Island in the Stormlands, near Shipbreaker Bay, and is the home of the Tarth family. The waves of the sea, one after another, push forward and surge back to form huge waves. The moment each wave reaches its highest point, it opens a cluster of snow-white waves in the air. Selwyn Tarth stood in the distance, watching Brienne practicing her sword skills, and smiled gently. Selwyn Tarth, 52 years old this year, is the patriarch of the Tarth family, the Earl of Duskfall Hall and the Earl of Tarth Island. He is called a Duskster. Duskster is the title of the Lord of the Tarth family on Tarth Island. It is rumored that this title can be traced back to the Dawn Age. Selwyn Tarth's wife died before Brienne could remember. His eldest son, Galadin, drowned at the age of 8, and his 2 youngest daughters died in infancy. Therefore, Brienne Tarth became the only heir of Selwyn Tarth. Brienne spotted her father strolling towards her, so she put away her sword and wiped the sweat from her face. Selwyn praised in a kind tone, "My daughter, your sword skills are increasingly impressing me." Brienne moved her lips, her eyes evasive. "Father, I don't want to get married." Selwyn shook his head and said, "Brittany, believe me, I have given up the idea of finding a marriage partner for you. I firmly believe that the gods have already made arrangements." Selwyn added worriedly, "Although I love music more than longswords, I have seen many famous swordsmen, and you are definitely not inferior to them. Sir Goodwin trained you very well. Perhaps the Tarth family will give birth to a female knight who will resound throughout Westeros. I am very grateful to him, and I am heartbroken by his passing." Brienne paused and said, "Father, this is difficult. No one will like women in armor, even if I defeat him." Selwyn looked at his tall daughter with soft eyes, and said, "Creating music is also difficult, but people still continue to do so. It is precisely because they know that creating greatness is not easy that they are more motivated." Selwyn spread his hands and said, "Don't worry about your father. All the men in Stormlands are arrogant. I don't care what others say. I only care about my children." Brienne turned her face away. Selwyn seemed not to notice Brienne's strangeness and continued, "Brittany, I have almost checked it out." Brienne, with red eyes, couldn't help but turn her head back. "So soon? Of course it's quick, my daughter. I'm honored that you never asked me to help you when you grew up." Although Brienne's expression was still stiff, Selwyn still noticed Brienne's smile, which made him very happy. The Crab Claw family is in the Crab Claw Peninsula. They are one of the old nobles on the Crab Claw Peninsula. The Crab Claw family, who are good at fighting, has produced 3 kingsguards. There are numerous wildling tribes on the Crab Claw Peninsula. It may be the only place in Westeros that has never had peace. Brienne looked at her father, who was introducing it as if reciting a poem, and asked, "What do you think of it there?" Selwyn pinched her chin, thought seriously for a while, and said, "A paradise for warmongers, a hell for peacemakers." Brienne hesitated for a moment, and said, "The red-haired stranger told me their lord will invite me to watch the knight's investiture ceremony." Selwyn asked in confusion, "Baron Crab? How did he know you?" "In any case, it's better than being unknown." Brienne stared at her embarrassed father for a while, and said, "It's the investiture of a female knight." Selwyn was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared on her face. "Brittany, my daughter, I support you to go there. Be brave. I will prepare the best armor for you, and your father has enough ransom." Although Brienne got her father's support, she still couldn't make up her mind. Brienne, who could only endure the ridicule of the crowd in the Stormlands and secretly loved Lord Renly, now suddenly had a very good way out for her. I don't know why. For the first time, Brienne was very confused. Prime Minister's tower, Prime Minister's bedroom. Petyr Baelish noticed the gaze from Jon Arryn, his gray-green eyes moved, and the two people's eyes met. Petyr nodded his chin calmly. Petyr maintained a faint smile, and while Robert Baratheon stopped laughing, he suddenly said, "Your Majesty, it's a pity. Baron Green has governed the Queen's district very well. I thought that a lot of tax revenue could be increased this year. Now, Baron Green has been entrusted with an important task by you. I can only pray that the next manager of the Queen's district can maintain the stability of the Queen's district." Listening to Petyr's words, Green's brown eyes trembled slightly. Green's mind turned. Petyr suddenly mentioned the Queen's district, just to start the conversation, and he must have other purposes. King Robert said loudly, "Petyr, this should be said that you have seen the White Walkers twisting their waists and dancing. Perhaps I will believe this more. Damn it, it seems that not all my vassals in the crown are full of nonsense. This is the most unbelievable thing." King Robert's voice fell, and Petyr looked at Green, his eyes shining and gentle. Green's voice, compared with the usual, was a little louder. "Your Majesty, the Queen's district is dirty and messy. I can only manage it as a military camp. The effect is very significant in a short period of time, but the people are not soldiers after all, and it is not a long-term solution." King Robert laughed, and suddenly his tone changed to heavy. "Green, I agree with this. Commanding an army and governing a kingdom are two different things. I deeply understand. Damn, I'm thirsty." Without waiting for King Robert to say the next word, Lancel quickly handed the full wine glass to King Robert. King Robert raised his cup and took a big sip, exhaled comfortably, and said, "Petyr, my prime minister needs to rest. This matter is in your hands." Petyr curled his lips and nodded. "As you command, my majesty." King Robert looked at Lord John with his big eyes. "Well, I'm here to say goodbye to you today. Damn, you've wasted so much of my time. John, I hope that when I see you next time, you'll be alive and kicking in front of me." Lord John couldn't help coughing a few times, and said, "Although this matter makes me lose face, Baron Green still has some great contributions, and I need your instructions." Although King Robert was already very impatient, he still walked to the bed and sat down with a curse. "Your Majesty Robert, there are some things that cannot be avoided by you. Although Baron Green is Queen Cersei's official, he is also your direct vassal. You are the king, and you need to reward and punish fairly." Hearing this, the perceptive Green had already understood Prime Minister John's intentions, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. King Robert raised his right hand slightly, and a shadow flashed, and Lancel immediately appeared, with a full wine glass in his hand. "John, I heard about that. Don't expect me to comfort you." King Robert raised the wine glass and took a sip, wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said, "That's the trouble left by the Targaryens. We can't tear down everything here. There are no secrets in the Red Castle, so I hate staying here. Here I always feel like a naked woman for people to admire, and so do you." After that, King Robert laughed. "Is this what I can listen to?" Green glanced at Petyr, who was listening with relish. "It's okay, this is Westeros. Hey, Robert. It's a great achievement to discover this," and King Robert drank the rest of the wine in the glass in one gulp, threw the empty glass to Lancel, and said, "John, don't be slow, tell me all at once. Or, just tell me what to do." John looked at Robert's impatient fat face with cloudy eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. "Hey, I'll try to be brief. The Crab Claw Peninsula is full of wild men. After the war, the Crab family did not have the strength to protect their original land, so we marked out a relatively safe area for them to migrate. This year, Baron Green, who just inherited the family, repelled the wild men and recovered the land. He is your direct vassal, and perhaps it won't be long before there will be taxes for you." Green, who was standing aside with his eyes downcast, moved his ears. "Taxes? After the War of the Usurper, the arrears imposed by the Red Castle have not yet been." Green thought of the 150,000 gold dragons. "Let's hear what he says first." King Robert seemed to recall something and said, "Damn it, I remember now. The wars were all over, but they never stopped. They were just busy fighting." King Robert turned to Petyr and suddenly said, "Secretary of Finance, tell me, does the Crab Claw Peninsula belong to the King's Hill? Why don't I remember seeing a brown star for the vassal over there?" Petyr shrugged and said, "Your Majesty, that place is full of mountain barbarians. The barbarians never care who is the king. They only know that they can fill their stomachs by winning the battle. You can imagine the hardships of the nobles in the Crab Claw Peninsula in recent years. I can't let your vassals starve to death. This will hinder your wisdom." King Robert nodded and said, "Well, come to think of it, they are not bad. At least they didn't petition me endlessly. Damn it, my requirements for the vassals of the crown are really merciful. I think as long as they don't cause me trouble, it's ridiculous." Petyr smiled and said, "Your Majesty, everything is getting better under your rule." After a pause, Petyr raised his lips and continued, "As Lord John mentioned, it won't be long before you receive a brand new coin from the vassal of Crab Claw Peninsula." King Robert laughed, looked at Lord John, and said, "John, I said this guy is hypocritical. As long as I can reduce the trouble, I am the most generous king." Lord John smiled and nodded, "Your Majesty, you are born with the justice of a king." King Robert restrained his smile and said, "I understand. How do you think I should reward him, my Prime Minister?" Lord John said, "The new clan land plus the old clan land, as well as some merits in King's Landing. Your young vassal deserves the title of Earl." Although Green didn't show it on his face, his thoughts were turning. Estrangement. Green could already imagine the reaction of his boss Cersei after hearing the news. Cersei would definitely think that I had betrayed her. Green glanced at Petyr, and Green happened to meet Petyr's eyes. Petyr shrugged his shoulders slightly. Don't look at me, we are all pawns of the big guys. Green raised his eyebrows slightly. Let's talk in detail tonight. In secret, Green and Petyr made eye contact in an instant. Under the gaze of King Robert's big eyes, Lord Jon nodded slightly. Petyr, go get some paper and pen, find a table, I'll tell you to write. Petyr nodded and sat down at the table nearby. The servants in the room helped him prepare paper and pen. Your Majesty, it's ready. King Robert looked at Green and said in a loud voice, Green, come here and stand in front of me. Green exhaled, suppressed his excitement on his face, straightened his back and walked in front of Robert, and knelt on one knee with a bang. I, Robert I of House Baratheon, as Angel and others, write down all my damn titles. Petyr, you know which ones they are. I hereby appoint Baron Green Crab as Earl of Whispering Keep. Green said loudly, Your Majesty, Whispering Keep is always at your service. King Robert hummed and said, Earl Green, well, it does sound more impressive than Baron. Damn, I'm too generous. I wasted most of the day because of your business. Let me hear good news as soon as possible, and stay away from my queen. It won't hurt you. After that, King Robert waved his big fat hand, signaling everyone in the room to leave. Outside the Prime Minister's bedroom, Green and Petyr looked at each other and shrugged almost at the same time. Petyr raised his lips, his eyes twinkling. Congratulations, Lord Green. Green nodded in thanks. Lord Petyr, thank you for your frankness. I will treat you tonight. Petyr's smile was very elegant. It seems that tonight will be a night of no return. It's an honor. Green nodded again, said goodbye to Petyr, turned around and walked away. Petyr looked at Green's back and raised his lips. Walking out of the Prime Minister's tower, Green paused and looked up at the sky. The cloudless sky was like a blue canvas. Because of what happened in the Prime Minister's study last time, Lord Jon already knew that Green was keenly aware. The strong smell of medicine was to cover up the smell of alcohol on King Robert. The servants who were busy silently in the room were also to hide King Robert in the dark. Because of the special environment and traditions of the Crab Claw Peninsula, coupled with the Usurper War, almost cut off the connection with the Red Castle. However, the Crab Claw Peninsula belongs to King's Hill, and all the nobles on the Crab Claw Peninsula are vassals of King Robert. If Green had expressed some sympathy for the Targaryen family in order to shirk his mission, Green believed that the furious King Robert would directly expel him from King's Landing. The identity of King Lancel's attendant, the shadow hinted by Varys, Petyr. Green had to admit that Petyr's hint of loyalty made Green grasp the key point at once. Combined with the seemingly normal but strange situation in the Prime Minister's bedroom, Green saw through Lord Jon's calculations. As for what method Lord Jon used to make the impatient King Robert hide quietly behind, Prime Minister Jon was very familiar with King Robert, and he would definitely have his own methods, but now Green just wanted to maliciously guess the process. The first stage ended with Green becoming the executor of the dragon removal plan and receiving the funding of 150,000 gold dragons. In the second stage, Lord Jon used an above-board strategy. In front of King Robert, Lord Jon patiently listed Green's merits in detail and made Green an earl in a reasonable and legal way. Could Green refuse on the spot? Why refuse? What excuses to refuse? This is Westeros. Grimm is legally a direct vassal of King Robert, who is not a very easy king to talk to. These are just superficial traps. The real purpose of Lord Jon is to alienate Queen Cersei and Grimm openly. Lord Jon should be said to know Queen Cersei's character very well, and the strategy is tailored according to Queen Cersei's characteristics. Grimm took another step. Grimm's good mood and bad mood were mixed together, which made Grimm feel complicated. 150,000 gold dragons are not the end of Grimm. Grimm still needs to jump around through Queen Cersei, to continue to strengthen his strength. The most beloved Duke of Highgarden is still waiting to meet Grimm again, and this matter cannot be separated from Queen Cersei's promotion. Because of the backing of boss Cersei, Grimm actually has fewer concerns when doing things. When Grimm was in the River Reach, he set up the ring and was even ready to kill when the situation got out of control. One of the important reasons why Grimm was so confident was that Queen Cersei was behind him. Green is on a diplomatic mission for the Queen. As long as Lord Tywin does not intervene, when things get out of hand, the stubborn Cersei will not care whether you are from the Reach or the Straight River, she will just fight to the end. Green thought about it. Although Boss Cersei is a little willful, her generous rewards are enough for Green, who is a worker. Green nodded secretly. Generally speaking, Cersei is a good boss. However, Green is sure that Boss Cersei will be very angry. When Cersei is determined about something, she will not listen to anyone's words, including Jaime. Green looked up at the sky again. Does he have to sacrifice his looks to regain Boss Cersei's trust? Chapter 93 Gift. Today was destined to be a long day for Green. If you stick your head out, you will be cut off. If you hide your head, you will be cut off. After Green left the tower of the Prime Minister, he went straight to Meagher's tower to meet Queen Cersei. Green entered Meagher's tower and was stopped by the Queen's maid before he stepped onto the stairs. The maid told Green that Queen Cersei was resting and had no free time today. Green raised one eyebrow slightly. Before coming here, Green secretly arranged guards to look for Jaime. Although he couldn't persuade Cersei after she became willful, Jaime could at least help Green block two knives. Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen didn't find any trace of Jaime there, and there was no need to leave the Red Castle, so Jaime could only stay in Meagher's tower. Meagher's tower garden. Green raised his eyes to the sky. It seemed that Cersei was destined to learn about what happened in the tower of the Prime Minister from other channels. Most likely, Boss Cersei heard the news on the bed after having sex with Jaime. How did Green know about Queen Cersei's habit? Green is a person who pays attention to details. After a long time of contact and careful attention, he naturally mastered some secrets that are unknown to ordinary people. When Cersei and Jaime were having fun, Green's goal was to keep a distance. At this moment, things have calmed to this point. The best situation is naturally that Queen Cersei learned about what happened in the Prime Minister's tower from Green. However, in comparison, Green is more reluctant to get close to Cersei and Jaime's secrets. This matter is too big, and loyalty is not worth a brown star here. Now everyone who is familiar with Green already knows that he is a very perceptive person, including Jaime and Cersei. Didn't you see that the Queen's maids are already guarding the stairs at the bottom? If it were before, they were really exciting. Trampling on worldly pleasures may be more stimulating to the physical and mental pleasure, but the two of them retain a sense of reason. This change is not only to prevent Green, but also people with perceptive perceptions like Green. In order to explain to Queen Cersei as soon as possible, Green has been guarding the stairs, which will be unreasonably suspected by sensitive people. Green would rather make it more difficult and chose to leave Meagher's tower. 1, 2, 3. Green stood still in a corner of the garden. Many maids and servants from Meagher's tower who passed by also noticed Green, who looked heavy and had a story. Would Boss Cersei mistakenly think that I no longer needed her? Could it be that Boss Cersei really doubted Green's loyalty because of the Golden Dragon and status? Note that the above is a scene that Green set up in his mind, in order to make his facial expression more touching. Green deliberately performed it for passers-by nearby, among whom Queen Cersei's eyes and ears were hidden. Green, who was immersed in his acting, moved his ears and heard the light footsteps. Green turned his eyes at the right time, with a little surprise, and saluted with his chest. "Good day, Princess Myrcella." Myrcella Baratheon, who looked like a smaller version of Cersei with blonde hair and a red dress, raised her chin slightly and said, "Good day, Earl Green." The speed of information transmission in the Red Castle was really fast. Green nodded in thanks. And when he saw Princess Myrcella standing near him, he naturally lowered his body to balance the two people's sight. Green's decent behavior unconsciously improved Myrcella's favor. Myrcella smiled and said to Green, "I happened to be nearby. My maid told me you were here, so I came over." "Congratulations, Earl Green." Myrcella's still childish voice made Green smile. "Thank you, Princess, it's an honor. You are the first lady to congratulate me. I will remember it in my heart." Myrcella nodded with a pair of bright green eyes. Myrcella didn't have much contact with Green, but she had a good impression of Green. Myrcella's pure heart made her more aware of the changes around her. Due to her age and kindness, or it can be said that it was a kind of talent, Myrcella regarded herself as a silent observer and never revealed it easily. Myrcella's intuition told her that Green was a reliable knight. Myrcella is very sensitive. She has long been aware of the interaction between Green and James. Young Myrcella was surprised that her uncle James, who is always steady, also had an unknown side. He turned out to be such an uncle. Myrcella laughed secretly. The little adult Myrcella thought that both James and Green were childish. Myrcella looked at Green with a pair of clear blue eyes and said, "Earl Green, I see that you are worried. Hearing Myrcella's words, Green was slightly surprised. "Your Highness, your eyes are like torches." Myrcella put her hands behind her back. "If you want, you can talk to me. I will be a quiet listener." Should I use Myrcella? Maybe there will be unexpected results. No, although Green jumps back and forth, he is a person with a bottom line. Green first patted his chest to express his gratitude. "I just suddenly shouldered an important task, and I didn't know what to do for a while, so I was worried." Myrcella's childish voice encouraged. "Brave knight, fearless." This time, Green was indeed comforted by Myrcella. At Green's suggestion, Green and Myrcella left the Mead Tower Garden and continued to teach Myrcella horsemanship. The Red Castle was too dark, and Green also needed to cleanse his mind. Near the evening, Green said goodbye to Princess Myrcella, who was still reluctant to leave, and left the Red Castle. Of course, after saying goodbye to Myrcella, the conscientious Green still went to Mead Tower again, but was still stopped by the maid under the stairs. More than 2 hours. Green didn't think much about it. In the evening, as soon as Green entered the new house in Hook Lane, he met the little butler Leighton who had been waiting for him. Green got off the horse, threw the reins to his squire Martyr Baker, and looked at Leighton. Leighton nodded and said, "My lord, I have something important to report." It was not a place to discuss important matters in front of the door, so Green nodded slightly, took a step, and said, "Leighton, follow me in." The small hall of Crab's new house. Green had already heard what Leighton said. "Dick Crab?" Green raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, and said, "Isn't Geoffrey in charge of the Survey Corps in King's Landing?" Leighton nodded and said, "Yes, my lord, he is still in the Queen's quarter." Green tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers and said, "In a few days, the Red Castle will send someone to take over the Queen's quarter, and they will hand it over as soon as possible after confirming their identity. Fury will come back to continue to serve as my captain of the guard. Leighton, you will help me handle affairs here in the future. The current Green camp is in its growth period, and reliable clerks are the most lacking." It seems that Green used iron-blooded means to control the situation in the Queen's district in a short period of time, but people's livelihood and military affairs are two different things. As time goes by, the affairs of the Queen's district will become more and more complicated. Green does not have enough manpower and energy to continue to control the Queen's district in his own hands. At present, Green's focus is still on the Crab territory, which is the foundation of Green. Golden cloaks can be bribed. You will arrange this directly. Then, let the Survey Corps control the man named Dickon, lock him up in Crab Manor outside King's Landing. After a pause, Green said again, "Before I go over, let the Survey Corps take care of that person in their own way. Remember to tell them not to hurt him." Seeing that Green did not directly order the elimination of that person, Leighton guessed in his heart, could it be an illegitimate child left behind by a member of the Crab family? After Leighton left, Green got up and left the small hall and came to the study. After Green entered the study, he saw two Hills, Samuel Tarly and Monton Wesley. The two men stood up to greet each other at the same time. Green just waved his hand, walked over and sat aside, and said, "Sam, have you been to Steel Street?" Samuel smiled shyly. "Lord Green, Monton and I went there this morning. I have seen the finished products of the mop blacksmith. Although he smells of alcohol, his skills are outstanding," Green said with great wealth and generosity. "Sam, I have handed this matter over to you. Don't let the Golden Dragon become an obstacle. I hope you can make Monton the most ferocious warrior." After the voice fell, Samuel nodded solemnly to Green. Monton said naively, "Lord Green, I will definitely fight bravely." Green smiled and said, "Monton, I believe you. Also, remember to pay attention to the weight of the armor. I don't want to see a clumsy bear." Monton chuckled. Green patted Monton, looked up at the bookshelf, and said to Sam, "Sam, I think the books here can't satisfy you. I have already greeted Steward Roselle, and he will help you get the books you want. Knights like armor, and Samuel loves books the most." Samuel was excited, and scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. "Lord Green, I have nothing to repay you." Green smiled and said, "Mr. Al of Whispering City will definitely like you very much. You will meet soon." After chatting with Samuel for a while, Green looked out the window and left the study with Monton. As night fell, Green led Monton and other guards through half of King's Landing and came to Petter's Sateo Women's Branch. The windows of the women's branch were lit, and it looked particularly bright in the gradually dimming twilight, and music and various laughter overflowed from it. Green was led into the house. He listened to obscene music, watched girls in light gowns flirting with guests, and walked through the crowded hall. Green climbed the stairs and came to a room on the 3rd floor. Green looked around and thought, it seems that this is not an area open to the public. The door was pushed open, and Green saw Petyr with a smile on his face. Petyr spread his hands. Earl Green. Congratulations again. Well. Green smiled and spread his hands. Green and Petyr hugged each other very intimately. Lord Petyr, thank you again for your kindness. The two separated their bodies, and Petyr patted Green's arm with one hand and stretched out the other hand to the inside. It's rare for us to get together. Please take a seat. After sitting down, Petyr curled the corners of his lips and said, Earl Green, I also prepared a small gift for you. Green raised his eyebrows, untied the sword and put it aside. The smile on Petyr's face deepened, and he said to the maid beside him, Go, bring the person in. After a while, a woman who looked less than 20 years old was brought in. Brown hair and black eyes, her appearance, above average. Green glanced at the slightly embarrassed woman, and looked at Petyr in confusion. Petyr raised his toast, gestured to Green, and took a sip of summer red. Her name is Shiny? Of course this is not her real name. What's interesting is that my men found that she has been secretly asking about you. Green's eyes trembled slightly, took a sip of summer red, leaned back in his chair, and said, Let me think about it. Lord Petyr's gift must not be that simple. Green paused, and said to Shani, Ms. Shani, are you here for Crab? Excuse me, this honorable lord, who are you? Although Shani still looked calm on the surface, the momentary tremor did not escape Green's eyes. Petyr said with interest, Shani, he is the Earl Green Crab that you have been asking about. Hearing the answer from Petyr, Shani's pupils shrank and she couldn't help but take a half step back. Petyr ignored everything else and said to Green, Earl Green, are you satisfied with this gift? Green nodded and said, Lord Petyr, thank you very much. I have always felt like I was walking on thin ice since this afternoon. You may have helped me get rid of a lot of trouble. Petyr spread his hands and said, Don't be so polite. I said, we are already friends. Green stroked his chest and said, I have to ask you to do me another small favor and hand her over to the guards I left outside. Shani came back to her senses and was about to speak, but was interrupted by a sharp look. Shani looked at Petyr in horror, shrank her body, and let the maids hold her arms and leave the room. After the door of the room was closed, Petyr raised his glass and said, Tonight is a night to stay. Green also raised his glass and said, Lord Petyr, thank you for your enthusiasm. You have soothed my mood. Petyr took a sip of summer red, his movements very elegant. Think about happy things. In 3 days at most, you will see 150,000 gold dragons. Earl Green. Green paused drinking and said in confusion, So soon? This is not a small amount. It is worthy of the kingdom's treasury. Petyr sneered and said, Where's the kingdom's treasury? It has been empty for several years. This is not a secret. There is no secret in the Red Castle. Looking at Green with a surprised expression, Petyr smiled and said, King Robert loves martial arts competitions and delicacies. Although Targaryen left behind mountains of gold and silver treasures, they cannot resist His Majesty's squandering. Duke John is indeed thrifty, but His Majesty cannot listen to wise advice. Green suddenly said, I regret it. I should ask His Majesty for more. Petyr was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed out loud. Maybe you are right. Green sighed and said, Lord Petyr, it seems that being a minister in the royal court is not easy, especially being the Chancellor of the Finance Department. Petyr shrugged. The King and the Prime Minister only spend money, and the Chancellor of the Finance Department is responsible for finding money. My main task now is to borrow money. Lannister, the Golden Rose, the Iron Bank, and some Tyrosh trading companies, they are all creditors of the kingdom now. As he spoke, there was a hint of sarcasm in Petyr's smile. Recently I have had to find another source of funds, and finally I turned to the church. I am amazed at the bargaining skills of the Archbishop. I think even the fishmongers in Dorne can't compare to him. Petyr's humorous words made Green laugh again and again. Chapter 94 The Home I Owned. Petyr took a sip of summer red, put down his glass, and said, Lord Green, I was full of ambitions when Lord John appointed me as the Chancellor of the King's Treasurer. But when I really attended the King's meeting, I found that I could only choose to protect myself. After a pause, Petyr said, Your Majesty's brother, Lord Ringley, the Lord Chancellor of Justice, is keen on dressing up. I'm afraid that the amount of gold royals he spends on clothes is more than Her Majesty the Queen can compare to. Captain Barristan of the King's Guard loves his honor. Grand Maester Pycelle, the king's advisor, only cares about cherishing his hard-earned position, and Varys, the chief of intelligence, only the gods know what he is thinking. And Petyr almost forgot about Stannis Baratheon, who had a weak presence. Duke Stannis, the Lord Admiral, will not return to the council unless someone sends all the women of King's Landing into the sea. Green smiled and shook his head. It does sound a bit bad, but the council has a charming charm, and many people are eager to get a seat in the council. The council is the highest authority in the kingdom's political affairs. It assists the king in handling the kingdom's political affairs and is responsible for providing advice and consultation to the king from their respective professional perspectives. The appointment and removal of members of the council are decided by the king himself. The council directly obeys the king. When the king is absent, the king's hand will act on his behalf. If the king is underage, the regent will act on his behalf. Due to the tradition of worshipping the number 7 brought by the 7 gods' faith by the Andals, the council members are usually 7, and their powers are, the king's hand, the grand secretary, the captain of the king's guard, the minister of justice, the minister of finance, the minister of admiralty, and the chief of intelligence. Petyr shrugged and said, the interests of the family are higher than the interests of the kingdom. Green was touched by Petyr's sincerity, but he only regarded his words as reference materials. Green's brown eyes trembled slightly. Now I understand why Prime Minister Jon has not gotten better. He is exhausted. Petyr leaned his back against the back of the chair, sighed softly, and then said, Duke Jon has been silently bearing the heavy responsibility of the kingdom for a long time. His broad shoulders are almost crushed by the kingdom's affairs and other concerns. Especially his son, Robert Arryn, has always been thin and weak. Lady Arryn is worried about this all day long and hardly dares to let him out of her sight. I think even a strong person can hardly bear such internal and external pressure, not to mention that Duke Jon is no longer young, so it is not surprising that he is exhausted physically and mentally. Duke Jon is indeed a man worthy of admiration, but for Green, he can't like this person, especially after being stared at by him. It's not about right or wrong, it's an opposition in position. Jon Arryn represents the kingdom in the Vale, while Grim Crab Claw represents the Crab Claw Peninsula. After the Usurpers' War, the Vale nobles led by Duke Jon have suppressed the Crab Claw Peninsula for more than a decade. The accumulated hatred between the two places can be said to be unsolvable without bloodshed. The Vale and the Crab Claw Peninsula are also geographical neighbors. It would be fine if the Crab Claw Peninsula had always been weak, but Duke Jon is already old and weak, and the power of the Crab Claw Peninsula has been gradually integrated by Grimm's Crab Claw family. As time goes by, it would not be surprising even if a war suddenly breaks out one day. Green smiled complicatedly, raised his glass and said, for the health of the old Duke. Petyr's gray-green eyes moved, took a sip of summer red, raised the corners of his lips, and said, I really hope that Lord Jon is here. He will be moved by you. Green spread his hands helplessly. I just hope that the old Duke will no longer pay attention to me. His love for me is too deep, and I can't repay it. Petyr's eyes flickered. It's difficult for the time being. I worked as a tax collector in Seagull Town. Someone told me that a song from Crab Claw Peninsula has become a banned song there. The topic between the two, Petyr naturally shifted from the royal meeting to Seagull Town in the valley. Green sneered and said, it's innocent. Actually that song is not bad. Petyr shrugged. I know them. They always think that the valley is the safest place in the whole Westeros, and they have developed a habit of making a fuss. Hearing this, Green's hand holding the wine glass stiffened for a moment, which made Petyr's elegant smile deeper. Petyr has confirmed Green's attitude towards the valley. Through the intelligence on paper, Petyr had already known about the hatred of Crab Claw Peninsula, and tonight was just a further confirmation. This was Petyr's way. He liked or was used to being foolproof. Conflicts will be resolved sooner or later. After saying this, Petyr raised his glass very gracefully, gestured to Green, and continued, in the vast ocean, the most dangerous thing is not the storm, but the evil of human hearts. The appearance of the royal fleet in the city-state of Essos will be regarded as an invasion. Earl Green, you now need a reliable sea mercenary group. Green's eyes moved. Lord Petyr, only after real contact can you realize that you are loved by Hookwin. This is one of the things I am most worried about. One of them. Petyr smiled and said, it seems that you are worried about Queen Cersei. Earl Green, although we are a pawn in the eyes of big people, but when you have value, you can be sold at a price. Whether it is on the surface or in fact, You are now entrusted with an important task by His Majesty Robert and Prime Minister John. The person who should be most anxious should not be you." Green was stunned for a moment, and said with emotion, "Lord Petyr, you have a sharp eye, please accept my sincere thanks." After that, Green sincerely touched his chest to thank Petyr. Petyr shook his head slightly and said, "Lord Green, we are friends. There is no need to thank friends for their good advice, and it is too early to thank them now." Seeing Green's puzzled look, Petyr raised his lips and said, "There is a small-scale sea mercenary group. They own a sea ship and rely on escorting the Valley merchant ships traveling between Westeros and Essos to support themselves. I have heard of them for a long time. Their reputation has always been good, but most of their members are from the north and have been excluded by their counterparts in the Valley. They can only barely make ends meet. Maybe they can't make ends meet, or these upright men believe in something. The Yankees are not afraid of the heat and are planning to try their luck in Dorne. Coincidentally, this incident made me know." After a pause, Petyr spread his hands and continued, "I think the Crab Claw Peninsula is not short of warriors, but it lacks sailors, so I helped them get 2 more sea ships. Of course, I contacted them in your name, Lord Green." "Timely rain, Petyr?" Green suppressed his excitement on his face, and felt deeply for Petyr's means of winning people's hearts. Flexible bottom line, outstanding mind, enough ambition. Green secretly raised Petyr's danger level by 1 level. That summer, Green, with his hands in his pockets, looked around, and met an opponent. Green had to stand up and spread his arms towards Petyr, with a tone full of gratitude. "Lord Petyr, thank you for your generosity. Crab will remember it in my heart." "You're welcome. It's a gift to celebrate your promotion to the title." Petyr also spread his arms, hugged Green, and patted Green's back a few times. After sitting down again, Petyr folded his legs and leaned against the back of the chair. "Soon, you will see them in your mermaid port. The upright Northerners are traveling day and night to serve you. There is no kindness without reason in the Game of Thrones, let alone the always shrewd Petyr. What is Petyr Baelish's purpose?" "Valley." A smile appeared on Green's face, and he said, "Lord Petyr, thank you again. Now I have no worries." After the knock on the door, 2 girls entered the room. One had red hair and blue eyes, and the other had blonde hair and blue eyes. Milky skin and a charming figure were even more charming under the candlelight. Petyr blinked one eye, pointed at the blonde girl, and said to Green, "Lord Green, you still need the encouragement of a beauty. Tonight is a night of no return." It turned out that Petyr liked this. Green understood Petyr in an instant. Green smiled up. "Well, this is also a disguised victory. King's Landing at night, Crab's new house. There's only light here." The door of the study was pushed open, and Tyrion Lannister stepped in. Samwell, who was immersed in a book, heard the movement, raised his head from the book and looked at the door. The door opened, and he seemed to hear a voice, but he didn't see a figure. Samwell shuddered, and a look of fear appeared on his face. "Fat boy, look down, you offend me." Samwell came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the sound. Samwell and Tyrion's eyes collided. Samwell was startled and quickly stood up, nodding awkwardly to apologize. "Good night, Lord Tyrion. I don't mean to offend." Tyrion ignored Samwell, climbed onto the chair and sat down, glancing at the book that was opened, and said, "What are you reading?" Samwell replied stiffly, "It's a book about dragons." Tyrion said with interest, "Samwell, do you like dragons too? And, sit down, I don't like the dark, your body blocks the candlelight." "Sorry, sir." With a thump, Samwell sat down hurriedly. "The crab territory focuses on bows and arrows. I came here to study. The book says that dragon bones are black because they contain a high amount of iron, so they are as hard as iron. But they are also extremely light and tough. Bows made of dragon bones can easily surpass the range of wooden bows and arrows." Tyrion listened patiently and said, "It seems that you have found your own way, the eldest son of the famous General Randall." Samwell moved his lips and lowered his head silently. "My question seems to have affected your mood. I'm sorry, dwarves have never been very good at observing people's expressions. The dwarf predecessors who have been performing juggling and selling art have always been dressed casually and speak without restraint. I am not an outlier." Tyrion's words made Samwell smile shyly. Tyrion nodded with satisfaction. "You are very good. You can understand my humor. In the whole King's Landing, besides Green, there is another you." Samwell scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Tyrion grinned and said, "The eldest son of Lord Randall Tarly?" There was a trace of sadness on Samwell's face. "Lord Tyrion, I am the son of Lord Randall Tarley. He doesn't like me, and I have left there." Tyrion shrugged and said, "Another poor guy who doesn't get his father's love." Samwell understood the meaning of Tyrion's words and asked in confusion, "Sorry, I can't imagine how sad you look." Tyrion laughed. "Sam, you have a smart brain. I like you." Samwell smiled shyly. Tyrion supported himself with one hand, most of his body stretched out from the chair, and with the other hand pulled the open book towards him. "Dragons are interesting knowledge. When I was your age, I often dreamed of having my own dragon one day." "What do your eyes mean? Have you never had such a dream?" Samwell admitted honestly, "I have, but there are no dragons in the world anymore. Have you realized the cruel truth so early? I have deceived myself for at least many years. You may like dragons more, aha, so you don't want your fantasy to be shattered." Tyrion shook his head and said, "I like dragons because as long as I can ride on their backs, even an ugly little boy with stunted growth and deformed body can look down on the world." A terrible childhood, Tyrion seemed to be recalling. His tone was cold and emotionless. "When I was a child, I often hid in the tunnels deep in Casterly Rock and lit a fire. Looking at the blazing flames, I imagined that it was the fire spit out by the dragon, and I would look at it for a long time. Occasionally, I would fantasize. I was never sure whether it was his biological father who was burned to death by the dragon, or sometimes it was my sister." Tyrion lowered his head slightly and secretly raised his eyes to glance at Samwell, who looked scared, and couldn't help laughing. "If Green heard this, he would seriously advise me to act rather than be moved." Haha. Tyrion's humor made him feel scared. Samwell wiped the sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand. Tyrion laughed for a while, then stopped smiling and his tone became serious. "For me, these are all in the past and can no longer hurt me, so you can use them as a joke now. Sam, please remember, dare to face the past and dare to choose the future. These are all your life helpers." After that, Tyrion jumped off the chair neatly, patted Samwell's knees with his hand, hummed the warm-colored minor tune popular in King's Landing, turned around and walked away. Tyrion's kind words before leaving seemed to strike the deepest part of Samwell's heart, causing him to be deeply moved. Samwell looked at Tyrion's young figure, and the candlelight stretched his shadow very long. Samwell's vision was tranced for a moment, and he seemed to see a giant free trade city, Pentus, governor's mansion. Daenerys Targaryen's maid died. Governor Illyrio's physician told Daenerys that her maid had injured her internal organs and could not be cured. Daenerys was in great grief and had nightmares all night. "You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon." In the dream, Daenerys had no cloth on her body. Viserys attacked again, punching and kicking her with a twisted face. Daenerys was so scared that she was at a loss. She wanted to run away from Viserys, but her body did not obey her. Daenerys' thighs were covered with blood. She was moaning with her eyes closed, and she heard a hideous tearing sound, followed by a majestic fire crackling, as if someone was responding to her. Daenerys opened her eyes and saw that Viserys had disappeared. Huge pillars of fire rose around her, and there was a giant dragon in the middle of the pillars of fire. The dragon slowly turned its head, and the moment its huge eyes like lava collided with Daenerys' eyes, she woke up. When she woke up, Daenerys was trembling all over and sweating. Daenerys' cheeks were red from being beaten by Viserys, and her embarrassed appearance forced Magister Illyrio to postpone her marriage plan. Magister Illyrio was a businessman who specialized in spices, gems, dragon bones, and other shady dealings. He had extensive connections, not only in the 9 free trade cities, but also as far as Vise Dothrak in the east and the legendary land along the Jade Sea. It was rumored that he would be happy to sell out any friend as long as the price was offered. Magister Illyrio said, "Your Majesty Viserys, your sister must at least look like a princess." Viserys said loudly, "Of course she is a princess. She is the Princess of Dragonstone, a real princess." Magister Illyrio patiently explained, "Your Majesty, you need an army. What you need now is Princess Daenerys, not a poor little girl." People are used to judging the value of things by their eyes. Viserys finally listened. Although Viserys could not leave a scar on Daenerys, he had other ways. "Get rid of your hunched back and hold your head high." Viserys stretched out his hand to push Daenerys' shoulders back, and his fingers slowly brushed over Daenerys' body parts. "My sister, don't embarrass me in the future. If something goes wrong, you don't want to wake up the dragon, do you?" Viserys' slightly twisted smile made Daenerys tremble unconsciously. Viserys' fingers squeezed tighter and tighter. Although Daenerys was separated by her coat, she felt unbearable pain. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Viserys showed a satisfied look and stroked Daenerys' silver hair lovingly. "One day when I ascend the Iron Throne again, I will not forget your contribution." The Iron Throne, the land across the narrow sea, where her brother always claimed that Westeros, which she had never seen, belonged to them. Those names he mentioned, Casterly Rock, Eyrie, Highgarden, Vale of Arryn, Dorne, etc., were just a patchwork of words to Daenerys. Viserys was only 8 years old when they were forced to flee King's Landing during the Usurpers' War, and Daenerys was still comfortably pregnant with her mother. Daenerys only vaguely remembered Sir Willem Darry, a huge, grey-bearded man who, even when half-blind, could still shout in command from his sickbed. The servants were afraid of Sir Willem Darry, but he was always kind and gentle to Daenerys. His hands were as soft as leather, and he called her his little princess. They lived in a house with a red door in Bravos, and Dany had her own room with a lemon tree outside her bedroom window. When Sir Willem, who was tortured by illness, died, the servants stole what little money they had left, and soon they were kicked out of the big red house. When the red door closed for them forever, Daenerys couldn't stop crying. Daenerys felt it was her home. Chapter 95 Loyalty and Fearlessness. 3 days later, Crab Claw Peninsula. The first person to receive the news was Mr. Al, who was in charge of the ravens in the Kleber territory. Earl of Whisper Castle. Mr. Al grinned, revealing his sparse teeth, and handed the letter to the excited Kalia with trembling hands. "Child, give it to Steward Herschel immediately, Mr. Al. I'll be there right away." After giving the instructions, Mr. Al tremblingly moved to the table and sat down. The diligent Mr. Al needed to record it, so he opened the book that recorded the history of the Kleber family and solemnly picked up the quill pen. Mr. Al, who seemed to be several years younger, thought for a while, smiled, and swish, waved the quill pen. In the 297th year of the Westeros calendar, the young lord opened a new chapter for the Kleber family. Mason Baker and Perpili, who were discussing things together, received the news from Steward Herschel at the same time. Mason and Per, both retainer knights, looked at each other and the fire crackled. After calming down their excitement, they both stared at the map placed on the long table. Mason and Per thought of the same thing: I need more military merit. In the tent of the commander of the Thorn Corps, Impera pushed away Rena, who was almost hanging on his body, with a look of disgust. In the camp of the Thorn Corps, the cheers of the Thorn soldiers rose and fell, as if they were about to resound through the sky. Herschel, who was automatically promoted to the Earl's butler, tucked in his big belly and straightened his chest. Herschel endured the heartache and faithfully carried out Green's orders. He waved his fat hand and opened the door of the warehouse. The Kleber territory temporarily put away the swords and held a large celebration: Kleber territory morale +1, Kleber territory endeavor +1, Kleber territory reputation +1, Kleber territory cohesion +1, Kleber territory loyalty +1, Kleber territory wealth -1. Outside King's Landing, Kleber Manor. In recent days, Clever Dick has never been subjected to such intensive punches and kicks. When he was first captured by the Survey Corps, Dick could still muster up the courage to shout a few times, but now he has been tortured by them and is only afraid. After Green arrived, Dick, who had been imprisoned in the basement, was carried over by the Survey Corps soldiers and thrown onto the cold stone slabs with a thud. Dick couldn't help but scream in pain. Dick Kleber. Hearing this, Dick suddenly looked up in the direction of the voice. The first thing that caught his eye was Green sitting upright, and the second was the swamp marigold emblem on Green's clothes. Dick's pupils contracted and his body trembled. Green chuckled and said, "It seems that you understand the laws of the kingdom." Dick looked at Green in horror, opened his mouth and said, I am one of your people." Although Dick looked terrified, his eyes kept moving. Although such details should not be noticed by others, they could not escape Green's eyes. Green frowned slightly, his eyes moved, and he said to Joffrey, who was standing beside him, "Why can I still see deception in him? Did he not take good care of him?" Joffrey, the head of the Survey Corps in King's Landing, Joffrey first apologized by touching his chest, and then said, "My lord, please allow me to bleed him." Green nodded his chin slightly, and with a bang, Joffrey drew his sword and strode towards Dick. Joffrey grabbed Dick's hair with one hand and pulled it up, and the long sword with a cold light was against his neck. The cold iron sword completely shattered Dick's luck and scared him to death. Joffrey frowned when he smelled something strange, and looked up at Green. Green waved his hand to let Joffrey leave, and said, "Dick, your biological father is the second son of the side branch of the Kleber family, am I right?" Dick Wishu. Dick nodded blankly and begged, "Please forgive my offense, I am for," Green interrupted directly, "Shani? Or Yulia Wishu, my sister, she is fine for now. Whether she can save her life depends on you, in danger." Dick lowered his face and his eyes moved again. At this time, Dick was in endless regret. After all, he still implicated his poor sister. Dick's hair was soaked with cold sweat, but he did not give up, and he dared not give up. "Dear sir, for your sake, please give us a chance," Green sneered and said, "Of course I will give you a chance." Just as Dick was about to thank him profusely, Green continued, "I don't want your blood on my hands. Come on, use your life to exchange for your sister's safety." After saying that, Green glanced at Jeffrey. Jeffrey nodded, took out the dagger from his waist, and threw it in front of Dick with a clang. Dick looked at the dagger in front of him in horror and couldn't help wiping the sweat on his face. Seeing that Dick still didn't dare to pick up the dagger, Green patiently advised, "Alice, 7 levels of hell, but the law is the law. Dick, you two brothers, I will only take one." Dick, with a pale face, murmured, "I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry for you," Dick cried, and his tears and sweat mixed together, blurring his vision. Dick raised his hand tremblingly and grabbed the dagger fiercely. "I hope you," Green's cold snort interrupted Dick's words. The last bit of courage before death, the warning words that Dick had finally prepared, were swallowed by fear. "Don't try to challenge my patience, Dick Wishu," Dick shouted in his heart. "If you don't keep your promise, I won't let you go even if I become a White Walker." Dick trembled and straightened his upper body, holding the handle of the dagger tightly with both hands, with the tip facing himself. "Mom!" Dick cried and roared, closing his eyes tightly, and stabbed the dagger heavily into his chest. Clang! Jeffrey's long sword accurately knocked Dick's dagger away. Jeffrey put away his long sword, paused, and said to Green, "My lord, the power is enough. If I hadn't blocked it, the dagger would definitely have killed him." He counted. Dick, with a hollow look in his eyes, first looked at his success, then looked at Jeffrey who was talking, and closed his eyes and fainted. Jeffrey glanced at Dick, who was limp on the ground, and continued, "At most half the courage." Green looked up at the hall, where the soldiers of the Survey Corps had been accompanying Yulia and witnessed the whole process. I don't know when it started, but Yulia began to dislike Dick in her heart, and sometimes even hated him. Today, Yulia looked at Dick, who was usually very timid, and was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Yulia's heart was full of mixed feelings. He repeatedly said that he would take her away from there, and it was not empty talk. The brother who was full of nonsense and called Dick the clever one turned out to be honest with her all the time. Yulia suddenly burst into tears and laughed. Now, she only had that. Dick, the tall brother who had been dependent on her since childhood and whom she had always relied on. When Yulia was brought to Green, she had already sorted out her ups and downs and could greet Green with a calm face. Green raised his eyebrows and said, "Yulia Wishu, I can give you a chance, or give your brother a chance." Yulia nodded in thanks. "Sir, we understand that we have committed serious sins. Thank you for your kindness. We will always remember your kindness." Dick needs to complete a mission. "I will take care of your life during the mission. I will give you rewards after the mission is completed." Yulia moved her lips. She wanted to ask the thin Dick what kind of mission would be assigned and whether it was dangerous. Yulia had already realized that the lives of her brothers and sisters were in the hands of the person in front of her, and she did not dare to overestimate Green's patience. At least Dick's life was not in danger for the time being. Now Yulia could only pray to the gods in her heart. Green said to Jeffrey, "Jeffrey, he will be handed over to you. Starting tomorrow, Jeffrey will be responsible for teaching Dick various combat skills, including the dagger that Jeffrey is best at. Everything else is arranged by Jeffrey according to the actual situation." Green only made a special request. He asked Dick to practice daggers with a target that was. Jeffrey did not think about it anymore. The Survey Corps does not need to doubt, just offer loyalty. King Grim returned to King's Landing near dusk, and finally waited for the summons of Queen Cersei. Grim looked at the sky that was falling at night, felt the armor that he had been wearing recently, and rode his horse towards the Red Keep with his guards. When he arrived at the gate of the Red Keep, Grim left the guards nearby and only entered the Red Keep with Mountain Weaver and Martyr Baker. Outside Meagher's tower, Grim saw Jaime Lannister holding the long sword at his waist with one hand. The snow-white cloak was blown east by the wind, and Jaime was still blonde and high-spirited. Before Grim greeted him, Jaime first joked, "Good night, Your Excellency the Earl." Grim spread his hands. "Good night, sir. Because of this unexpected canonization, I have been unable to sleep and eat recently." Jaime smiled strangely. Loyalty is not afraid of tests. Grim rolled his eyes in his heart. "I am not a Lannister. I don't have natural trust, let alone Cersei's boss." Green confirmed once again that he and James were not compatible and he had made a mistake. James was actually angry and said something sarcastic because he later learned that Green taught Myrcella horsemanship. Green and James could not avoid some misunderstandings. The two of them were always on their own channels, which was indeed incompatible. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Green approached James, glanced at Meagher, and lowered his voice and said, "Is she angry?" James raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Who is she?" This time, Green rolled his eyes and expressed his dissatisfaction with James in silence. Jaime smiled and said, "Earl, are you nervous too?" Green shrugged and said, "Sir Jaime, aren't you afraid of Her Majesty the Queen?" Jaime didn't like word games because he was not good at them. "I tried my best, but the effect was not obvious, Earl Green. Now you can only rely on yourself." After a pause, Jaime seemed to organize his words. "Queen Cersei, you should also know her character. Loyalty is not afraid of tests." Through Jaime's words, Green could confirm that Queen Cersei's attitude did not deviate from the result he expected. Green sighed lightly. "Sir Jaime, it is precisely because I know Her Majesty the Queen that I have no idea where to start." That old Duke. This time the method is clever enough, plus His Majesty Robert, it is difficult not to let Queen Cersei misunderstand. Jaime patted Green and comforted him. "I am glad that you think so. Let's go in together." At this time, they heard a more orderly sound of footsteps. More than a dozen Lannister red robes appeared in sight. They were divided into 3 groups and surrounded Green. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and Martyr nervously grasped the hilt of his sword. Monton looked at Marty innocently, and calmly touched the warhammer on his waist. Martyr glanced at the honest Monton, and his nervous mood gradually calmed down. Monton was a reliable fat man. Martyr was excited again, and the credit was just around the corner. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Martyr did not doubt their fighting power at all. He and Monton were enough to protect the safety of the Lord. Martyr, the descendant of the retainer knight and the Earl's squire, raised his chin and looked at the red robes with contempt. Green looked around expressionlessly, which was indeed the style of Boss Cersei. Jaime frowned and stared at the leading red robe. "Get out of here. Who told you to come here?" Apart from him, who else in the Red Castle could directly give orders to the Lannister red robes? The answer was obvious. Jaime asked a nonsense question that was not nonsense. The leader of the red robes replied, "Sir Jaime, we have received an order from Her Majesty the Queen." Jaime said coldly, "What order did Her Majesty the Queen give?" The red robe hesitated and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Green. Green shook his head slightly and said, "Sir Jaime, take me to see Queen Cersei." Green had to interrupt. "The red robes are all guards carefully trained by the Lannisters. It is no problem to let them dance with swords, but it is difficult for them to understand euphemistic expressions. Jaime is the real leader of the Lannister red robes in the Red Castle. Under his questioning, the red robes will only tell the truth." Looking at the red robes' current posture, they almost have the answer. Green dare not hope that Boss Cersei has issued any gentle orders. Saying it out and not saying it out can become 2 completely different things. Control, at least don't let things get out of control. So, Green took the initiative to interrupt their next words. Jaime was also confused by Cersei's surprise for a while, but he quickly regained his composure after seeing Green's calm expression. Green said again, "Sir, loyalty is not afraid of tests." Jaime nodded slightly and took the lead. Ta-ta-ta. In the empty Meagher Tower, there were only the footsteps of Green and Jaime. At this time, Jaime had made up his mind. Jaime glanced at Green calmly, and his hand holding the hilt of the sword gradually tightened. For the sake of his beloved, he had secretly increased his vigilance against Green. On the 3rd floor of Meagher's tower, Green and Jaime stopped almost at the same time and looked at the door of a room. This room was where Green was summoned by Queen Cersei alone when he first attended the meeting of the officers. Green's biggest impression of this room was that the sound insulation was particularly good, keeping the secret of how he would govern the Queen's district. The door was opened, and Green found Cersei standing in front of the window with her back to them. Jaime took a step and guarded Cersei with a sword as usual. Green stroked his chest and nodded. "Good night, Your Majesty." Cersei turned her head slightly and said coldly, "Why didn't you refuse the drunkard's canonization?" Jaime glanced at Green, who was speechless for a moment, and advised, "Queen Cersei, he is a vassal of His Majesty Robert." "If you refuse," Cersei interrupted loudly, "Jaime, loyalty is fearless." "Cersei, Jaime, I don't want to hear any more weak excuses, get out." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Proving Faithfulness. The candlelight flickered gently, and the tip of the fire flashed a faint blue light, illuminating the dark room. Jaime moved his lips, but finally did not continue to speak. If he continued to help Green explain, the effect would only be worse. Cersei was on the verge of rage, and his continued stay here would only add fuel to the fire. Jaime wanted to leave directly, but he was hesitant. Regarding Cersei's safety, he would not trust anyone. "Sir Jaime," Green's voice attracted Jaime's attention. Green had already untied the long sword from his waist, and when he saw Jaime looking over, he threw it at Jaime. Jaime stretched out his hand to catch the long sword, and at the same time his face was slightly embarrassed. Love blinded his eyes and made him subconsciously ignore Green's character. The perceptive Green was a detailed control, and Jaime's knight's heart was once again aroused by Green. In Jaime's sight, Green nodded slightly and gave a reassuring look. Jaime lowered his eyes to look at Green's sword, the corners of his lips curled up, nodded to Cersei, and then threw his cloak and walked away. Ta. Jaime nodded slightly when he passed by Green, and the proud Jaime Lannister expressed his apology. With a thump, the door of the room was closed, and only Green and Cersei were in the room. Green knew Cersei's temper, so he could always catch Cersei's pleasure when he did things. As time went on, Green not only improved Cersei's favorability in his heart, but also unconsciously increased Cersei's trust. Green's trust in Cersei increased, and Cersei also included him in her envisioned kingdom plan. When her plan succeeded, Cersei's idea was, after Joffrey sat on the Iron Throne, Jaime would serve as the captain of the Iron Guard and Green would serve as the commander-in-chief of the King's Guard. Through them, Cersei would be the regent of the kingdom and control the Seven Kingdoms until Joffrey came of age. Cersei trusted Green so much, but Green accepted the reward and title from King Robert. When Cersei heard the news, she was furious. Green would betray her. She is a Lannister, and the line will never allow betrayal. Cersei has arranged the most elite Lannister red robes. If Green can't give her a satisfactory reply today, she will kill him with her own hands. Did Queen Cersei give Green a chance to defend herself because she was soft-hearted? No. Green has already shown his value, and with Jaime's persuasion. Although Jaime's persuasion did not play a decisive role, it also played a certain role. In addition, Green came to Meagher's Tower to seek an audience as soon as possible. These reasons made Cersei Bear not to choose to take action directly, but was willing to give Green a chance to prove himself. Tap tap. Green moved his feet calmly and stood 2 or 3 steps away from Queen's eye. Cersei raised her chin and said coldly, "Have you been surrounded by compliments recently? Do you feel like you are dreaming to be trusted by the king and the prime minister at the same time?" Earl Green. When Cersei finally mentioned Earl Green, her tone was full of sarcasm. Green still just looked at Cersei calmly and did not speak. Facing such a Green, Cersei's anger, with a bang, burned fiercely. Her voice rose, "Are you speechless? Loyalty is fearless, your cowardice makes me laugh. Are you here to ask me to reward you with a dress to wear? Or, you, Baron Green? What are you doing, in a hurry?" Cersei used her habitual address. Green took 2 steps at a time, moved his body, and carried Cersei on his shoulders. Queen Cersei did not play by the rules, and Green could do the same, depending on the situation. "You are an offense. I will chop off your head." Cersei struggled with all her strength with her hands and feet, but was carried away steadily by Green. Furious, Cersei hit Green's back twice and then stopped. Green was wearing plate armor, and Cersei's hands hurt. When Cersei finally realized that she could still pull Green's hair, she was put on the chair before she could do it. Cersei was steadily sat down by Green, and her weight seemed to be nothing in Green's hands. Green knelt on one knee next to Cersei and held one of her hands with both hands. "My Highness, loyalty is not afraid of tests." Cersei tried to shake Green's hand off, but it didn't work and she didn't continue. Cersei found that Green's anger had dissipated by Green's offensive behavior, and she even felt Green's loyalty. Queen Cersei, who looked a little embarrassed, raised her chin slightly and looked down at Green. "Green, you are offending the Queen. I can hang you up." Green's tone was sad. "Your Highness, please forgive my stupidity. I really don't want to be misunderstood by you. I am very sad." Cersei's green eyes trembled slightly, and the corners of her lips slightly curled up. Her tone was cold. "So, you chose to carry your queen on your shoulders. You are very brave." Cersei was actually surprised by Green's attitude after seeing her. He didn't kneel down and beg for mercy as she thought. This made her feel a little fresh. Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and said, "You are still offending your queen. You should kiss my shoes and beg for my forgiveness." Green gently lifted Cersei's hand, lowered his head and pointed at the back of her hand symbolically, and said, "Your Majesty, you are so noble that you don't need someone to kneel down. You always exude your innate charm and conquer everyone. I am not different. I have already fallen. I choose to hide. I am satisfied with the status quo. I am afraid of losing, and I dare not offend." Cersei snorted coldly and said, "Are you finally willing to move your tongue now?" Green said, "The lion's rage makes me at a loss. Please forgive my stupidity." Cersei stared at Green's eyes for a while and said, "Earl Green, please stand up. The armor on your body is cold and hard, which makes me very uncomfortable." Green immediately stood up and stepped back, stroking his chest and said, "Thank you for your forgiveness." Cersei snorted coldly, raised her chin, stood up from the chair, walked slowly to the dressing table and sat down again. Cersei looked in the mirror and fixed her makeup, and said, "Forgiveness? Lord Green, you chose to betray." Green's tone was a little sarcastic. "Your Majesty, what did King Robert give me except a nominal position? I recovered the land myself, and it was my own family land. Their purpose has always been the same, which is to transfer me away from you." Cersei glanced at Green through the mirror and said coldly, "Of course I understand that it is your cowardice that caused my anger, boss." Cersei has just vented her anger, and Green needs to continue. Green no longer argued, but walked over, picked up a comb from the table, and helped Cersei comb her hair carefully. Queen Cersei then showed a look of satisfaction. "What are you going to do?" "I plan to go to Essos in the near future." Hearing this, Cersei's eyes were filled with anger again. However, Green's next words instantly dissipated Cersei's rising anger. "Government affairs are just a side job. I mainly want to buy some small items for you and do my best to add a little brilliance to you." Cersei glanced at Green and said, "The little girl might be amused by you." Green put away the comb. Queen Cersei looked left and right through the mirror and said, "Good craftsmanship, Sergeant Green." Green nodded humbly, "Thank you for your compliment. Sergeant Green is honored." Cersei raised the corners of her lips, lifted her skirt and stood up, turned around and approached Green. Green felt Queen Cersei's breath again. Green's eyes trembled slightly, and he felt Cersei's hand reaching down. However, Queen Cersei immediately frowned. Green's ancestral armor fit tightly, and the scene of Lancel was not repeated. Cersei naturally withdrew her hand and stroked Green's cheek again. "Don't let King Robert get what he wants so easily. Do you understand?" Cersei hated Robert so much that she hoped he would die with regrets. "Don't worry, your order is the final order for me." Cersei nodded her chin slightly with satisfaction. "What do you plan to do?" Green's Adam's apple rolled. "The information I have over there will be passed to the King's Council through you." Cersei patted Green's breastplate and said, "I won't give you too much time. You should know how to prove your loyalty to me. I also want to prove your loyalty." Green, who was possessed by the smoldering man, took a deep breath and his cheeks flushed slightly. Cersei smiled, raised her chin, and said, "Retreat, Lord Green." Green stroked his chest and left the room with a slightly unnatural step. Outside the door, Green and Jaime looked at each other and shrugged. Jaime smiled and handed Green's sword to him. Green took the sword and put it on, took out a silver deer, and threw it to Jaime. After Jaime caught the silver deer, Green said, "Storage fee." Jaime smiled and shook his head, and the awkward atmosphere between the two of them disappeared instantly. Jaime also joked, "The next price increase will be 1 gold royal." Green stretched out 2 fingers, then pointed at the door of the room with his eyes, turned and left. Jaime curled his lips and glanced at Green's back, then re-entered the room. Entering the room, Jaime found Cersei sitting quietly on the chair. "That boy has good character and is more reliable than many people." As he spoke, Jaime stepped closer to Cersei. Cersei seemed to have just noticed Jaime entering the room, glanced at the armor on Jaime, and frowned slightly. Huh? He is the commander of the gold cloaks I have prepared, my captain of the Iron Guard, Sir Jaime. Cersei never concealed her ambition in front of Jaime. Jaime advised helplessly, Cersei, I can support you, but we can't be impatient, this is a big deal. Cersei interrupted impatiently, Jaime, I know, you don't need to repeat it. After that, Cersei frowned again and continued, Jaime, why are you still wearing armor? That thing is cold and hard, take off your armor. Cersei's sudden angry words made Jaime look down at the armor on his body in confusion. King's Landing, Hook Lane. Davos Seaworth, who looked tired, looked up at the starry night sky for a while and regained his spirit. How does Davos, known as the Onion Knight, plan to help Rogue Stannis Baratheon take the position of Hand of the King? Davos's plan is a joint recommendation by the nobles and a self-recommendation by Duke Stannis. Davos naturally knew that the biggest difficulty would be King Robert, but he believed that under the joint recommendation of many nobles, King Robert, who was addicted to food and wine, had to compromise for the stability of the kingdom and appointed Duke Stannis as the king's hand. He really couldn't imagine who else could govern the kingdom that was already bad enough, except Duke Stannis. After Prime Minister Jon, Davos has secretly visited many royal nobles and obtained certain promises. Tomorrow, Davos will set off for his most important destination, the Stormlands, the homeland of Baratheon. The process of running around is as difficult as Davos imagined, but Davos feels that as long as Duke Stannis can smoothly take the position of Prime Minister, it will all be worth it. Everything he has is given by Duke Stannis. Duke Stannis made him a knight, allowing him to sit shoulder to shoulder with other nobles and even command the royal fleet. Davos has 7 sons. Now, the eldest son Dale is the captain of the Sea Sprite, the second son Arod is the captain of the Lady Maria, the third son Malik is the oarsman of the Wrath, the fourth son Mathis is the first mate on his Black Bertha, and the fifth son Davin is about to be accepted by Duke Stannis as the Duke's squire, and one day he will be knighted. His 2 younger sons, Stannis and Stephen, will follow the same path in the future. His wife Maria became the mistress of the small castle at Cape Wrath, and the servants had to call her Madam. Davos can also hunt red deer in his own forest. All this is thanks to Stannis, and the price he paid was only a few knuckles. Stannis's punishment for him was fair. He had always despised the king's law in the past, and this was the punishment he deserved. Stannis remade him. Now, Stannis is still using trust to honor him. Davos also heard in King's Landing that Green was given a mansion by Queen Cersei. Lannisters' actions always make people sigh. Queen Cersei, who was born in Lannister, would not be generous to others for no reason. Through this news, Davos has confirmed that Green's reputation as the Queen's favorite is by no means false. It is a rare talent that Duke Stannis has taken a fancy to. Facing the Golden Dragon of Lannister, Davos can only hope for Duke Stannis' personal charm. Davos' thoughts turned over. After entering the house under the guidance of the servants, he saw Green waiting in the hall. Davos, with brown hair and brown eyes, has an ordinary appearance, a thick gray beard, and wears a black robe. He looks thin. Davos was visiting on behalf of Duke Stannis. Green took the initiative to greet him and said, "Good night, Sir Davos. Please give my respects to Duke Stannis." "It's an honor to meet you." Davos nodded in return and said, "Good night, Lord Green. Thank you for your greetings on behalf of Duke Stannis." "It's an honor to meet you." After Green and Davos completed the meeting etiquette meticulously, the two sat down. Green's face was gentle, and he said, "Sir Davos, the Royal Fleet's diligence has allowed my port to develop with peace of mind. I have always wanted to express my gratitude in person, but I didn't expect that the opportunity is already here." Davos said humbly, "Earl Green, this is the responsibility of the Royal Fleet and the achievement of Duke Stannis." Green nodded slightly and said, "Duke Stannis is like a pillar of the kingdom. I admire him very much." Davos sighed slightly and said, "Yes, I agree with your point of view. Duke Stannis has always been fair and diligent, which makes people admire him." Green's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Yes, the gods can prove it." Chapter 97, The Human Heart is Unpredictable. After a conversation, Green had a better understanding of Davos Seaworth. Davos is a very serious person. Because of this character, the sons who grew up under Davos's words and deeds are all talents of the royal fleet. In addition, Davos admires Duke Stannis very much. This is something beyond loyalty from the bottom of his heart. Green listened to Davos' words with a gentle face, and his heart was turning. Davos himself has no way to start now, and Green is thinking about Davos' sons. Peter Baelish got him 3 ships and sailors. Green will give them due trust, but Green will not give everything to a person who has just surrendered. The sea is not land, and trust is not indulgence. Excessive indulgence will only breed ambitions for no reason. Although the fleet is small, it also needs to reasonably check and balance each other, establish a certain balance, and maintain loyalty to Crab. The original manpower is definitely not enough, and Green still needs to recruit enough sailors for 3 ships. Sailors can be replenished from Mermaid Harbor. In addition to sailors, Green also needs to arrange a reliable deputy commander of the fleet. If he wants to achieve his goal, Green still needs to operate. Green nodded slightly and said, "Sir Davos, I am honored to be invited by Duke Stannis. In about 10 days, I will go to Essos for the government affairs of the Red Castle. By then, if I go to Dragonstone to pay a visit to Duke Stannis, will the time allow it?" Davos said calmly, "Earl Green, Duke Stannis is diligent. Except for inspecting the fleet, he will stay in Dragonstone to handle government affairs. Duke Stannis has just finished his inspection, and Dragonstone welcomes you at any time." Green first touched his chest to express his gratitude, and then said, "My mermaid port is about to establish an escort fleet. I would like to take this opportunity to ask Duke Stannis for more advice." The diligent Davos asked, "Oh? Are you here to escort a caravan?" "Yes, sir. There is a royal fleet in Blackwater Bay, and we never worry about the safety of merchant ships. I am making preparations in advance for the trade in Essos." Davos agreed. It would be more sensitive if the royal fleet appeared there, and merchant ships need their own fleet to escort them. Green shrugged and said, "After going deeper, I realized how difficult it is to build a fleet. If it weren't for Lord Peter's help, I would have almost given up." Davos' heart moved and said, "Chancellor of the Exchequer." Green nodded slightly and said, "Yes, with his help, I will recruit a small-scale sea mercenary. My 3 warships can finally sail out of the port." Davos said sincerely, "The sea is different from the land. You need to have enough patience when you are separated by the sea." Green nodded, "Yes, the sea is full of distrust. Thank you for your good advice, sir. I can only be patient now." After a pause, Green said, "It is precisely because of the distrust that I believe in my sincerity that I will eventually wait for a reliable fleet commander." Davos nodded and said, "The gods will bless every sincere person." Green humbly asked Davos some questions about the fleet, and Davos patiently answered Green's questions. Green also revealed a slightly ambitious fleet plan, the Crab fleet with 10 warships. Unknowingly, it was late at night. Davos stood up and said goodbye to Green. Green never hesitated to praise those he admired. "Sir Davos, I had a great time tonight. I have gained a lot from your good advice. I admire your ability and your character." Davos maintained his usual humility. "Earl Green, I am just an illiterate captain." Green reluctantly said goodbye to Davos and agreed that Green would visit Davos again in 3 months to continue to ask questions about the fleet. Davos also responded to Green's enthusiasm and took the initiative to take Green to visit his pride, the Black Bess battleship. After seeing Davos off, Green came to the small hall again. Green liked the wide view of the small hall. Although it was not private enough, his clan soldiers were the best protective wall. Green sat down at the table and asked the maid to light a few more candles. Green spread the finely cut parchment on the table and picked up the quill pen. The candlelight flickered, and Green began to write. Today, the final attitude of Queen Cersei Lannister was finally confirmed, and Green could write to the Duke of Highgarden with confidence. If the ending today is a breakdown in the relationship with Queen Cersei, Green can only think of another way to continue to promote the path of Duke Mace Tyrell as Prime Minister. At that time, Boss Cersei will no longer care about what Green promised to Highgarden, what consequences it will bring, what impact it will be affected, and so on. Killing without burying. If Cersei can think of these, then she is not Cersei. The everlasting Golden Rose is a very united family. There is no remedy. The Golden Rose who feels that she has been deceived will never tolerate it even for the sake of face, and Green will bear the brunt. In order to deal with the worst situation, Green even thought about going to Winterfell in the north in person. In short, Green has already prepared various countermeasures. After writing the letter to the Duke of Mace, Green leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. Fortunately, Queen Cersei was finally appeased today. Although things have twists and turns, they have not become a situation that cannot be handled. Green will continue to push forward according to the original plan. The first stage is chaos but not chaos. At this time, Green was thinking about Queen Cersei. Through today's events, Green found that his weight in Cersei's heart was much heavier than she thought. In addition to the Lannisters, he should be the most trusted person of a different surname by Cersei. Therefore, Green dare not underestimate Cersei's desire for control. What Green wants is still the initiative to get off the ship at any time. He feels that the armor has failed, and he needs to prepare another shield besides Jaime. Green reached out and picked up another blank parchment. The second letter was written to Miss Little Rose in Highgarden. Don't let Green roll there alone, everyone get busy. The next day, in the government hall of the Red Castle, Green met Varys, whose head was as bald as an egg. Varys was plump, wearing a loose purple silk robe, a vest sewn with gold thread, and soft velvet slippers with pointed front and wide back. Green smelled the scent of lilac from Varys. Green touched his chest and saluted, saying, "Good day, Lord Varys, I haven't thanked you for your help yet, and I will remember your help in my heart." Varys linked his hands and nodded, saying, "Good day, Earl Green, I just did it by the way. I am also excited that you are entrusted with such an important task by the king and the Prime Minister." Green's tone was helpless. "I would rather not have such an important task fall on me." Varys claimed that he was born in Lys, one of the 9 free trade cities in Essos, and was once a slave. In Pentos, Varys became friends with an assassin named Illyrio Mopatis, and the two started a new life. Illyrio Mopatis is the current governor of Pentos and took in the Targaryen brothers and sisters. Varys stole things from the pickpockets, and Illyrio gave them to the owners in exchange for rewards. Varys soon realized that the value of intelligence far exceeded gold and gems. He bought some orphans and began to train a team dedicated to collecting intelligence. The collection of intelligence made Varys and Illyrio's wealth multiplied compared to the past, and Varys became famous, or even infamous. Varys' special talent spread across the narrow sea to the ears of the king of Westeros at the time, and this king happened to trust no one. Varys thus served as the head of intelligence in the Red Keep of Ares II, the Mad King. After the War of the Usurper, Varys changed his service to King Robert and continued to serve as the chief of intelligence in front of the king. Varys smiled and said, "Lord Green, with the skills you have shown, 3 years is more than enough." Green raised his eyebrows and said, "Lord Varys, I am more suitable for the battlefield. When it comes to finding people, everyone knows that no one is better than you." Varys nodded and said, "This is why we met." Oh, faced with Green's doubts, Varys first gently asked Green to sit down, and then said, "They should be in Pentos now." Varys' face was serious and he lowered his voice when he spoke. The time traveler Green was born to restrain the intelligence chief Varys. His specious intelligence could not influence Green. Green naturally chose to retain his advantage. Green also lowered his voice and said, "Lord Varys, you are worthy of being a senior minister in front of the king, but I want to ask, I noticed that you used the word should. What do you mean?" A smile reappeared on Varys' face, and he nodded his chin slightly, and said, "Lord Green, you are perceptive enough. Queen Cersei can trust you. She has sufficient reasons. It is naturally good news that I can find out the whereabouts of the young dragon when you take over the important task." Green spread his hands and said, "Good news must be accompanied by bad news. Lord Varys, please tell me the truth." Varys was stunned for a moment, then giggled for a while, and said, "It seems that the wisdom spring of Crab Claw Peninsula loves you. It may be that I am not knowledgeable enough. You are a rare intelligent person." In the face of Varys' praise, Green expressed his gratitude humbly. Varys restrained his smile and said suddenly, "They are now living in the house provided by Governor Pentos and are under his protection." Green frowned slightly and asked, "Governor?" Varys nodded and said, "Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos. I had a friendship with him, but I have been in Westeros for more than 10 years. Varys shook his head, sighed, and continued, "The current situation is very embarrassing. If it were me, I could only wait for the young dragons to leave the sanctuary on their own initiative. After all, it is a free trade city-state." Green pinched his chin and comforted him, "Lord Varys, everyone understands your dilemma very well. They are just not good at expressing it, including me." Green's words made Varys' smile deepen. After a pause, Green asked, "How many soldiers are there in Pentos?" Looking at Green, who was a little eager to try, Varys' smile froze for a moment. Varys asked tentatively, "Lord Green, what are you doing?" Green's eyes were shining. "Lord Varys, His Majesty the King has given me enough gold dragons. If you can help me get a map, plus my soldiers, I am confident that the raid will be successful. Going straight to war? Varys observed secretly. He was not joking. Although Varys was surprised by Green's response, he was calm enough and did not show any abnormality. Varys could even think that maybe this was why Queen Cersei liked Green. The original plan needs to be slightly changed. Varys is a man who makes a living by conspiracy and power, and he has quietly prepared a response. Varys sighed. I have to admire the king and the prime minister's ability to use people. They always have a keen eye, and you deserve their trust. Green muttered to himself, but Varys said sincerely, but I still want to be selfish for once, to consider you first and put your safety first. I believe that with the fighting power of your soldiers, your plan is likely to succeed. Green looked puzzled and said, Lord Varys, in fact, I have always wanted to ask. I can feel your kindness. Although I am grateful for you, I am also confused at the same time. Seeing you always reminds me of the war more than 10 years ago. Prince Rhaegar has died in the battle. Those who benefited from Prince Rhaegar were the first to kneel down and surrender. Only the taciturn people of the Crab Claw Peninsula were still unwilling to surrender. They fought to the last moment and the last man. They guarded loyalty, and loyalty is honor. I did not perform my duties well. I advised His Majesty Aerys, Mad King, that the Lannisters could not be trusted and should not open the city gates to them. As for the result, now everyone is clear. Now it is the Baratheon dynasty. We are all loyal to His Majesty Robert. I just regret it. It has nothing to do with right or wrong, and it has nothing to do with position. I have always sympathized with the loyal old ministers because I admire their character. Sympathy is not pity. You are their descendant, so I will naturally look at you differently. Where I can, I am willing to release the little kindness I have left, and I don't ask for anything in return. Green's lips moved, his eyes showed gratitude, and he stared at Varys for a while. Finally, Green lowered his eyes with a heavy face and sighed deeply. The atmosphere in the room was solemn for a while. After a pause, Green sorted out his thoughts and thanked Varys by patting his chest. Lord Varys, thank you for your kindness, loyalty and fearlessness. The Crab family will never forget. Varys smiled and nodded. Why is it that in the power game of the big guys, it is always the little guys who suffer the most? Earl Green, the raid on the governor of Pentos, even if the task is successfully completed, the big guys will ruthlessly sacrifice you for the so-called overall situation. Their reasons are sufficient, and your behavior is equivalent to an undeclared war. After listening to Varys' words, Green remained silent, and the expression on his face seemed to still be a little unwilling. Is this the real Green? Varys was also judging in his heart. Combined with the intelligence he collected, Green was not an impulsive person. Which one is the real Green? Varys was not in a hurry to judge a person. He dealt with all kinds of intelligence every day and knew very well that he should not subjectively identify a person first, which would really affect his judgment. People's hearts are unpredictable, everything is changing, and there is nothing that is always fixed. Green said helplessly, Lord Varys, I can't think of any other good way for the time being. I thought 3 years would be enough. I have to admit that I thought things were simple, Varys said patiently. Earl Green, you actually overlooked the most important issue. Green raised his eyebrows. Please tell me frankly. Varys slowly stood up, walked to the window and the door, and looked around naturally. After sitting down again, Varys stared at Green and said, have you ever thought that this is a task that will never be completed? Green frowned, as if thinking about the meaning of Varys' words. Varys leaned forward, his tone heavy. Suppose the orphans of Targaryen appeared in front of you. Are you sure that the sword in your hand can pierce their chests? Green was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth, and lowered his eyes with a complicated expression. Varys' mouth curled up for a moment, looked at Green, and said, I can feel that you are in hesitation. Green stood up and said, Lord Varys, thank you for your meeting, and thank you for your kind advice. After speaking, Green nodded to Varys and said goodbye, turned around and strode away. Varys clasped his hands together, nodded his chin slightly, and stared at Green's back as he left. Chapter 98, Distinguishing Good from Evil. After leaving the government hall, Green found a shady place nearby and stopped. The play had to go on, and it was just a matter of ending. Green frowned and stood there for a long time. His ears moved and he heard footsteps. Earl Green, it was Varys' voice. Green came back to his senses and looked at Varys, saying in a puzzled tone, Lord Varys. Varys clasped his hands together and nodded. I'm so sorry, My unintentional words seem to have troubled you. This was not my intention. Green shook his head and said, it's my own problem. Your words made me realize some problems that I had never thought of. Green's location was relatively remote near the government hall, and the view was also very wide. This was a convenient place to talk. Varys stared at one place, his tone cold. People will subconsciously ignore things they don't want to face. This is human nature, including me. Those who are still rich and prosperous now, we are all Targaryen oathbreakers. Varys looked at Green again, his face gentle. It has been more than 10 years since that incident, and many people still remember it vividly, including me. Earl Green, you are different. You are unfamiliar with Targaryen, and your impressions all come from past records. However, I saw that your thoughts suddenly became complicated. I think it is the precious character of the ancestor crab, which has been passed down from generation to generation, and it has long been engraved in the blood. You may have realized this. Green sighed slightly and said, perhaps, Crab's tradition of staying away from the Red Castle is correct. I shouldn't leave the Crab Claw Peninsula and leave my home. Varys comforted Earl Green, but I know you have to come out. The Red Castle has been wary of the Crab Claw Peninsula. There is a lack of trust between the two sides, and the location of the Crab Claw Peninsula happens to be the king's territory. Now that you have discovered the sword hanging over your head, and you don't know when it will fall. In this situation, anyone would choose to save themselves. So, I agree with your choice and support your choice. Self-rescue is human instinct, which is reasonable and beyond reproach. Green's eyes moved, and he asked, thank you, Lord Varys, your words comforted me, but, I'm sorry, you seem to have other intentions. Varys took out an envelope and handed it to Green, saying, your eyes can distinguish between good and evil, which is really enviable. You take this letter. I still say that sympathizing with a person is not the same as pity for a person. It depends on how you look at it. Green took the unsealed envelope and asked in confusion, what is this? Varys smiled and nodded, no need to doubt, you can open it now. Green nodded, opened the envelope, took out the letter and lowered his eyes. Green's brown eyes trembled. This was a letter from Varys to the governor of Pentos. In the letter, Varys first praised Green's character and explained that Green's purpose of coming was to trade between the two places, namely Mermaid Harbor and Pentos. Green quickly finished reading and put the letter away again. Varys clasped his hands together and said in a gentle tone, I think this letter can at least guarantee your safety in Pentos, and you will have room for maneuver and don't have to worry about it. Is he acting too well? Let the wolf into the house. Isn't Varys worried that I will kill the dragon directly? Varys continued. I think although it has been a long time, considering our former friendship, at least Governor Illyrio will not deliberately embarrass you. I still have some people in Pentos, and I can take care of them a little. Earl Green, as long as you can put your own safety first, Green can only bring a few dozen people at most. Can you capture Pentos with a few dozen people? Green revealed the idea of raiding Pentos, and Varys already knew it. Since Varys already knew, Illyrio would naturally know it too. They were always cautious. Even if Green's words sounded reckless, they would be fully prepared. Moreover, Varys' little bird was everywhere, and all abnormalities could not escape its sight. Chewing Varys' words carefully, although his words seemed to be for your benefit, they were threatening. Am I threatened by an egg? Green was not angry at all. The Game of Thrones only focuses on the results. Varys gently patted Green's arm, with a kind look, go out and have a look. The Red Castle now cannot accommodate noble loyalty. You still have 3 years. Think more about yourself. Maybe you can find a new answer that will no longer trouble you. Hook Lane, Crab's new house. Near noon, Anger, who was on a mission to the Stormlands, returned safely, and was greeted by Steward Leighton. Leighton opened his arms towards Ange and said warmly, Ange, welcome home. The dusty Ange hugged Leighton and said, Leighton, thank you for welcoming me. I like this feeling. Leighton smiled and said, the time is right. Do you want to take a bath first? Or should I prepare food for you first? Ange touched his stomach embarrassedly and said, I'm too hungry. Believe me, if I let you take a bath now, you will see me drowned in the bathtub. Leighton laughed and said, I don't want to ask Sister Silent. Do as you want. This is your freedom. This is the law of the Lord. Why did Leighton mention the law of the Lord? After Green took over the territory, in order to change bad habits and optimize customs, referring to the environment of the Crab Claw Peninsula, he had to regulate all this with the law of the Lord. One of the purposes of Green's formulation of various laws is to increase the cohesion of the soldiers. For example, Ange's current situation. Because of the task assigned by Green, Ange went to the storm ground to meet Brienne. According to Green's laws, when returning from a mission, someone must greet them, and the first meal must include meat and wine, and a hot bath. This is what King Green does, using detailed Lord laws to strengthen the soldier's sense of belonging. Green believes that many of the laws he has made that are not like laws, although they started as laws, will become fine traditions of Crab Claw Peninsula over time. After lunch, Ange was lying in the bathtub, with his eyes slightly closed and a comfortable look on his face. Ange felt that the most correct thing he had done in his life was to trust the strange fat man, Montan Wishu. Ange, who had a mercenary career, was very defensive, not to mention a stranger. That day, at the Blackwater River wharf, Ange recalled that Montan's honesty and the inexplicable feeling made him let down his guard and willing to trust the person in front of him once. The gods did not abandon him, and Ange became Lord Green's personal guard, and he was always trusted. Ange breathed a sigh of relief. He was thinking about what Montan had told him. That the girls in the crab territory were enthusiastic and proactive. Ange's only concern for male and female matters was to know how to take out the gold dragons in his pocket, so he preferred to be passive. Montan said that he would definitely be very popular with the girls in the territory, and Ange believed him. Maybe this time, when he returned to the crab territory with Lord Green, he would be able to get married immediately and have a perfect life. A week later, Crab Manor. Dick's life during this period was both painful and happy. The happy thing was that he could share a sumptuous dinner with his sister Yulia every day. Yulia's attitude towards him was less smiling than before, but it made him feel warmer. Every time, Dick would cheer up and happily chat with his sister while eating. He found that as long as he studied the various courses arranged by Jeffrey seriously, he could make his sister's clothes better and better, and the jewelry more and more, and the food on the table would be richer. Of course, Dick did not do well at the beginning. He had developed a careless character. Even when facing Jeffrey, who frightened him, he would habitually cheat and play tricks. The next night, when he saw Yulia wearing a coarse cloth dress and a few pieces of black bread on the table, and compared them with yesterday's treatment, Dick realized that his cleverness had not been hidden from Jeffrey's eyes. Yulia did not complain, biting the hard black bread, and still happily recounted Dick's blurred childhood memories. You don't want to see that Yulia has a hard life because of you, right? Dick finally understood the meaning of this sentence. From the bottom of his heart, Dick studied the various courses arranged by Jeffrey seriously. Dick's painful days came from this. It was not the sword skills course that made Dick suffer, but the etiquette course. Although the sword skills course was a little tiring, Dick soon liked the feeling of swinging the sword and gradually enjoyed it. What really made Dick physically and mentally miserable was the etiquette course. The housekeeper named Cyrana, who had a dagger on her waist, was very strict. As long as Dick hunched his back slightly, he would be beaten on the back by the wooden stick in Cyrana's hand. There were also various delicate behaviors. Except for the face, almost every part of Dick's body was not spared from Cyrana's beating. Remember, nobles should not, then, slap. Dick was beaten so hard that he gasped and couldn't help but want to refute. He is not a noble, he is just a bastard. But Dick's intuition told him not to say it out loud, the result would only be worse. So, the clever Dick held back and silently accepted Cyrana's etiquette tutorial. Snap! Oh, Dick couldn't help but scream in pain, holding his head that seemed to be cracking with both hands. Cyrana said in a cold voice with an expressionless face, "Mr. Dick, everything else is improving, but I haven't seen any improvement in your eyes so far. Every time you think about something, you will show a thief's eyes, and your eyes are actively telling everyone that you are preparing to do something bad. Even a thief can't do well with this kind of eyes of yours. Everyone will subconsciously be wary of you, which is equivalent to carving on your face that you are a person who cannot be trusted." Dick found that the top of his head was swollen, and he pressed it painfully and said, "I'm very sorry. Ms. Cyrana, I don't know how to change this habit." Dick himself didn't know about this feature of his, but he didn't doubt the truth of Cyrana's words. According to Cyrana's words, if his face was carved with the sign that he was a person who could not be trusted, Dick felt that Cyrana's face must be carved with the sign that he was a person who could be trusted. Cyrana nodded slightly and said, "It is a good habit to be willing to apologize. After all, modesty is a virtue, but don't use it as an excuse for cowardice. Since Lord Green has arranged for you to study, I just hope that you will work harder and meet Lord Green's requirements as soon as possible, so that I can be freed from the boring teaching task as soon as possible. Also, I give you a kind advice, don't test anyone's patience. This is a matter of life and death. Think more about your sister Yulia." Dick swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said, "Madam, I promise, I swear, I am absolutely not lazy." Snap. Dick was beaten mercilessly by Cyrano again. "Have you forgotten your steady posture?" Dick resisted the action of rubbing the painful part, because if he did, he would be beaten by Cyrano again. Dick couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Sorry, Mom, what's steady?" Cyrano then remembered that Dick had not yet progressed to this course. This situation naturally did not bother Cyrano. She moved on to the next topic and quickly attracted Dick's attention. "Sir Dick, I have prepared a mirror for you. It will help you and turn you into a sincere gentleman." The sea was turbulent, and rows of mountain-like waves roared and rolled towards the shore, slamming into the rocks standing on the seashore, stirring up white waves and making thunderous sounds. Dragonstone, the dock. Green, who had just got off the boat, looked up at the castle carved in the shape of a dragon, and then looked around. Dragonstone Castle is old and solid, but there are not many vassals belonging to Dragonstone. The islands belonging to Dragonstone are sparsely populated, and it is difficult for the Lord to gather troops. However, Dragonstone Castle is a fortress that is difficult to break with conventional military forces. "Good day, Earl Green. Welcome to Dragonstone." The person who came to greet Green was actually Knight Davos Seaworth. Did Davos go to the Stormlands? Green was puzzled because when Davos visited Green remembered that Davos told him that he would go to the Stormlands the next day. Green smiled and embraced Davos with his arms like an old friend. "Good day, Sir Davos. I didn't expect you to greet me in person." "I am honored." Facing Green's enthusiasm, Davos' tone was still humble. "I was reporting military affairs to Duke Stannis at the time. When I heard that you were about to arrive, I volunteered to come and greet you." After that, Davos introduced, "This is my third son, Mathis Seaworth, who is my first mate on the Black Bess." Mathis was tall and thin, and looked a bit like Davos. He saluted Green and said, "Good day, Earl Green." Mathis's behavior was as humble and polite as his father. Green saluted in return, "Good day, Sir Mathis. The Black Bess is the pride of Sir Davos. I think you are also his pride that you can serve as the first mate." Mathis' eyes lit up, smiled a little embarrassedly, and nodded to Green to express his gratitude. Davos looked kind, patted Mathis with his hand, and said, "The waves are ruthless, he needs more training." Green followed Davos along the way, and there were dragon-shaped carvings everywhere. Although Targaryen lost the Iron Throne, the traces of Targaryen were deeply engraved here. Green came to the Stone Drum Tower, the main castle of Dragonstone Island, after the steep stone steps. Whenever a storm comes, its ancient walls will rumble and echo, hence the name Stone Drum Tower. It is rumored that the hidden passage in the Stone Drum Tower dungeon can reach the center of Dragon Mountain. In silence all the way, Green and his group arrived at the table hall at the top of the Stone Drum Tower. The table hall is a round room. A large table in the hall is carved with a detailed map of Westeros. 4 tall narrow windows face the 4 directions of east, west, south and north. Here Green met the tense Duke Stannis. Green touched his chest and saluted, "Good day, Duke Stannis, I am honored to meet you." Chapter 99, Guarding Honor. Dragonstone, Table Hall. Lord Stannis Baratheon looked at Green with a sharp gaze, nodded slightly, and said, "Good day, young man. Can you complete the task assigned by King Robert?" Lord Stannis' cheekbones were sunken, and his lips were pale, thin and tight, as if he had long forgotten how to smile. Lord Stannis was impressed by his ability. Grim's brown eyes trembled, and he hesitated in his heart. Grim Crab Lannister Tyrell was hesitating whether to eye Baratheon to the end. Stannis is the second son of Lord Stefan Baratheon and Cassandra Esmond. His elder brother is Robert and his younger brother is Renly. When Stannis was 13 years old, Duke and Duchess Stefan returned to Storm's End from the other side of the Narrow Sea. Their ship sank in Shipbreaker Bay, and both the Duke and Duchess died. From the day Stannis witnessed the sinking of the Proud Wind, he began to hate the 7 gods who cruelly took away his parents. He swore to the heavens that he would never worship any cruel god who drowned his parents. In the Usurpers' War, Stannis withstood the siege of Storm's End by the Golden Rose under extremely difficult conditions. After the war, Robert was grateful to Eddard Stark for lifting the siege of Storm's End. Stannis conquered Dragonstone. Robert blamed Stannis for letting the remnants of the Targaryen escape, regardless of the fact that Viserys and Daenerys had fled before Stannis conquered Dragonstone. King Robert, who sat on the Iron Throne, gave Dragonstone to Stannis, but gave Storm's End, the richer fief of the Baratheon family, to their third brother Renly Baratheon. Stannis regarded Robert's contempt as an insult to him, but none of this affected his dedication to the affairs of the kingdom. Stannis waved his hand and said, "You all leave." The crowd led by Davos nodded and left, leaving only Stannis and Green in the hall. Green said in a steady tone, "Duke Stannis, this is a mission I cannot refuse, ta-ta-ta." Stannis walked down from the stone chair, and his tall figure stood beside the long table. Stannis stared at the tabletop engraved with a map of Westeros, and said, "Lord Green, I can ask King Robert to cancel your mission. What will Stannis say next? As long as you are willing to be loyal to me?" Stannis is a person with a strong sense of oppression, and Green does not want to face difficult multiple-choice questions. Moreover, if the mission is really cancelled, what will happen to his 150,000 gold dragons? Green must make Stannis take back such a dangerous idea. Green sighed and said, "Duke Stannis, I don't like to hide things, it will make me seem hypocritical. At the beginning, I did consider finding a way to turn down this trouble, because from my point of view, this task came inexplicably." After a pause, Green shook his head and continued, "Later, I decided to accept it. After all, this is also part of the kingdom's political affairs, and I don't want to embarrass Queen Cersei. After all, it is a matter of honor, ta-ta-ta." Green also walked to the side of the long table and said, "Duke Stannis, I don't want to hide it. This matter is time-consuming and labor-intensive. I don't see any other difficulties for the time being. The Red Castle has spent so many gold dragons every year for more than 10 years. Why is there no effect? I'm a little curious." Stannis snorted coldly and said, "Fools and termites, you don't need to be curious about it," Green said bluntly. "So, I would rather do something within my ability, even if it is insignificant." Stannis' gaze left the detailed engraved map and stared at Green. Green noticed Stannis' gaze and looked up from the map, with a little doubt in his eyes, as if the words just now were just a momentary sigh. Stannis seemed to see himself in Green. So, Stannis suspected that Green's words were intentional. Stannis had seen too many cunning people, but no matter how cunning they were, they could not escape his eyes and receive the punishment they deserved. While Stannis suspected his character, Green also successfully diverted Stannis' attention. Stannis' eyes were more scrutinizing without any reservation. Green spread his hands. "My Lord Duke, do you need me to leave? You are an interesting young man, much more interesting than I thought." Stannis tapped his fingers on the edge of the table and said, "Lord Green, I have inspected the Queen's District in King's Landing. You have governed well. I can only say that the rapid suppression has brought temporary stability. I have handed it over to the Red Castle before I left King's Landing." Stannis turned his head to look at Green. "Do you like King's Landing?" Green shrugged and replied, "Not as much as at the beginning. I was very happy at the beginning, but later I always felt that it was easy to make people tired." Stannis nodded his chin slightly. "Good insight, Earl of Whispering Castle." Although it was not obvious on his face, Green had been thinking about why Stannis suddenly asked him whether he liked King's Landing. The simple question made him seem to grasp something. Green's heart moved, and his tone was helpless. "I don't want to hide it from you, my Lord Duke. In fact, this Earl makes me regretful in my heart. I thought he would be conferred the title of Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula." After Green's voice fell, the hall was silent for a moment. Stannis frowned. "That piece of land is special. You have your own traditions. The Red Castle can't even handle slightly complicated things now." Stannis turned around and continued, "Lord Green, you are very capable. I can provide you with an opportunity to display your talents." Green was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Display your talents?" Stannis nodded imperceptibly and said, "I will restore justice to the Red Castle. I can take you there." The willful rich boss has been replaced by a workaholic boss who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. This kind of thing cannot be looked back. Green stroked his chest and said, "My Lord Duke, thank you for your appreciation, but Crab Claw Peninsula has always been directly loyal to Her Majesty the Queen." The sharp Green noticed that the corner of Stannis' mouth curled up. It was very subtle, but he still noticed it. "Are you rejecting my invitation? Haven't you thought that I am saving you?" "Save me?" Green has confirmed that Duke Stannis is interested in the position of Prime Minister, but now he has heard another question about himself. Green's mind was racing. He thought of Queen Cersei, and it could only be her. In the original plot, Stannis suspected that the 3 legitimate children of King Robert and Queen Cersei were not actually Robert's flesh and blood, and told this suspicion to Lord Jon, who then began to investigate the matter. Stannis did not ignore Green because of the difference in status, but rather took it very seriously. On the surface, this is the case. But Green would not think it was so simple, as Stannis is also a power player. Green soon got the answer. Stannis' tone was very cold. King Robert does not trust me, and my personal appearance is easily mistaken for a conspiracy. I handed the matter over to Lord Jon, which is also a chance for him to protect his honor. Green was stunned, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Stannis did not tell him directly, but it was not in vain. Once the incident happened, according to normal development, Stannis could easily gain Green's loyalty because of today's words. Green now understands one thing. Stannis' character disdains deception, and he values Green's ability, but this is not the main reason. Stannis was attracted by the army in Green's hands. He had already started preparing for possible wars, or Lannisters' counterattack. When the war started, the status of military nobles would rise sharply, and the patience of the bigwigs would become full. Is there no secret in whose Crab Claw Peninsula? Ta. Stannis' tall figure sat down on the stone chair again. Stannis looked at Green and said, Lord Green, you have given me a lot of surprises. I also like your talents, but don't worry. You still have King Robert's mission. The more boring things seem, the more you can train yourself. When you come here to see me again, your doubts will be answered. Stannis gestured to the door, and soon Davos re-entered the picture table hall. Davos, my meeting with Lord Green is over. Prepare food and wine. Please entertain him on my behalf. Stannis showed the arrogance that a great noble should have. The gap between the nobles, status, position, bloodline, etc., exists like a law. According to the tradition of Westeros, Stannis' treatment of Green was already a courtesy, and according to the normal script, Green should be grateful. Green would not be secretly dissatisfied because of these. He would look at what he saw and heard objectively. After all, he was a foreigner. Green just secretly missed the Duke of Mace, who was far away in Highgarden. Red Castle, afternoon. Lancel, who finally got some free time, ran into Jaime with a haggard, handsome face. When Lancel saw Jaime, he felt guilty. Good day, cousin Jaime. Jaime also knew that Lancel's life was not easy, and he was not surprised by Lancel's abnormality. Good day, Lancel, you look very tired. Are you okay? Lancel's face was sad. Cousin, for the Lannisters, I'm fine. Jaime took good care of his people, but he really couldn't help with this matter. Lancel's character is a problem. A weak lion will eventually be abandoned by the lion group. He also thinks this is an opportunity to exercise. The Lannister lion must learn to roar. Jaime patted Lancel and said, Where are you going? I wanted to find Earl Green, but I didn't have the time to congratulate him in person. I just remembered that he had sent someone to tell me that he had left King's Landing. Cousin Jaime, I know he will go to Essos across the narrow sea. Do you know how long it will take for him to come back? Jaime patted Lancel and said, It will take a while. Green told me about your help. You are very brave, and the stag did not scare you. Jaime's rare praise made Lancel's eyes sparkle. I owe Green a favor. I happened to have the opportunity that day, but there were too many eyes around, so I could only hint quietly. Fortunately, Green understood what I meant at once, which finally made me feel relieved. At that time, and the result, Jaime looked at the chattering Lancel, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Jaime patted Lancel's shoulder. This time he increased the strength of his hand and said, Lancel, I have something else to do. After that, Jaime did not wait for Lancel's reply, and threw his snow-white cloak and walked away. His words were suddenly interrupted. Lancel reached out and rubbed his shoulders, looking at Jaime's back with a puzzled look. The gardens of Meagter were still full of birdsong and flowers. Jaime found the red figure, smiled, and walked towards Cersei. Queen Cersei frowned slightly and broke the flower branch. Jaime smiled dotingly and said, Cersei, don't you like it? Do you want to ask the gardener to plant other varieties? Cersei withdrew her hand and said, Forget it, I don't like waiting. Jaime's eyes moved, and he said softly, What happened? Cersei glanced at Jaime and said, Tyrek told me that Robert wrote a handwritten letter to Winterfell, and the messenger had already set off secretly. Tyrek discovered this by accident. Tyrek Lannister is a member of the Lannister family, the son of Tygett Lannister and Darissa Marbrand. Under the arrangement of Queen Cersei, The 11-year-old Tarek became King Robert's attendant. Jaime asked in confusion, "Why didn't you use a carrier rat?" "It's not close there." Cersei couldn't help but break off another flower branch and said coldly, "That drunkard, when he's sober, he doesn't trust anyone in the Red Keep except old Jon." Jaime smiled and shook his head, and advised, "Cersei, be careful not to hurt your delicate hands." Cersei glanced at Jaime and reached out her hand. "Knight, clean up your queen." The juice of the flower branch left a faint mark on Cersei's white fingers. Jaime raised his lips and said, "A swordsman's hands can't do delicate work. Even if I'm not careful, I don't want to hurt you." With a snort, Cersei withdrew her hand and said, "Jaime, be serious. I really want to know what shameful things Robert is planning in secret." Jaime said helplessly, "Cersei, we can't intercept him anymore. Don't underestimate King Robert." Cersei's tone was a little angry. "What is Lancel doing? He accompanies Robert every day. Is he just pouring wine every day?" "On the contrary, young Tarek is more alert." Jaime moved his lips, but still didn't tell the truth about his meeting with Lancel. In order to coax Cersei, Jaime half-jokingly said, "Cersei, do you want me to contact Green? I think he can guess something even without reading the content." That kid is good at this. Jaime thought he could still ask Tyrion, but he knew the result of saying it, so he gave up. Cersei was a little tempted, but immediately withdrew her thoughts. Cersei didn't want to be looked down upon by anyone. Doing so would make people think that she couldn't leave Green. After thinking for a while, Cersei couldn't help but break off another branch of flowers. "Jaime, that drunkard is ashamed to be alive. He is always so passive. I can't swallow this breath." The next day, at Mermaid Harbor, the merchant ship that Green and his companions were on slowly docked at the pier. Chapter 100. Not enough. Green appeared at the dock surrounded by the guards. Herschel, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately went up to him and saluted Green, saying excitedly, "Good day, my master." Green smiled and nodded, looked at Herschel, and said, "My loyal Herschel, long time no see." Green took the reins handed over by Marta Baker and jumped on the horse. "Herschel, take me around." Green led everyone to inspect the mermaid port. The current mermaid port can only be described as small and exquisite. All the buildings are mainly white. Although the scale is not large, it is exquisite. Although the dock cannot be without the smell of salted fish, the cleaning team arranged by Herschel cleaned it up very cleanly. The sanitation management of Mermaid Port has detailed regulations and strict rewards and punishments, which is unique in Westeros. The beautiful mermaids naturally prefer a clean environment. The clean sanitary conditions also further confirm that Mermaid Port is worthy of being the origin of the mermaid legend. Mermaid Harbor is the face of Crab's territory that Green shows to the outside world. Most people think that Crab's Claw Peninsula is an uncivilized land of wild men. Green's goal is to gradually improve the inherent image of Crab's Claw Peninsula through Mermaid Harbor. Whether it is going west or north in the future, after achieving military victory, Green will face the problem of governance. Feeling that he is ruled by half-wild nobles, it is inevitable that he will be dissatisfied. This will increase the cost of governance. It is more likely that the newly added territory will not increase strength, but will become a burden to Crab, and his hands and feet will be bound. Green does not want to fall into the endless quagmire of war and exhaust his Crab's Claw Peninsula. He must use Westeros methods in Westeros. While focusing on military strength, the political means of the lower, middle and upper levels must not be ignored. It is a long way to go, but it is suitable for King Green. Mermaid Harbor has already had a hint of prosperity, and new stone buildings are still under construction. Herschel introduced, "My master, according to your order, I posted a notice to recruit stonemasons at the dock. Now many stonemasons from other places have joined the construction of Mermaid Port." Green nodded and said, "Herschel, you have done a good job. We need to recruit people urgently. You must remember that Mermaid Port represents the face of Kleber." Herschel first accepted the order respectfully, and then said, "Don't worry, I will keep it in mind." At this time, Herschel was a little excited. The Kleber territory was changing with each passing day in Green's hands. He felt that he was witnessing the rise of the Kleber family. He felt that the Crab Claw Peninsula was already in the pocket of the Kleber family. The other nobles of the Crab Claw Peninsula had been weak after the Usurper War. Facing the strong rise of Kleber, they could only choose to surrender. Green, who had obtained 150,000 gold dragons, plus the income from King's Landing and High Court, was temporarily confident. Riding on a horse, Green looked around, and Green's heart for infrastructure was ready to move. Green suppressed the impulse in his heart. According to the situation of the territory, the construction of Mermaid Harbor was already a taut bowstring. Steady. Green's heart moved, and he suddenly felt that he was still too upright. He had a heavy responsibility, and how could 150,000 gold dragons be enough? The young dragons will grow up. As long as Targaryen is still across the narrow sea, as the general manager of the dragon removal plan appointed by the king himself, in order to cope with the increasingly complicated situation, the Red Castle must increase funding. What should I do after Robert's death? Will the Red Castle cancel the hunt for Targaryen's young dragons? Absolutely not. This is the last wish of His Majesty Robert. The extremely loyal Green will carry it out to the end. At that time, Green's loyalty will make everyone in the Red Castle ashamed. Green remembered that in the original plot, King Robert seemed to have cancelled the hunt for Targaryen's young dragons in person when he was dying, and Eddard Stark was a witness. If this situation occurs, Green will blame it all on the milk of poppies. It was the milk of poppies that made the brave king lose his mind. Queen Cersei's status is special. The politics in the Red Castle cannot do without Cersei and also need Cersei's support. Green has to cling to the thigh of his boss Cersei. Green secretly announced that the biggest cost of the dragon removal plan is to please Queen Cersei. Let's go on a big purchase in Essos. Green received some of the new and old residents of Mermaid Harbor with dignity. My lord, may the new and old gods bless you, my lord, foreigners always defecate everywhere. My lord, there are too few men. I want, my lord, we haven't had a war for a long time. When, my lord, may you always be healthy, my lord, I want a strong husband. The Lord cares for the people, and the patient Green maintains the image of the Lord that the people should have in their minds. The people who were personally received by the Lord, or those who were not received, all felt relieved that our Lord is still healthy. Warfare is the tradition of Crab Claw Peninsula, but the old and new subjects of the simple Crab Claw are like a docile cat in front of Green. The reason is first of all due to Clarence Crab Claw, the legendary hero of Crab Claw Peninsula, who gave Green the hidden attribute of becoming the leader of Crab Claw Peninsula. According to the tradition of Westeros, coupled with this special tradition of Crab Claw Peninsula, Green, as the heir of Crab Claw, can easily integrate into the territory of Crab Claw and restore to be a part of Crab Claw as long as he is strong enough. Secondly, the nobles of the valley, led by Duke John, have been suppressing the Crab Claw Peninsula for more than 10 years, making the living environment of Crab Claw Peninsula more cruel. Green appeared at the right time, as people expected. At this time, people on Crab Claw Peninsula are more willing to rely on the strong. Crab Claw Peninsula has formed the conditions for the emergence of heroes with cruelty as a premise. Thirdly, most of the Crab Claw Peninsula is mountain savages existing in the form of tribes. It has been a tradition for thousands of years to obey the tribal chieftain, and this tradition is deeply rooted in the bones. Therefore, there are few wrong nicknames. It is not wrong to call the nobles of Crab Claw Peninsula half-wild nobles. At least in the hearts of the new people of Kleber, Green is their tribal chieftain. Green looked up at the sun, pulled the reins, turned the horse around, and said, Mason, let's stop here for the inspection. We are going to Whispering City. Hearing this, Herschel rode to Green's side and said, My lord, I will arrange it immediately. Ange, who was following Green's side, straightened his waist. As a natural archer, he was extremely sharp. Since getting off the boat, Ange noticed Zundo's eyes looking at him. He could feel that these eyes were from the opposite sex. Feeling good, Ange quietly glanced at the crowd around him. It's okay, don't worry. Mondon Wishu looked at Ange, who was stiff, and retracted his gaze. Mondon's thickened plate armor will take 3 months to complete. His heart has been filled with new armor, and other things can't arouse his interest for the time being. Samuel Tully showed his big white teeth all the way, observing everything he could see with great interest. Samuel has learned a lot about the crab territory from Monton. Mermaid Harbor is not large in scale, but it is full of vitality. He can't imagine that it was a small fishing village a few months ago. There are buildings under construction everywhere. Samuel believes that it will be a new scene here in a while. Samuel feels more and more that his choice is right. There are many places where he can display his talents in crab. He only hates that he does not have enough knowledge. The happiest thing for Samuel is that he believes that he can write to his mother soon, and he will definitely become his mother's pride. It's just, the eyes of these opposite sexes are getting more and more enthusiastic, which makes Samuel more and more embarrassed and a little scared. Montan glanced at Samuel again and chuckled. Samuel looked shy and said, "I, just not used to it." Montan blinked his honest eyes and said, "Sam, the spear wife likes strong men. You will be more popular than Ange." Samuel carefully glanced at the crowd in the distance and whispered, "Montan, I'm just fat. I've been like this since I was a child." Montan said naively, "Lord Green asked me to pick 2 guards for you. You should take them with you wherever you go in the future." "Guards? My guards?" Montan nodded his big head and said, "Lord Green said you are an important talent for Crab, so he asked me to pick powerful guards." Green's attention is always so meticulous, and Samuel's eyes suddenly became hot. "Mom. Pentus, Governor Illyrio's mansion." Daenerys Targaryen's fair little hand touched it gently. The cloth was as soft as water, as if it flowed through her fingers. She had never seen such soft cloth. Daenerys suddenly thought of something, which made her feel scared. "Brother, is this a gift from Lord Magister Illyrio?" Daenerys hastily changed her words, but she was worried in her heart, hoping that Cerys had not heard what she blurted out. Daenerys instinctively felt that Lord Magister Illyrio was untrustworthy, but she did not dare to say it out loud, nor did she dare to remind Viserys Targaryen. Viserys was intoxicated by Lord Magister Illyrio's sweet words and could not extricate himself. Now Daenerys could only obey her brother to protect her own safety. At least her brother, who was immersed in a beautiful dream, would not make her too scared. Again, Viserys asked back, which made Daenerys, who was still hoping for a chance, tremble all over and took a small step back. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Viserys' face. Viserys approached Daenerys and smiled more and more. "My sister, Daenerys, what are you worried about again?" Daenerys did not dare to move, because if she moved again, it would arouse Viserys' anger, because he would think it was a provocation. Daenerys looked at Viserys in horror, then quickly lowered her head. Viserys showed a hint of satisfaction. He felt that Daenerys had finally learned how to get along with the true king of the Iron Throne. Viserys' eyes fixed on Daenerys, his brows furrowed deeply. "I just noticed why you are so flat. Stand up straight. You are too thin." As soon as Viserys finished speaking, Daenerys straightened her waist immediately like a well-trained soldier. Viserys glanced at him critically and said, "Daeny, we actually have enough wealth to fill a city, but we have temporarily deposited it in the thief's house. When I take back the Iron Throne, the wealth that belongs to me will return to my hands." Illyrio is not a fool. He knows very well that only by constantly trying to please me and waiting for me to ascend the Iron Throne again, will I not forget the friends who once helped me in my time of need. Daenerys has advised herself countless times and made up her mind countless times not to go against Viserys' words and deeds. But she still couldn't help but advise, "Brother, Governor Illyrio is very cunning and can't be trusted completely." Viserys smiled and said, "Am I a fool? Are you trying to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon again?" Daenerys hurriedly replied, I don't want to." Today, Viserys was in a very good mood. Governor Illyrio's affairs had made progress, and he decided to show his sister the kindness of the great true king. "My dear sister, when I take back the Iron Throne, think of all the jewels and silks. You will enjoy them endlessly." Viserys' hands trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. "I have thought that only 10,000 soldiers are enough. With 10,000 soldiers, I can command them to sweep across the 7 kingdoms. By then, all the nobles will rise up and follow their true king. The Tyrells, Redwynes, Darys, Greyjoys and other families hate the usurper as much as I do. The Dornish have long been filled with anger and want to avenge Princess Elia and her children. In the farms and villages of the 7 kingdoms, men secretly think of the dragon family, and women secretly sew real dragon flags. When I lead my army across the sea, they will roar with justice and fight for the true King Targaryen." Viserys' face suddenly darkened. "I will kill the usurper with my own hands, just as he killed my brother. I will not forgive the kingslayer of the Lannister family. I will avenge my father with my own hands." Such Viserys frightened Daenerys even more. She would rather be beaten by her brother. She always felt that if she continued like this, she would lose her only relative. After her father and elder brother died, her mother died in childbirth. Nor was Viserys. Daenerys didn't even know their names. Viserys was the only relative left in her world. Daenerys' eyes were hot. She grabbed Viserys with both hands and begged, "Viserys, I'm scared. Please, let's go home, leave here." When Daenerys' voice fell, the air seemed to freeze. "Go home," Viserys murmured, and suddenly laughed. "Daenerys, tell me, our home has been taken away by someone a long time ago. Where can we go back to? After Sir William died, where else can we go except the Seven Kingdoms? Daenerys let go of Viserys weakly and wiped away the tears that had not fallen yet with the back of her hand. Her brother had just come. Viserys stroked the purple cloth with his slender fingers and said, "This color just brings out your eyes. The best tailor in Pentos will use this cloth to prepare the most beautiful clothes for you in the city." Viserys pinched his chin, his eyes flickering, and his tone was serious and solemn. "Also prepare a variety of jewelry. These things can make you look like a princess." Viserys looked at Daenerys, who was in a trance again, frowned and said, "Why are you like this again? Raise your head, you look timid. How do you look like a princess? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have doubted your real dragon blood." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.